Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me down, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Shifted away as most as we could in phase 4 of the mountain, meaning here in phase 5 we can still go back. Oh, that's a god nade on point. Only gets one. That's perfect too. Is it gonna get them? Yes, it is. Silson had a triple with nades yesterday, and there goes Scene and kaboom, out they go.
Go back over to Mings with the Saiga waiting patiently, but Durena gonna catch Oath on the outside of the door. A grenade does find Lin Shun here. We still watch Mings just waiting ever so patiently. There we go. Now he gets to come alive with the Saiga. Balefrost down. Oath in shambles around the corner is Mings. What a shot.
And here comes Virtus Pro 3 in a vehicle, nades in hand for two of the players to see it. Here they go full speed forward. Sparrow down, the roots and down. The Tulin's down. They're getting swallowed in seconds, and down goes all of Virtus Pro. Where nades and whatnot just came flying their way, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is quite literally completely out of ammo. Oh, H-Win taken down by Vanatico from the roof. 8 kills for Vanatico in this game so far. More damage being done. PUBG finds one as well. Flash thrown down there. PUBG finds the double. Solid play from him. Unfortunately, Vanatico manages to flash himself there. Will he jump up? Will he try and get the kill? He spots Tiggleton around the side. He goes, and there are the kills confirmed. Day trade. Kill number 12-9. 1 kill from double digits, and here is your final 3 teams mill. Had one school been in control of the pool house. So we'll see now. Clip is within nade distance. Lops one forward. It is cooked. It is prime. Will it find its target? Yes, it will. Clip finds the double, and that should be a push coming in from Lick. Finds the third as well.
That's huge. Oh my god, that's huge. Clip just dismantling a Freak of Freaks here with those perfectly timed, perfectly low grenades. Gets underneath the car, gets the knock and the finish onto EJ. Akkad goes down as well. Extremely well handled here by Team Liquid, particularly Clip. Looking for the second, it just is a bit too far there, I think, to get the knock. Oh, RQ500 takes a decent amount of damage from it. Here comes some more. K7 able to loot up all those dead bodies from the graveyard. And around the corner, Lockslock finds one, finds two. Great spray over the top of the hood of the car. Fergus trying to return fire, trying to see if he can get one. And no, to be Lockslock, and it's done. Taking down Vision X. Well, Kickstart has leveled up so much for Zenith throughout this event. The guy is crazy. Punij almost getting Mert again. Mert at half health, gonna step up himself. He turns at the wrong moment. That's gonna be 8 kills for Kickstart. It is now a 2v2. Stuns up and over now. Punij and Kickstart giving themselves a great chance. Code Marco instantly down by Kickstart. Kickstart picked up another one. That's the win for Zenith. If they throw it properly, Sungjongs just comes up short, doesn't get inside the door, but Miraku is going to get knocked by Kale's follow-up. Iroh going to hold the corner now, going to get one, looking for two. No! Oh, no, no, no!
One wants to get out of here alive. That's a good headshot coming in, narrow angle, but he finds it. Iroh in the meantime able to get up. You can see Son Yang is just waiting for him. Come on over, Iroh. We know you got to get out here. There's only one exit. Oh my god, the Clash is going to get at least 2 of them. At least 2 of them will be completely wide open. He finds the first, he finds the second, and the third goes down as well. He took down Indigo. Iroh! No way! There were 4v1 and TSM bites them off. It has been a lot of fighting for them, and look at Evo Lee. What is that angle? He's sitting up on the rafters. That is a very, very, very next level position that I don't think many people will be anticipating. I don't think they have a clue that he's up here. We'll see now. Here they go. Na'Vi are inside. Gen.G try to make the players feel, but there's nothing they can do when they look up above. One player left life, two players left life. Gen.G, they try to make their way inside. One goes down, two goes down. Ling-Du from above finds all of them, and Multi-Circle Gaming stands strong in the church.
Yeah, really good placement there at the end of the game for Multi-Circle Gaming. They get the church early, they lock it down to the very end.
I like how we see mollies now both be used as an offensive tool, but also to try and buy yourself time. Smoke off that staircase, get the rest on up, and keep your players alive. It's happened twice now. So Na'Vi, and do they catch this one? No, Evil E gets jumped down. They don't see him in time. They do spot him now as he's outside. Tries to go inside. Tank is going to be the one to go down. Orange down to low HP. He's by himself for now because Tap is far off. And no, not going to happen. Here he is. No Tap. Oh no, couldn't get him up in time. I thought he was going to get the surprise angle from inside. And this is, I mean, as much as was said,
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
we are back with the 5th episode of Weekly PGI.S. We're on the home stretch of PGI.S, so please keep watching until the very end. Now, let's check out what happened in Week 4 Weekly Final. As always, the Week 4 Weekly Final was an intense competition for points. At first, Daytrade Gaming took an early lead, scoring 54 points in 5 matches in Day 1, earned them the PGI's records for most points on the first day of Weekly Final. However, as we headed into Day 2, the rankings totally changed. As MCG kept scoring kills, they started taking lead in the kill points. Digital Athletes also scored a ton of points by winning several engagements and were able to keep their name at the top of the list. When the dust settled, the Week 4 champion was decided in the 10th and final match. But Infantry, Daytrade Gaming, and Multi-Circle Gaming, who were going for the win, quickly got eliminated. Now, the teams that were going for the prize money of 150,000 were just 2 teams, Zenith and Digital Athletes. Although DA fought hard until the bitter end by knocking Kickstart first, Zenith's 7th match victory repeated itself as they became the final winners of Week 4 Weekly Final, with a total prize money of about 350,000, including crowdfunding. Let me introduce the team with the most electric fun wins in PGI.S. is Zenith!
Hello!
Hi, welcome!
Hello.
Good to see you here. So, would you please say hello to your fans first?
Hi, I'm Shinboy. Thanks for all the support and the pick'em votes.
Hi, I'm Kickstart from Zenith, and thanks for all the support, guys.
Hi, I'm Punij, and I'm the guy that gets this guy all his double-digit games.
And hi, I'm Roth, and thank you guys for the support. It's been amazing.
So you guys don't have an experience of winning PCS North America, and your support and Pick'em Challenge fell a little behind other NA teams. But by winning the weekly final this week, for the first time from your region, you've changed everything. So how does it feel to win?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, being here and performing this well is just feels amazing.
Honestly, I'm just really proud of like all 4 of us because the mentality on our team for the first 3 weeks was iffy, but like we were always trying our best, and we really just brought it together this last week. So bringing that into a win feels absolutely surreal.
Thank you for the answer. So you checked out your teammates' kill counts at the point. So why did you check it out, and what did you guys talk about at the moment?
During the weekly survival, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have much familiarity with the theory of 2 in Korea, but I was made aware of it because we had the most second places. And so our team handler, Andy, was making a lot of jokes about it and saying there's a big theory behind, in Korea, 2. And, on the second day of the week, we got a 22 kill win. We have the most second places.
Yeah.
And then in the game that we qualified this week, each of us had 2 kills.
Right.
So it was hilarious, and we're all looking around laughing, and we're all like 2, 2, 2. And we love that the fans have something to laugh with us about, and at the end of the day, we love all the support.
Okay, cool. And now let's move into the weekly final. We have a few scenes we've prepared. Let's start with match 7. Punish, you used Molotovs and flashbangs perfectly. So did you guys distribute the items in advance, or you just had on your hands?
So I picked up all the Molotovs from the bodies right under us. I think it was T1's bodies. And I had 0 throwables before I looted the bodies. And I knew that we needed to push right, so I just used all of my Molotovs before we pushed, and then we pushed around after that.
Oh, and now we have a scene prepared. Let's see. So you guys fought DA once again in the end of the match. And did you know how close each of your scores were?
We paid attention to that coming into the final. We knew that there were probably about 7 to 8 teams that had a chance to win, depending on what MCG had done.
Yeah.
Once we saw kill feed, we knew that ENCE had cleaned up a lot of the top contending teams, and we knew DA was still 4 strong. Once ENCE had died, we knew it was a 4v4, and we knew that it was going to come down to the winner takes it all.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we're confident in ourselves, and we're confident in this team to frag against anybody. So I don't think there was ever a doubt in my mind that we were going to come out on top.
And in the last engagement, Kickstart, you were the first to get knocked. What were you feeling then, knowing 150,000 on the line?
Well, obviously in the moment, like I wasn't thinking about the money. I was just thinking about winning the game, and then I got knocked, and it was I was pretty sad. But then I saw 2 blue tags in the top right, so I was like, oh, we could still win. Like we could do it. That's what happened. So.
I think that when you're in that moment, you're not thinking about the money, you're not thinking about anything. Your goal is to win the game. We've been in that scenario a million times. As you can tell, we've been second place a lot. And so we've been on the losing end. And so we've dealt with the adversity. We understand how we want to move forward. And I think we're getting a lot better at closing those games out. And we're looking forward to the last couple weeks.
So you guys held only $2,000 just before starting Week 4 weekly final, but now in the first place, over $350,000, including the crowdfunding. Now, as the team that's aiming for number 1 and number 2, how determined will you be going forward?
So obviously at the end of week 4, we find ourselves in first place. Had a great week. Going forward, we're looking to maintain our first place, and specifically our goals are to finish, top 4 in the next 2 weeks and get some early victories in the next 2 survival weeklies.
Yeah, I mean we won obviously, but I don't think anyone's like done playing yet. So there's what 2 more weeks left, and obviously we want to win some more money. So that's what we're gonna try to do.
Honestly, like it's a huge relief to know that we're gonna walk away from this tournament with something, and I mean it's something, it's a lot, and I mean there's nothing else to do these last couple weeks but just give it our best and no pressure, just perform.
If you're not here to be the best team and finish in first, then you're not here for the right reasons. The money is great, but you want to walk away from this the champion. No amount of money changes that, right? You want to be able to go at the end of the day and say, hey, we were the best team in the world. So that's our goal.
It's really cool. Okay, so this is the end of our interview today. Thank you for coming, and good luck with your 5th week of PGI.S. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Now, we only have 2 weekly series left. So, the Week 5 weekly survival are a valuable opportunity to win the prize money. Let's take a look at some notable teams for this week. Although Diamond Kia came in 3rd place in Week 3 bottom 16, they failed to advance to Week 4 weekly final. But their performance in Week 4 bottom 16 clearly shows some important things to look at. It seems like the biggest reason for that is Under from Diamond Kia. Compared to last week, his total damage went up by about 1,000 and his kills nearly doubled. Another change that Diamond Kia made was that their vehicle travel time decreased. In the Week 3 bottom 16, Diamond Kia traveled about 45.2 kilometers in vehicles, but in Week 4, they only went about 36 kilometers. It's fair to say that their time spent hovering outside the circle has decreased. So, with this different play style, I'm looking for seeing them advance to the weekly final for the first time. We also need to keep an eye on Multi Circle Gaming, who narrowly missed winning the Week 4 weekly final. The fact is, this team's performance is getting better and better every week. In last 3 weekly finals, MCG came in 15th, 5th, and 3rd place. In Week 4 especially, they scored more kill points than Janith, who ended up winning. Evilly is the player who stands out the most. He put up over 3,000 damage and scored the most kills on his team while leading the way for Multi Circle Gaming's attacks. Another thing that stands out is their intelligent movements. Lingdu's assassination or Tank's chameleon move are good examples. Another team that we need to keep an eye on is probably Digital Athletes. Although it was their first time in weekly final, they really proved themselves by finishing in 2nd place. Code Marco and Smash especially showed great performances. Both of them put up over 3,000 damage and had 25 kills between them. In 10 matches, they made it to the top 4 5 times, which shows that the execution that they need to secure points is excellent. Before the Week 4 weekly final, Digital Athletes has no prize money, but they're standing as a 3rd place with $170,000. And we still have 2 weekly finals left, and the prize money is just getting bigger. Let's see what kind of dramatic changes in ranking will happen in 2 remaining matches. So, which team is going to make it through the Week 5 Weekly Survival? And remember, the prize money for this week's Weekly Final is $300,000, of course excluding crowdfunding. And don't forget that the Pick'em Challenge closes every Saturday at 7 p.m. I hope you get lots of EP this week. That's it for our 5th episode of Weekly PGI.S, and see you next week. Bye-bye!
Told me to got me, I wanna shot. Climbing and climbing, a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it, yeah. Got other players, never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aiming and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the PUBG Global Invitational S. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by the intrepid team of Hypoc and Avengers as we get ready to break down the penultimate week of PUBG play. Gentlemen, glad to have you here. Before we get to the breakdown, we don't have a lot of time before this thing starts. Let's go straight to the schedule so that you guys know what to expect this week. And then I want to hear all about scores, standings, everything else, and your takeaways from what we saw last week in the first big money rounds. Schedule right now, 5 games to play today. We'll start out in the deserts of Miramar and move to Erangel, then back and forth as we go forward. And as you can see, that'll be starting up in a matter of minutes. So buckle your seatbelts and hold on tight because things are about to get crazy as the prize pools continue to climb higher and higher. Let's take a quick look at how it's going to break down the first 16 teams that are going to be playing today. You can see them all lined up down there. And on the waiting list, STK, DWG, FaZe, Buriram, quite the lineup to kick off a very exciting first day of the weekly survival. Let's jump right into talking to you guys. Hypoc, this may be what I think last week was probably one of the most stacked sort of reseed rounds we saw in Redemption. And the fact of the matter is, every game, an awesome team is coming into the lobby for an awesome team that leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you look at the back half of this, I mean, we've got teams like 4AM, TSM, Virtus Pro bringing up the rear. So it's honestly terrifying. I mean, actually, last week's finals was one of the weirder ones, and a couple of teams that were performing so well for the weekly survival that didn't make it. So I can't imagine what it's going to be like coming back into this week's team.
It's going to be absolutely wild. I can't wait to see it. If there was ever a situation where there were teams in the rear with the gear, it's teams like 4AM who have the equipped ability to just come out and absolutely lambaste their opponents. Martin, what are you looking forward to the most? This first 16, there's some teams who have struggled in the past that get to have the full range of 16 games to make their way.
Right, and for this one here, especially like today, it's going to be a hard one. It's in case of like the teams coming in might make the lobby harder. They missed the last weekly finals, but honestly, they are fantastic teams, and we saw Shoot to Kill dominate bottom 16 Saturday and Sunday here. And honestly, it's going to be rough for some of these teams coming in because it's going to be harder opponents or hard opponents coming in. It's not going to be an easy day qualifying today.
You mentioned one US NA team that dominated this weekend. Here's another one, Hypoc. Zenith, $355,000 total as they came in strong to this week, the last weekly final.
Yeah, fantastic performance this weekend. I mean, if you missed it, you need to go back and watch it. But, I mean, this is the beauty of this format, right? This is one of the biggest glow-ups we've seen. And actually, the second glow-up we've seen is DA, right? Both of these teams seemingly coming out of nowhere. I mean, Zenith, you can credit, a bit more consistency in their performance so far. But DA stepping up in a big way. And it pays off because we're in the home stretch now at PGI.S. So those weekly finals matter, man. And it only gets bigger from here.
And you know what was awesome about last week, Martin, was not only did the weekly final matter, that last fight mattered. DA versus Zenith came down to, in my opinion, traded reses. Both teams resed. DA picked up Metralius, and Zenith picked up Kickstart, who was holding a Groza, and ultimately, it may have cost DA like an insane amount of money.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands potentially. It looked like they just had 175,000. It looked like the guys were at. That means they're actually on third place overall. Gen G here 146 on fourth place right now. It's insane amount of money that we're throwing at them right here, and it's, as we heard earlier, it's only getting bigger and actually doubling from last weekend to this weekend here. It's some big fat stacks of cash that these guys are competing for in these 2 next weeks here. And these guys, I was actually kind of disappointed to see them last week. We were expecting them to do well. We expect them to step up. We expect them to do massive things here. They are defending champions, and especially for the PGI format as well, they're experienced.
Their experience, but you know what? They got a lot of money without having necessarily been in that top 2 last week, so that's pretty encouraging for them. Matt, just to be clear, came through and just sent me a message and said, just so everybody knows, it's $178,000 difference, Hypoc, between Zenith winning that fight or DA having won that fight. Like, that fight was a $170,000 fight.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was poetic that it came down to the final 2 teams. So the stars aligned in that one for sure. I mean, but the top 4 overall, right? I mean, damn, if you predicted that, you need to be playing the lottery. But it just goes to show, right? Any given weekend, teams can step up. Like I said, Zenith and DA are the glow-up stories we look for in PGI.S.
Absolutely. Martin, we're about to get started. We got about 30 seconds till that roof opens. What are you most excited about as we kick off that penultimate week of play?
You know what? Like my good friend Hyperk here, I'm a big J.K. Rowling fan because I think today's going to be magical.
Fair enough. Let's get started. The games are about to get underway. This is a massive weekend with massive money on the line, but it all starts here. Before you make the big money on the final, you've got to get a chicken dinner to get there. The roof is open. The teams have taken the field, and for the first time in far too long, we will be blessed with the casting team of Pansy and Matrim.
Well, 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 I heard it's going to be a pretty hype week, so they had to bring out the 2 hype casters. Matrim, I mean, it has been a minute since we've cast together, and we've got some pretty big money on the line. It's survive the week time, right? And we've seen what happens when you do make it to those weekly finals. I know Zenith and DA finally get that big opportunity and getting big amounts of cash. You've got to be excited for this, right?
Oh, 100%. What's got me is the way that we're going to be looking at this. Whoever wins the round, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief because the next team to step in, actually, whenever we look through like the next 5 teams that are going to step in, they're going to come in and they're going to shape up whatever's going on in the meta at the time. We've got Shoot to Kill, Damwon Gaming, FaZe, Buriram, and Divine all coming in after a very hot bottom 16. So we're going to see every single round, whenever somebody wins, it's just going to escalate as far as, I would say, drive coming in. Because these are teams, I mean, FaZe, Shoot to Kill, Damwon in the bottom 16, you know that they're coming into this pissed and desiring to make a statement and qualifying as fast as possible so that way they can get into the finals.
Look, I'm all aboard. There's no more terrifying feeling of like, okay, well, we've made it, okay, first couple of teams are through, no worries, don't worry, we'll be fine. Oh, wait, no, we've got some big dogs joining the lobby, but Circle is hit towards the northeast, not too many surprises with this. No wild circles yet. I think that's reserved for just me and Hypoc, because he hates them and I love them. It just, the balance is struck. But for now, we have to check in on Zenith. I mean, as Hypoc said, the glow-up story. These boys were certainly doing okay. They weren't terrible by any margin, but they certainly weren't I'd say in that conversation towards, okay, big money, big prizes. We saw some great work from Shinboy previously, some very good individual play, but as a collective, not necessarily middling results, but not towards the top end. But then, you know, that last weekend, I mean, I can't fault them. They came out and have just purely proven how terrifying a team can get if given the opportunity. And I think it speaks volumes to the entire lobby here. Some of these teams are barely scraping through, but some simply haven't had the opportunity. But making it to that weekend can just create so much opportunity now.
Well, we're looking at two teams that I would say sometimes get an underdog treatment, specifically whenever we're looking at Zenith. And I know DA has a huge fan base, but as far as like whenever we're looking for successes, a lot of the times like there's other teams that you tend to talk about first. Like whenever we look over at North America, you're talking about Shoot to Kill, Sonics. Whenever you look back over towards EU, you're talking more FaZe, Liquid in these regards. So both of these teams really had a chance to showcase what they could bring. And I want to say it was a very phenomenal performance coming out from both of them. I find it very interesting that we saw both Digital Athletics and Zenith, the last two teams up in two different rounds. And Zenith was the one that got away with it because off of what we know from Digital Athletics and the way that these guys like to play, they'll come in and they'll hot drop. They'll fight early. They don't care. They'll come in and they want to make a statement with everything that they do. And so you know that they're going to be far more hungry. They probably went back, reset, looked at a lot of different ways to approach these fights and are going to come in a little bit more violent than we saw them last week, which is a very scary thing.
Look, as someone who is part of the DA fan base, we deal with heartbreak. It's okay. Like we know, okay? Sometimes you get, you know, the full force DA where it's like, okay, these guys are fine, they'll be solid, and then they full send somewhere and you're like, why have you done this? But it happens. It's okay. It's part of the process. You got to embrace the memes of, you know, dead again, and you enjoy the show. It's what it is. I mean, the 4 a.m. battle, it was just ridiculous for how many weeks. That's why people were so frustrated when, for some reason, they decided to continually hot drop the same team for a very irrelevant compound.
Sometimes it's about making a statement. I mean, that's what we talk about a lot, is just a lot of these teams plan around their basis and how they rotate, and they spend, in some cases, years perfecting this. And so it's always weird to see people a team commit very hard to something that isn't working because they're so afraid to change up the plans. I like the fact that we're starting to see a little bit more innovation from these teams and going, okay, look, finally things aren't working here. Let's try to do this instead, especially when you get peculiar circles. Like you were talking about, like the analysts like Hypoc, and whenever we're working with them, they always want like the nice, safe circles. But see, we're on more of that energetic, chaotic side, Pansy. So I want to see some really rough circles. I think that helped showcase the skills and the talents of these players. Whenever they have to deal with something that's just absolutely absurd, create a plan and try to interact with something that they've never done before, that really showcases not only like the IGL capabilities of a team, but also on top of that, just the sheer raw firepower that some of these teams can bring to like fight themselves out of a terrible situation.
Okay, just so you guys know, hopefully production can give me some feedback on my mic. Apparently it's, you know, it's having a moment. It's early. This is prior to 12 in the afternoon, and I'm sure Sonic's kind of feeling the earliness of this as well after already having a player kind of at least hindered on rotation. Not sure if there's going to be a pickup on the way. H-Win's deciding to offer a pickup, so mine might have to just opt to dive in on that. Otherwise, could lose life early on.
Oh, nice shots coming out from Tig to get the counter back over towards that. Gets the knock. Good placement off to the side of that one, so that should provide a little bit more of space for it. But Akari's got an angle back over towards Tig, and it looks like it's just becoming a 3-point Uber. Pick up a mine that had a flipped car, and now got to go over there and provide a little bit of cover for Tig. Now they're pretty stacked up, so they do manage to make it out of there, but this is a hazardous situation to be in now. 3 members all stacked up into one vehicle, rotating in the circle.
Hey, look, we've seen that Tiggleton has moves. Don't worry about it too much. He can just dance his way out of most scenarios. He will be fine. I was actually really surprised with how good he was at dancing. It's probably my favorite thing that the entirety of this PUBG tournament has shown, is his very unnerving talent at doing it. But we might have a potential crash here already. Afrika Freaks and T1 pretty close by to each other. It looks like Afrika Freaks might be opting to dissipate or kind of, you know, move away from this 2-2 split.
Yeah, that's no surprise. We saw that Afrika Freaks was running a little bit of a split, instead opting to regroup. This is a strong compound as well. You just have to be careful about the hillside slope that comes into it. It provides a couple of egress points, so you got to keep an eye focused back that direction. Whenever we're looking at the area around Azahar, it's predominantly going to be what we sometimes call like the Death Star Trench, that big, deep road that cuts directly from east to west out of it. That's going to be like a line of demarcation. Oh, nice shots coming out from Besto to get down onto Shinboy. Going to go ahead and pick up that flush. That's a little bit rough for our last week winners, already losing one very early.
Okay. That's, again, this is something I have to keep reminding myself. Kills don't equate to much. I think there was a wonderful stat that one of the most top fragging players so far has barely made it through to a weekly final. So, again, at this point, you want to keep those four alive, play for good circle positioning, and kind of play out from that point. And again, this does mean that, circle positioning does sit pretty favorably. Again, looking at who's in the better spots right now is, I'd say, Petrichor Road, Afrika Freaks in a pretty decent position, Multi-Circle Gaming. Anyone kind of sitting around El Azahar right now is going to be pretty much slap bang center, but we've already seen these hard shifts coming in. I'm not going to read too heavily into it just yet. So, as said, this should be a pretty fair circle for most teams. I don't think too many should lose life. There's plenty of rotation routes towards the northern side if they do want to go on those wide swings that I think we're seeing like Day Trade go for, Ents go for, Na'Vi, of course, just slotting back in. Absolutely no worries on that. And Liquid slowly but surely joining as well. So vast majority of teams are already within the circle. There's Day Trade, just taking the scenic route, just enjoying the outskirts, having a little look around. It doesn't get much playtime out here, so why not enjoy yourself? Have a little look through. But as said, keep eyes towards that. Actually saying that, Zenith, Meta, and Multi-Circle Gaming getting relatively close by, and even then you saw Petrichor Road happy to pop a shot from a fair cracker distance.
Yeah, there's a couple of small skirmishes that are starting to break out. Looks like Jin Ji has a tail end member in Loki that's staying back and harassing Team Liquid as they're trying to approach the circle. A couple of small movements here and there. You can see Tig getting spray back over towards shots on to Lin Shun from Tiemba. Well, it happened the exact same time as we saw Shinboy go down. But yeah, I have to follow up on what you're talking about, Pansy. There's plenty of territory. There's so many dips and little cubbies and trenches that you can play inside the circle and use it to rotate, as you can see what Loki's doing right now. Sure, you catch a little bit of airtime as you're going through there, but there's enough like easy passes until we see, like, I would say circle 3 or potentially like a very dire hard shift. Everything's going to be pretty calm for right now. It's just a matter of what happens when this next circle updates.
Hey, it's centered up. No problem again for most teams, and when you play those outskirts and you play those longer rotations, this is always going to be a potential factor, is that you get kind of screwed on this. I want to look at how Liquid approach. I don't worry too much about Ents. I feel this is stylistically still something they're very used to. Day Trade a little. Oath are in a bit of a tricky spot. Infantry as well. Petrichor Road are still in this 2-2 kind of across that road that leads kind of east to west or west to east around kind of El Azahar, so they could be getting a little bit of scrap in this, a little bit of a fight, because a lot of teams are compressing towards this area and they're still holding a pretty wide split, so could be a potential problem for them if they don't adjust. And there it is, already Sparking's found long, and that's a bit of an issue. If you want to hold these wider splits, you got to be quick when you want to be moving, because teams are instantly encroaching towards this area.
There is a little bit of a mess starting to happen down here towards the south. Traffic jam starting to build up as we've got T1, Afrika Freaks, Infantry, Oath, all approaching on a similar angle. Akari gets his spray back over towards Star-Lord. Going to go ahead and flush that one out pretty quickly. T1 playing on the closer part to Azahar, so that means the fact that it's all the other teams that are starting to encroach back over towards their direction. With a couple of firefights kind of breaking out, you can see it stalled Infantry and forced them to retreat back to the south, where Oath is now starting to position. Nine's already in a position around this location, trying to feed over a little bit of information towards his teammate, but it looks like these two teams are too close and have no escape variables, so they're going to have to try to find some way to fight this one out, or at least a way to hide and get some distance from each other.
Yeah, my eyes go towards Longsker and 9. I mean, we know they can be damage dealers, but Oath are trying to get a little closer. I want to see what Snakers does. It could be a good kind of indication of their intentions. For now, it looks like pulling up the car, kind of taking their time to just even this out. And Petrichor Road did lose long. We saw that earlier when they were being kind of crunched in. They seem to have been able to get all of their 3 players back into this, but I think there's a gift coming up for you guys at home because you've been so well behaved, you know, you've been so nice to us. Get your promo code right now. Just going to call it out. Make sure you get that, pop it in game, get all your goodies, get yourself locked in. And why not? Everyone likes free stuff. Back to the game, however, we have to look at the north-south divide that's starting to begin, I'd say, on this circle. You have, I'd say, still predominant teams going for that northern portion if they get the option. But we are starting to lose out on some of these compounds. There is still plenty available, but if that hard shift comes in, that could be the lobby killer, right? Like, that's the one that's going to just cull half of these teams. Outside of that, though, a couple of those outskirt teams working through, and Ents were one of them. Now, Sonics are actually in a pretty good spot to see this. I don't think Ents have any idea, and Diggory, oh, dearie me, just gets caught in the heels and put in the dumpster. Absolutely no chicken strips for you today, Diggory. Nade comes out. Does it bounce well enough? That's a belter of a nade.
Whew, there is not much you can do about that when Diggory is just down and dusted. That this Squeaky's going to have to reposition, try to get a little bit more vision on this. Sonic's running a run-and-gun strategy. Remember, they had kind of a rough rotation coming in here and kind of had to all stack up together, but that seems to be favoring them right now. That's just putting all the firepower right up next to each other, and they're just taking it out on whoever is next to them. But yeah, I 100% agree, Pansy. It's going to come down to how these circle shifts come into play. We're seeing a really big, I guess, dividing situation that's coming in between the north and south, and that's always to be expected with the trench coming into play. It's just going to be a matter of how does this circle squeeze everybody? Is it going to go towards the north? Is it going to go towards Azahar? Back over towards the south? There's a lot of big, dangerous areas that you can play around, and moving back over towards Azahar means that teams now might have to start making the option. Do we go back down into the city? Nobody wants to do that, but when you look back over towards the north, there's far less options and little dips to play than back over towards the southern part of the circle.
You're spot on. I mean, look at the playable area that's just kind of west of Azahar. It's pretty barren. You don't have many hard compounds. You've got a few. I mean, Petrichor Road is in one of them. Tiamba playing the edge of the city. Yes, the city can be played, but it's far from perfect. You pretty much can't leave once you enter, but hey, you got to make your choices here. Now, the south could definitely house a couple of teams, but you know death could await as soon as it shifts even center. You could be done for because that road becomes the death run, and here we are, looking in on towards the south. Infantry trying to dive past a Freaks who are pretty happy in this compound. They've had a couple of little scraps, and they definitely want to ensure that nobody comes in here. So peacocking galore, just ensuring that no one's considering that for even a second. But I want to keep my eyes on the north. Looking at the likes of Gen G, Liquid, Na'Vi, how do they fare trying to enter into the circle? And saying that, infantry now continue further forward, and they're in trouble. That's a spray and a half. And already you can see everyone piling into this. As soon as they struggle to get up that ridge line, you know, T1, Meta, all piling into this. They're just sitting targets at this point.
Once you commit to trying to cross that trench, you can see how just absolutely detrimental it is. Doesn't matter the vehicle, unless maybe a motorcycle might cut you through fast enough. But we have T1 that's holding down Azahar right along the edge. So they can take shots at anybody that's approaching from one side. You're going to have Meta on the other side of it. Liquid trying to make their rotation as well, trying to send it a little bit closer back over towards center. Multi-Circle Gaming taking the shots at them, but looks like they've got their eyes set back over towards where Petrichor Road is playing at. So, oh, James gets a little bit of a flip going through at a very troublesome time. Infantry is going to get vision onto this as well, and now Team Liquid is just circling through the wide open territory that you were just talking about. There's not a lot of options. Looks like Mixie is just going to opt into sending it straight up next to infantry, and that could be a huge problem.
They've got nowhere to go. Mexi looks dead in the water, just a turtle turned over, finally rights himself, but that spray is good from Longsker, providing some true accuracy. And this has to be a pull-up now. Liquid going to be culled down on the way through, though. That's 2 massive kills. Nine's made light work of them, and Liquid, I guess, clutching at straws for this rotation. The first to re-fall foul to this circle after having maybe grander plans than they could really pull off, trying to send right in towards infantry past Petrichor Road. It's been the death of them.
There's just so much dead space inside the circle around Petrichor, and they have so much vision. And on top of that, now they've got infantry that's providing an overwatch situation on the hillside just above them. That means the fact that anybody that moves through this territory is not dealing with one team with very clear firing lines. They're dealing with 2 teams. So if we see anybody having to rotate in from around the north, that is going to be a huge, huge problem for them. New Circle is about to update, and you can see a couple of small skirmishes going on, but it's going to continue to go back over towards Petrichor, infantry, and Meta's positioning. Teams back over towards the south, such as DA, you can see starting to cross already. Oath might have a little bit of an angle that they can play with, but it's all about who moves first and early to get into a decent position and can avoid the weathering gunfire that is just going to absolutely decimate people from the high ground positions.
DA. I mean, they're trying it. Liquid didn't have much luck. They found a little shack to pull up to, but they have just lost Mert. That's to a Freak of Freaks. A little bit of suppressing fire actually helps out from Gen G more than anyone, but a Freak of Freaks still 100% zoned in on trying to punish DA. Daytrade might try to make a mad dash. They might be able to pull up on this, to be fair. Not too many people yet in towards that city, or what's left of it. Belfrost seems to hate Snakers, so knocks him, why not? I mean, it's your own teammate. You gotta take your emotions out somewhere. And Daytrade have pulled up. Now, they will have to kind of shuffle in a little bit, but they should be okay. Metralius, as we saw, Freak Freaks were absolutely hounding DA, and they really have not let up. So this is looking pretty poor for DA, and they're being kept alive pretty much by the smokes. Now, Gen G did have vision on this, but knowing that this fight goes down, it might be time for them to try and work towards a circle, because I've got to say it, this circle could be the death of a lot of teams. I'm looking at Zenith, Na'Vi, Multi-Circle Gaming, Gen G, none of them particularly safe. And throw in the likes of Sonics, for example. Still, this is a very tricky circle to play in on.
I mean, you have a couple of teams that are probably going to die trying to rotate in, or at least taking a couple of casualties. But the next circle is just going to be destruction. There are so few options at this stage. You can see DA is just trying to do anything they can to cling to life, and a little bit of a dip they found. T1's trying to hold up some type of defense, but it is a quick back and forth between them and Daytrade. Daytrade is still just continuing to try to get as much control over this as they can. Keep in mind, Tiemba is just north of this positioning as well, so it's a very back and forth fight to try to avoid Tiemba's lines of sight. Meanwhile, Infantry could see something that's going on, but back over towards the south, Sonics hears this, is moving to a little bit more of a advantageous position to where they can try to capitalize off of whoever wins it. Adder trying to find some type of angle to get some vengeance back over towards Daytrade, but just cannot seem to find anything in this back and forth urban fight.
Now, this is still a rough one to find a conclusion to, and as an EU fan, I mean, Dead Again and Team Lobby just breaking my heart. All right, first two teams out, guys, come on. Hard circles, all right, hard circles. Na'Vi's still holding the line, and it's been kind of cracked a little by Evil Lee. We've already seen that Evil Lee can do some big damage. Multi-Circle Gaming feeling like a hot and cold team to me sometimes. They can look absolutely formidable, but other times slightly fade away under the pressure. But now Besto's got a bit of a beat on them, and Na'Vi have been pretty underwhelming so far as a collective, but we know they are the sleeping giants as it stands. They are still a dangerous team, and they currently have, I'd say, better position until you account for Gen G. Appearing on the back lines, do they overextend for this, or do Gen G hold and wait to pick up those scraps?
Oh, Miramar and the third parties that they constantly bring. Good peek back over here from Summer. Picks up two. Gets a little bit of assistance off the side of it from Ling Du. But this is a problem for Na'Vi. There is nowhere to go, and they get instantly dropped. Multi-Circle Gaming does get control back over towards the north, but Gen G and now Oath back over towards the south. Does this look like they might be trying to make a little bit of a play as well? Gen G trying to capitalize, trying to find the angle through the smokes. Not going to get anything just quite yet, but that is going to force Gen G to maybe reposition away, as Multi-Circle Gaming is having to just dodge grenade upon grenade that lands down at their feet.
Gen G, though, need to be really smart and careful about this. Easier said than done, of course, but they're about to be pinched in. Some of those teams in the south have to make a last-ditch attempt to get across the road. So a Freak of Freaks, and you're seeing, oh, they're all pouring towards this. Gen G have disengaged with MCG to turn around and bolster over towards this side, because they know they're going to have pressure already. Oath have the nades out. You're seeing that pressure starting to mount. Gen G decide to build that defense. Walls go up. Molotovs start being put down there, trying to make sure they have some safety, but they are surrounded on two fronts. And you can see they're just in this ditch. They've got a shack to work with. That's pretty dangerous. Gen G are in trouble here. For now, they stay safe because Oath have yet to encroach towards that side. They have a one-sided fight as it stands with the Freak of Freaks, who are all a little, you know, hesitant to commit. But if Pat Caps has a look over, it could be game on. However, in the back lines, we are seeing Sparking, finding some of Sonics. I think Sonics are down to maybe just Mime now. I'm not too sure if they have someone else alive, as Shrimsy and the man, sadly, couldn't quite put his dancing shoes on today. Tiggleton did very well early on, but did slightly suffer. But that western side is getting my attention here, Matrim. This is looking like it's a powder keg waiting to explode.
Yeah, it's so hazardous. These teams, you can see, keep trying to go up and trying to find some type of peak angle, but nobody wants to crest these hillsides, because once they do, there could be somebody just on the other side of the hill also waiting to try to do the same thing. Meanwhile, Daytrade playing it very aggressive, coming out of Azahar, just walking right up on top of infantry, trying to make sure that they find some good approach into this. Tiemba's on the other side of the hillside and cannot get anything to work. Infantry is starting to retreat from this point, going back down into the dip, but that could cause its own problems. That just means that blind nades over the top of this could be absolutely catastrophe for infantry as they move forward. Day Trade, though, is just starting to frag out across this hillside. Do note the fact that Ince is just up to the north of this and trying to get a little bit of harassment back over towards infantry as well.
All right, there goes Mimes to the last one to fall from Sonics as well. It's a bad day to be an EU or an NA fan, apparently, as, yeah, Rustamar's just gone down as well. The Finn falls. However, there's still a little life in them. Tixu and I think Squeaky are still around. But if they try and move forward, that might be a similar situation. Now, this battle's not coming to a conclusion fast enough to allow Ents to get away from the pressure, but you are seeing a little bit of those screws being turned there. Day Trade seem to walk away, at least for now, the victor. I think they've got one knocked, so if they get them back on their feet, they can stabilize. And Petrichor Road are just playing this real quiet, but we're starting to see that battle out towards the west. Multi-Circle Gaming, Gen G, Afrika Freaks, Oath, they are all there. You're seeing the Molotovs come in. We already noted them earlier on, but now a couple left in the pockets. And there's Afrika Freaks peeking that ridgeline. The death of Gen G potentially awaits, unless they do something about this. But just purely by position, they are in such a dire scenario, just locked into this one little divot on that western side. I'm looking at infantry in the vehicles, maybe adjusting around towards Petrichor Road. I'm seeing Zenith as well, fighting for center circle. But these boys on the outskirts just fighting to survive. Rello with a lovely shot towards Hansia. But now the trade comes out on this side from Multi-Circle Gaming towards Gen G. So now I think Gen G are down to just Pio, and Pio's positioning is always paramount, but now he's on the run. He's trying to make it away, and did they not notice him? Did they just not see him in the vehicle? But now Summer is just left scratching his head going, wait, there was someone in the back of that? All right, no worries. I'll turn around and try and get this done, and Tank helps him out. And we are seeing these western sides being worked away at.
There's not a lot of options for the Western teams. Finally getting a little bit of distance away from each other. You can see Gen G just opted into sending it back over towards the south. We still have the fight that's going on as Meta now finally has to leave the gas station, work their way up the hillside that Day Trade's just been trying to get dominant control over. Afrika Freaks starting to look back this direction as well to see if maybe they can get something out of it. Wicked's going to say, nah, you go back over there. We don't want to deal with you right now. So Afrika Freaks kind of caught up, having to contend in between Meta and Oath. Oath has to make the option. Do they continue to play this aggressive, which is how they originally came in, but then stalled out? Oath is now trying to figure out, okay, do we play this back over towards the Afrika Freaks, or do we rotate back over towards the north? Because Meta is slowly and steadily climbing through this, and they keep finding kill upon kill, and Pat tries to go for the play off of it, but gets instantly dropped. Relo has to retreat from this. Not a lot of options for him to work with. Looks like he's just going to be trying to creep into the zone. He's got to leave his teammate behind. That blue zone is chunking, and it's just a motorcycle sin. I wouldn't be surprised if he stops here in just a second, sees a crate out, maybe tries to get something out of it, give him some resources to survive for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Afrika Freaks looks like they're opting to make the play back over towards Meta.
Multi-Circle Gaming as well switched up in towards the north, and they're punishing Zenith for this. They were on the receiving end of most of this, and Zenith looking worse for wear. Multi-Circle Gaming backing in towards 10 kills, and Zenith going down. Big adjustment, big rotation from Multi-Circle Gaming to throw themselves in towards pretty much a powerful position. Afrika Freaks on the receiving end of a boatload of damage as Meta looking to just close in on this. Great nades coming out, and already a couple of big performances. You can see up above they have such potential. Sparky on the low ground tries to come around, but now he's got 3 players. EG's found him. Oh no, Sparky's dead. This is a disaster. Not good enough for Meta, not clean enough, and you've only got one left standing. As now everyone piles on in. We are losing most of those teams on the extremities now.
Day Trade has just been up in this high ground point, harassing everyone. Meta tries to make something work out of it, but they're just going to have to walk away from that position. Remember, all those kills they stacked up do not matter in this. It's all about the chicken dinner. Day Trade sitting at 9, just 1 member up, and a lot of casualties for these very aggressive teams back over towards the south, west, and east. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road just chilling, letting everything happen around them right now, but they have to be careful. They're starting to get a couple of teams that are aggressing towards them. You can see Multi-Circle Gaming getting pretty close. Infantry somehow has survived this. We saw them under a lot of duress in the earlier sections of this round, but they do have themselves a pretty centralized location right now. Just opting into the tried and true strategy, take a couple of vehicles, stack them together. If there's no cover, just make your own.
It's worked, and we've had to see teams working with less, so as it stands, 5 teams remain. And I've got to say, Petrichor Road, if Long was still with them, I'd say a firm favorite here. Multi-Circle Gaming getting all their 4 players back up and maintaining position in the north has really thrown them into a huge power position. Previous to now, they were locked out towards that west, dealing with that kind of Gen G battle, that I think it was Oath battle, a couple of other teams down that way. And as said, it kind of culled most of the teams, but Multi-Circle Gaming decided to disengage, hit that rotation to the north, and it paid dividends. Look at them now. However, the problem is that Petrichor Road do have a wonderful position with these compounds. They are still in a really firm spot here. Infantry have been kind of living in their shadow, and you're going to see Day Trade trying to make it in from the south. Now, when I say Day Trade, it is just one of them. And there's Mamu waiting on the other side. One of the most efficient killers in the lobby. I'm amazed he's made it up this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's good play on him. He threw out a couple of smokes to give him time to speed up and make his approach, but Petrichor, you've got to hold down this territory. You can't keep letting team upon team get this close to you. Sure, it's not the cleanest sight lines that direction, and there are only 3 of them, but you can see how many teams have just managed to find some sneaky way to crawl right up next to them and make their life just that more hazardous. With this compound having these slight hills around it, Petrichor isn't in the center anymore. They're pretty close to it, yeah, but now they've got a lot of teams that have potential gatekeeping placements that they can kind of take out and really harass Petrichor Road if they do have to move. We do have a couple of spattering solos that are hiding out in different places. Relo's still somehow alive for Othoff over here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to have a little bit of trouble, as the circle's most likely going to move away from him at some point, and there's not a lot of good safety positions to play. Actually, 4 Relo is the only one not inside the circle.
Now let's talk about the positioning on the circle and the center point. The one issue for Petrichor Road is, one, yes, they are down to 3, but leaving this compound, there is that runoff. So they don't have full vision on someone like Multi-Circle Gaming, nor Infantry, who've been able to live in this kind of ditch that runs around, almost like a moat around the castle. They get to live kind of happily here, question mark. But Petrichor Road don't have full vision, so if they have to leave this compound, which center point might force them to at one point, this could get a little sketchy. This still plays really well for Multi-Circle Gaming, I feel, if they can cleanly deal with the likes of Infantry. If they get a bit too close, maybe a little bit of peacocking could help. It looks like they're going to send a couple of cautionary nades saying, look, boys, back it up. 9. Yeah, see what we did to those cars? Could have been you. So just, whee! That car was very keen on getting involved. But for now, Infantry have been kind of put on notice. All right, boys. Multi-Circle Gaming very much here, unafraid to fight, keep in mind. But if they crest that circle, they're in the open, and 9's found 1. Double dips on the peak, but put down to 10 HP. He can't really keep doing this. That goes a little bit of time for someone to back away, and you can see Mamu wants to get involved. There's a chance. Ooh, Flash, lucky to be alive.
I'm just impressed with Multi-Circle Gaming and how they're handling this right now. 9, sure, managing to hold out, gets the knock onto 1, but 11 kills at this stage, and no fearsome Flash! No hesitation from him, still trying to go for it. Relo coming up and doing some damage into the backside of Infantry. Now 9, the last one up. Petrichor Road taking a little bit of casualty off to the side of this. Flash just being a consistent problem with him off to the side of this, and somehow clinging to life. Car flips over. And oh, he does go down to it. So Petrichor Road now looking like they're in a position where they're going to have to start making a play back over towards Multi-Circle Gaming and the last member of Infantry, 9, who is still alive.
Mamu is going to be rezzed, but they are in all kinds of ways. Unless 9 does some serious damage to Multi-Circle Gaming, you've got to feel as though this could be their game. Petrichor Road look a little bit kind of behind the 8 ball on this. I've not been impressed. They've been kind of worked away at. Mamu's overextension, I understand it, but it cost him his life and potentially the power position they could have had. However, look at this high ground. Look at this vision. Oh, that's 1. That could have been 2, but no, he spots out another. Damage, death from above, but they need more than just this. And there we go. He piles on in. This is perfect vision. Multi-Circle Gaming cannot clear on this one. And look at this vision. He's deciding who he wants to kill next.
This is the play that we needed to see coming out from Petrichor Road if they wanted this. They needed to get some type of vantage point to harass these other teams. 9 in a lot of trouble back over on one side of this, but you can see Multi-Circle Gaming starting to cluster together that they know they're going to have to try to make an aggressive play into this and starting to look back over towards that little bit of a wall. Shots are going to be coming up from the high ground, and Petrichor is continuing to punish. Mamu is down off from the other angle for this, but it's going to be a slow and steady push coming up from Multi-Circle Gaming. Mill holding the line, waiting to see if anybody peeks through. It's a back and forth vantage point, but doesn't spot out either one of them. Multi-Circle Gaming realizing the fact that they don't have to push into this, they just have to wait for everybody from Petrichor Road to leave it.
With Mamu down again, this is getting troubling times. Yes, some vision was had, but Multi-Circle Gaming on the correct adjustment. Putting themselves next to the compound, you said it. They're now living in the shadow, sure, but they don't get spotted. So Mill and Axel left are now in a little bit of a spot of bother. They want to get rid of these plays, these parasites, holding onto their side, but how do you get rid of them? These guys have numbers, and if they get past that window, if Mill sees them here, oh, here we go, Molly gets sent in, Mill forced to fight now, swings out on the window, gets tagged up, and now he's outnumbered. He's got guns now everywhere, just staring him down. He's tucked in, praying for safety, but he's picked up by 9 out of nowhere. They decided to ignore him, the one man who was on the outskirts.
Tank, point man for his team, trying to fight this with Drew, but the blue is right at Multi-Circle Gaming's back. 9 is somehow holding this one together. Mill looking back over towards Multi-Circle Gaming, goes for the spray back over towards him, finally gets him down, looks back over on the other angle, and that is a beautiful last-minute pickup coming up from Petrichor Road and clutching it up whenever it mattered in that 1v1. I mean, that was just so back and forth there, Pansy. So fast. I mean, I thought that Petrichor was not going to be able to get that one. We saw Multi-Circle Gaming holding the outside of it, being patient, and then 9 coming alive at the very last second to try to really turn this game on its head. But it's going to be a very sneaky, quick flick between 2 different teams to polish that one off in like half a second.
Well, I'm amazed at that ending already. A couple of regions turning up and looking a little scary considering the top 3 comprised of all of one region there. However, as said, this is big money and that's a way to the weekend more than anything. Petrichor Road, gotta say it, there was a moment where I was touch and go, right? Like, it wasn't just me feeling that. So many different elements came into play where I felt like it could have been snatched away, be it 9 coming out looking scary or Multi-Circle Gaming right to that doorstep. That to me was, I don't want to say a loss waiting to happen, but that's probably not the safest of wins, but you'll take it at this point.
We just saw them playing so passively. That was what I was very concerned with. The amount of teams that managed to like sneak up, get right up next to Petrichor Road, but then you saw them reposition back over into that high ground point, playing up on top of that house. And once they got vision on everything that was going on, you can see they quickly reacted to it, set up a defensive line, and it almost came apart. Let's be real. Multi-Circle Gaming was trying to find some way to harass the members that were inside the houses, inside the defensive lines, but really couldn't quite manage to do it. And then 9 came up at the absolute worst moment for Multi-Circle Gaming.
Yeah, absolute dagger in the back. And I also want to highlight, yes, they didn't win, but I liked how proactive Multi-Circle Gaming were. They were locked out in that Western fight, remember? They were the ones stuck in that really uncomfortable battle with, I think it was a Freak of Freaks, Gen G, a couple of heavy hitters, and they still came out and made those correct rotations, so credit to them for that. The inability to remove the likes of 9, well, it could have cost them this. But, as it stands, first team to make their way through is Petrichor Road, who've been an interesting team for me. I definitely didn't have my eyes on them at the start, but there's been a couple of games where they've fragged out and looked formidable. Their rotations are good. They're a solid team to make it through. But we said it earlier, Matrim, this doesn't necessarily get easier with one team going through. I feel as though this almost gets harder. You have some really big teams waiting in the wings just to join this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. Petrichor tends to play a little bit more on the passive side and then come alive in the late game. And that's kind of what you want to do with the winner chicken dinner format, where it's just about who gets first, right? It's about trying to conserve numbers, trying to play position. If you get a circle, hey, great. But you still have to play it and defend it. And that's what we saw Petrichor do. They didn't want to overcommit to any fight until they knew the fact that they had the advantages. It really changes the risk-reward situation whenever we look at how you play PUBG in this type of format.
It definitely does change it up, and credit to Petrichor Road for maintaining good positioning throughout this. And as soon as the team's ready, we might even get an interview if we're lucky. But as said, they were in a very strong position at the start, but they maintained, they managed it. We've seen plenty of teams having that perfect start, it seems like, but letting it slip, getting crashed, getting split a little too far, overextending. And I will say, for once, eyes on Mamu there. He almost, I don't want to say gave it up, but you could see how much they wanted to remove 9 from that lobby, get him away from there, that pretty dirty angle he was holding, but Mamu almost lost it just to remove that. But outside of that game, we did see plenty of teams looking pretty scary. Now, as said, for the EU fans, it was a rough beginning, losing Liquid, losing DA, but again, every other region is stepping up. So, I'm just getting word, it seems as though the interview is prepared, so we can head down towards that as soon as it's locked in and hear from the team themselves in their winning moment.
PUBG 글로벌 인비테이셔널 S
PUBG
위클리
Global
서바이벌
Invitational
5주차에서
S.
인사드립니다.
And this is our
안녕하세요,
fifth week of weekly
광민선입니다.
survivals.
5주차 첫 번째 매치에서 승리한
And the
팀은
winners
바로
of our
패트리코
first match
로드였는데요.
was
지금 마무
Petrichor
선수가 인터뷰
Road.
준비하고 있습니다.
I'm
바로
here with player
만나볼게요.
Mamu.
니하오.
Yeah.
네, 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
지난 파이널에 진출하셨지만 사실 성적이 그렇게 좋지
So
않았습니다.
you did make it to the weekend
오늘은
finals
서바이벌에서
last
바로
week,
첫
but
번째로
unfortunately the
파이널로
performance wasn't
진출하게
great.
되셨는데요. 어떤 마음가짐으로
But you guys made it to the
오늘
weekly
임하셨을까요?
finals as the first team this week. How did you guys approach the game today?
不太理想，但是这次参赛之后呢，成功吃鸡。你是以什么心态参赛的？
之前打得不好，不代表之后打得不好。我抱着很好的心态还是。
저번에 성적이 좋지 않았다고 해서 오늘 잘 못하는 거를 대표하진 않다고 생각하고요. 오늘 최선을
I
다해서
think
싸웠습니다.
our lack of performance last week didn't really affect our performance today, and we just tried to do our best.
교전에서 거의 중국 팀들만 남았었는데
So towards the end of the match, there were only the Chinese region teams left. Out of all the Chinese region teams, what do you think Petrichor Road specifically played the best?
点是哪一个呢？
今天还好吧？
네, 그냥 전반적으로 괜찮았다고 생각합니다.
I think overall we
이렇게
just
해서
played
위클리
better.
파이널에 2연속 진출하게 되셨습니다. 또 파이널 1위 상금이
So making it
10만 달러에도 도전을 하게
to the
되셨는데요.
weekly finals
팬분들께
2
이번
times in a
파이널
row.
응원해달라고 한마디
Can you just give a shout out to your
即将
fans?
2次连续的参加周决赛，然后呢，即将获得30万美金的奖金，请你跟粉丝们说一句，让他们鼓励你吧。
都为我们加油吧，我们会慢慢努力的。
응원해주시면 최선을 다해서 싸우겠다고 합니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us, and we promise to do our best.
응원을 계속 부탁드리면서 마무 선수도 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your interview, Mamu.
네, 이렇게 해서 5주차 파이널로 첫 번째로 진출한 패트리코 로드 만나봤고요.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Petrichor Road, who drives themselves in to the first spot for the weekly final. It took 7 games last week. This week, it only took 1. Let's hope that this weekend they will finish higher than 14th place. SDK now joins the fray, the dominant team from the redemption rounds earlier this weekend. Martin?
Yeah, and honestly, from this one here, I'm quite sure that MCG is just heartbroken. Petrichor Road, they were in a fantastic situation. They're in a fantastic position. They managed to hold it down for obviously the whole game. They were there for a very long time. It's a strong position as well. This high ground compound here, west of Al-Azhar, you often can get into it for quite for free, especially if you're looting in the area, and then you're able to hold it down for a long time because it's hard to get up onto unless you play extremely close to it late game.
Well, also, I mean, this circle in general is one of the most unforgiving on Miramar, right? We always talk about the Fury Road, and actually this time around, the split was fairly even, right? It's Petrichor and Zenith that were actually positioned up pretty well early on over to the north, but nobody was really able to keep numbers coming in from the south. So it's one of those games that did kind of conclude itself. When it came down to the end game, there was a few scraps, the remnants elsewhere, but I mean, what we're seeing right now is pretty much the story of this game, right? I didn't actually catch it at the time there. Hickory actually knocks EJ. That's a little unfortunate because they do fall momentarily after that. But yeah, like I said, it's got to be tough for MCG here because momentum-wise, these guys look so good through the mid-game.
Yeah, they like 11 kills when there were still like 20 plus people left. They was just fragging out again. Tank doing especially well here. Mill as well, popping off. Yeah, doing tanky things, and yeah, 5-kill win.
Tank bank.
A win is a win, and they had this compound in Circle 1.
Yeah, I just tank things. I think one of my favorite things, I watched a podcast where I think it was Gunner and some of the other coaches were like, we just look forward to not have to play against tank again for a very long time. Give credit where credit is due. Petrichor Road passes Hypoc. That said, Multi-Circle Gaming had 13 kills. There were, I think, 9, Tank, Sparking, and EJ all had 5 kills in terms of player totals. So there was a lot of work put in on this map, and take nothing away from Petrichor. Sometimes you get the circles and defending them can be difficult. But a lot of other teams really went blood, sweat, and tears. Say what?
I said we take those, right? I mean, this is the winner chicken dinner. It doesn't even really matter about the compound curse, right? Low kills doesn't make a difference. And again, I think just talking about the stats briefly, I think that's another byproduct of this circle, right? Yeah. There's always going to be, you know, that kind of circle 4 to 5 transition where everybody has to fight, everybody has to make the same move north.
Yeah, I think, Martin, for me, this kind of, I was talking to Roth, the IGL for Zenith, who won last weekend, about the differences in meta. And something that he said is the meta for the survival week is you either catch 9 and win, or you frag your, we'll say, backside off and try to win that way. And essentially, that's just how the survival tournament works. And then it changes dramatically when you get to the weekly final. If you don't have the 9, if you don't catch 9, is that, I want to say frag out is your only option, but is there another way to play this? Does that day trade system of sneaking in behind the team that caught 9 work very often?
Well, there's 2 super defining metas in PUBG. Obviously, it's play center early and try to get position, and then play edge with your backs free and try to get into good position, play forward. In the winner chicken dinner format, you want to increase your chances of winning, and doing like early splits, spreading out, trying to secure locations that might have net you a higher chance of getting you a win is statistically the better way of getting a win. It won't get you as many points in the grand finals and our weekly finals, but there's a high chance of you getting a win if you're 4 guys alive, if you had a good position from circle 1 and 2. But yeah, obviously you don't want to kind of give that away, because once we get into the weekly finals, it's 65 to 75% of the points coming in, that's from kills. So you don't want to give that away as well. And also, the more enemies you kill, the less opponents is going to be late game, and the more kind of durability the guys are going to be lost.
Absolutely. I also want to ask you this, Hypoc. I know that anything is possible, but there is the reality of the differences in meta that Martin brought up. In this tournament, every weekly final has been vastly different. So it's not like you can prepare for just the same meta in every weekly final. I assume that teams are having trouble with the fact that it's a different 16 teams every time. You've played at this level. Do you think that adds a whole nother, as you would say, spanner into the works?
I definitely think there's an element of that. I think there's some clear examples of some teams kind of just, I mean, they come out in the weekly finals balls to the wall and kind of just play off game, right? They play very reactionary. A couple of the teams that have come in and just thought, yeah, we're gonna, I don't want to necessarily say coast, but yeah, we're gonna come in, do our usual thing. It's the teams that are coming out explosive in the weekly finals that are performing well. And like you said, it's not kind of repeat stories, right? There's no real standout consistent team across the ones even really that have made it there every week. So it is an interesting dynamic. I think Zenith is a perfect example of that, right? They've had a few good weeks in weekly survivals, but every time they've come to the weekly finals, it's kind of been this all or nothing. And this was the all weekend for them.
Absolutely. All right, so we talked a little bit. You know, we'll get to weekly finals when we get to weekly finals. So I want to take this conversation back over towards what just happened in the game we saw, Martin. And MCG, they put in some very good work. This is a team that feels like they've been on a very strong climb for me. What are they doing right? What have you seen this team sort of evolve into that's making them so strong right now?
Right, so for me, both in terms of rotation and position, they're just making decisions that put them into great spots, and they manage to keep their players alive. They manage to put out, like, their output is so high in terms of damage, in terms of impact, that they force other teams to kind of stay low. They are the teams aggressing. They're the teams kind of taking over and making the decision and determining the fight. And then their terrain knowledge is just on point. Like, they know exactly where they can play, in what situations, in what circles. Like, these guys have so much terrain knowledge. Honestly, that's one of the most important things in PUBG is obviously terrain knowledge. So where you're able to play in what situations, when can you have your back free, where's your angles, and where can they put damage out.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, they've been great as you talk about MCG, but we just saw 2 teams, Hypoc. You're seeing Digital Athletics on the flyover right next to Shoot to Kill. These were the 2 teams that sort of came out of the last round throwing punches, but a very different story. STK dominated Redemption. Digital Athletics almost won the weekly final. Take your pick and talk to me about them.
I'll take SDK. I think actually, you know, looking back at their previous weekly survival performance, I do agree with the statement Gunnar made, which is, you know, they played some of the best PUBG that they have, and they really demonstrated that consistency doesn't equate to anything in the survival, right? But they come across to the bottom 16. They kind of have it's almost like the trial by fire for Pentalol, right? They come back in now that they've obviously found some sort of form. I mean, it was pretty much the phase down one and SDK show, right? So no slouches at all in the bottom 16 lobby. I think now SDK is a team of momentum, so they can bring that back to the survival. I actually don't want to see them go through early. I want to see them play a few games out. I want to see them get a better feel now, arguably in the tougher, inverted commas, lobby, and then really convert that success to the finals.
Could not agree more, and I look forward to that. I think something that I've heard the coaches talking about that sums it up for SDK is they asked Gunnar, what'd you do during the week off? And it sounds like they stayed together. They went to movies together. They trained together. They scrimmed together. They do everything together. Let's see if they can work together to advance to the weekly final as they get into their first game, and we get into our second, powered by Zowie Perrier, and of course, Intel. Guys, it is time as we head to Erangel. Let's get it underway with Matrim and Pansy.
Thank you so much. And yes, just that reminder, this is of course presented by Intel, and it's a pleasure to be bringing you onto those grassy fields of Erangel, starting out towards the northwest, heading southeast. I'd say probably aside from anyone fancying a bit of Stalber or Kabeshki, this is a pretty decent little playing path. Everyone's going to have their bit of play. And of course, we have to consider we have another team thrown into the mix now, another one added through. Shoot to kill come into the lobby, and it's time to keep your eyes trained on what they can achieve from this. I'm not too sure myself, because already we've seen some big teams come out and put up some performances, and a lot of names waiting for their chance to prove themselves here.
The format is kind of interesting, especially if you're a team coming in from the bottom 16. You want to come in, you want to frag out, you want to prove the fact that you didn't belong down in the bottom 16 and qualify as fast as possible. But whenever you're looking at the winner chicken dinner system, it's not like that. You kind of need to pump the brakes, approach it very strategically, and be playing for, most notably, the late game. That's where you need to be doing all of your big plays at. So it's kind of interesting a lot of times that these teams will come in, be wanting to make a statement, but really have to just yank back on the reins and go, okay, let's slow it down. Let's make sure that we come in methodical, because by God, when you get a military base circle, you got to be methodical. Oath, very happy right now. Every other team probably cussing a little bit.
Just a little. I'm pretty sure Gen.G are just going to bounce straight across that eastern bridge, get across, get maybe a prime position. They could sit towards maybe Novo if they want to. Probably not going to go as far as going towards a military base itself, purely because they'll know a team drops down here. They drop towards kind of Milta Town-ish, very close to Afrika Freaks. Let's have a look at what these teams do. Anyone else opting to move very early? Some of the teams that might be doing that are kind of locked in. This is a very, you know, only one team goes to the military island out of this drop pack, at least for now. We aren't seeing a couple of those other teams that might flex towards it. So it's a pretty rough rotation route through this. If you decide you want to go early, there's going to be a lot of teams hanging around. And there's Gen.G, one of the first teams to make it across on that eastern bridge, just deciding to disconnect away from Milta and opt for that hit as quick as possible. Infantry deciding the western bridge will be for them. Going to head on through, maybe sit towards very strong compounds on that western side if they fancy it. I don't know how much loot they've got. I'm seeing a level 1 vest, but also a barrel, so I mean, you're pretty much good to go. But they will get to kind of supplement that loot as much as they want, depending on how long they want to sit around here. I'd say it's a pretty fair late game spot, but this circle is a little bit more towards the east, kind of centralizing between the military compounds itself and that radio tower. So it can shift this way for sure, but I want to see what infantry opt to go towards. Again, we've seen a lot of teams that have gotten that beginning do very well late game.
The analyst desk hit on something really interesting this weekend whenever they were talking about stuff. This is a circle that we would normally see maybe an attempt at a bridge camp on, either the west or the east, one of the two. But with the drive-by meta, bridge camps are a little bit more scary than they used to be. Like, usually whenever you hold down, you kind of like set up one member pretty close to the bridge, one on high ground back away from it, and other two members, depending on which bridge that you're kind of camping on, in a secondary catch position. Like the first one takes a couple of shots, and the other two are supposed to take the long range shot, or the follow-up shots at it, and then the guy at high ground gets the polishing shots to get the downs. Whenever you hold in a defensive line like that in the drive-by meta, you are setting yourself up to potentially like be destroyed if it goes wrong. So you're seeing a lot of teams not wanting to lean into any form of bridge camping right now, and instead leaning into a little bit more of a more firm defense strategy, kind of abandoning that. Maybe they'll set up somewhere to try to catch somebody if they rotate by them instead, as it's just a little bit more of a safe position to play rather than just having a car roll by, somebody seat swap on you, and suddenly you've lost 2 of your members.
I look, I'm 100% with you, and I'd say it's more viable towards the weekend, just because at least then the kills equate to points. For now, as we highlighted, it's a matter of survival. So you can frag out doing bridge camping if maybe you can convert against things like the drive-by, which has become so on meta. Speaking of course, heading across that eastern bridge. Similar time as multi-circle gaming, so it could be a bit of a scrap towards this. It looks like Lingdu will get there, I say first, but he will be in basically a 1v4 if he decides to stick around. I don't know if he's been called or seen this, but he's going to be in a spot of bother. He's only in a little buggy, and they're all going to be driving past. Here we go. Let's see that drive-by meta in action. No hesitation to go for this, and already Lingdu just deciding to bail out. Now, for meta, I'd say the better option is just to continue going. There's no real benefit to fighting here. You may get 4 kills. Let's say best scenario, you get 4 kills clean, you move on. But by that point, maybe the next team's coming down. And again, none of those points really mean anything coming off the back of those kills because they don't equate to points during the week. You want to survive. You want that strong position to defend from. You want to be predicting that circle. So, for now, Meta make their way through. They'll be going towards Oath and Gen G, some of the first teams that were on towards the island. Infantry have gone a little further south.
Yeah, and this has kind of set up a peculiar situation. Whenever we're looking at how the fortifications have started to line up, Gen G has the high ground. They're really just trying to supervise over what's going on. You can see that Relo has also positioned back over towards, I'll pretty separate out away from the rest of the other members of Oath. No surprise on a circle like this, we're starting to see a lot of Navy come into play. They trade back over towards the west. It's going to be Puchus that's already got a little bit of a foothold for the rest of the team to go ahead and make landfall at. Meanwhile, back over towards the east, it's going to be a Freak of Freaks, and it's going to be Hikari that's kind of leading the way. You can see him way up there past the rock, kind of scouting out, making sure the fact that he can find a good position for his team to play from. The other side of this, oh, the old tried and true lighthouse. Man, it's been a while since I've seen teams kind of come over here, hold down this position. Usually you see them kind of lean back more over towards the west, playing that side of it. But do note that DA is going to be a little bit back behind this and have a touch of vision on the positioning for it. But it's all about scouting and trying to figure out how you're going to approach this at the time. There's a little bit of a problem, though, whenever you're playing this slowly as DA is doing. You're going to end up having a lot of teams that get a move into position for you. You can see T1 already came up, scouted it out, rotating in. Back behind this, Tianba is going to be coming in, depending on how they stall out. So Digital Athletics is kind of taken a number, for lack of a better term, and is letting a line of people go in front of them. And that means spot upon spot that's going to go ahead and be taken away from them. And that means the fact that they're going to have to be playing much more reactionary when they rotate in. Shoot to Kill and Ince, on the other hand, though, absolutely no pressure to come into the circle at the time, coming in very slow, wanting to make sure that they get fully looted up. And we often see this be a strategy on military-based circles. Let people go ahead and fight it out early stages. Don't really come in until you just absolutely have to. Usually at that point, most of the bridge camps have already collapsed or people have gotten bored and they decide to leave. So just kind of come in right alongside the blue. It takes a firm commitment to it, but Aqua 5 rolling right up back behind H-Win, trying to go for the spray onto him, but not going to connect.
No, and hopefully I'm back. There's a couple of internet gremlins out there, and hey, it's not even my fault, all right? It's not even me for once, I promise you. But good memes in chat, I appreciate it. Pansy has been knocked, hee, safe res. Very funny, I appreciate it.
I mean, to be fair, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, look, they've been doing some work, all right? Like, I'll give you some credit. Chat's getting funnier by the second. I'll just have a slight panic every time my, feed freezes. It's fine, we're good, we're okay. For now, have to have a little look. It seems as though now my mic is having problems. Do you know what? Things are just going well now. Hopefully for Liquid here, they have a better chance than potentially I do as it stands.
Well, you can see the risk in trying to set up these bridge camps. Tank being in one of the forefront positions for this one. Multi-Circle Gaming not managing to get really anything out of that one. The quick shift back over towards the east is going to be how Liquid opts into playing this one. Then just going to be able to roll back over, pick up their teammates. I like how Jeems just opts into abandoning, moves back over, jumps off the bridge, deals like he doesn't want to have to deal with anything with it. Liquid's going to rotate through, and do note the fact that teams have already rotated away from Novo, so they should have a pretty friendly rotation. Next team that they could potentially come across naturally is going to be High Ground Gen G, and then after that, a Freak of Freaks, who's already made landfall back over towards the east.
Yeah, hopefully all the issues get resolved. Keep giving us your feedback, of course. I'd hate to see this marred by a couple of issues, but it does seem as though Na'Vi are making their way through, and Zenith not too far behind. I'm sure the last team across will be Ents, who dropped towards, I think, Zaki at this point. So, bit of a long road for them, but nothing that Ents aren't too worried about. I'm going to hit a quick reconnect. Hopefully you can enjoy casting alone for a second.
I gotcha. So with this, Ints is going to be coming in right back behind this. We can see that a couple of teams are already trying to get into positions. Na'Vi is going to go ahead and roll by. Tiemba does have vision on it, but not going to opt into taking shots. Sometimes you can see that there's a favorable situation or way to play this. Go ahead, herd teams away from you. Just get the information to figure out how they're going to go. The other side of this, though, Shoot to Kill is going to be making an approach back over towards where we saw Multi-Circle Gaming holding down their little bit of a defensive line earlier. And on the western bridge, it's going to be Zenith and Ints rolling across the bridge at almost the exact same time. Zenith with a little bit of a faster track onto it. So Ints going to be rolling in, eating a little bit of blue damage. It is an early circle, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Real question is going to come into play is how does the circle favor them? A lot of teams already inside of vehicles expecting something pretty detrimental. And yes, a shift back over right on top of Gen G and the radio tower is going to be problematic for a lot of our Western teams, but that just starts the migration phase. Ints and going to be coming in back behind this with Zenith. Very happy that they're inside of vehicles, so they can just continue to roll on ahead. Tienba, T1, Na'Vi back over towards the south. DA, Sonics, Infantry, and Day Trade, all already inside of vehicles. While you can see Shoot to Kill rolling through. It is just vehicle upon vehicle rolling along the southern area. Everybody trying to get an opted path back over towards the roads. And remember, drive-by meta is strong, but also Gen G has complete oversight. And everybody that's moving through these positions. Infantry trying to go rolling through here. Day Trade picks up one. Make it to, well, nope, just a quick flush onto that one. Sorry about that. So Infantry still trying to roll through. Longster's going to be rolling right by Pooch's on near on no life. Rolling down the hillside. Day Trade now sets their sights back over towards DA. Doesn't get the down onto one, but it is just a run of ducks rolling right by the positioning. Day Trade opted into stopping, trying to go for kills, but are very quickly finding themselves surrounded by a lot of different teams that are being forced to stop. Meta playing back over towards the north of Day Trade. That has really helped setting up this kill box. Really trying to establish a death front here that nobody can move through, but it's going to be the reposition from DA back over towards the south that is really harassing Day Trade and stopping them from getting too much out of this.
Yeah, and again, let me know if everything's messed up or if it's working fine, but it does look like DA are going to head out of there, try and readjust. You're right, they're under so much pressure from a highly aggressive Day Trade. Now, Na'Vi going to sit between this. Everyone getting towards that south side of the radio tower is now going to be pretty compressed and pretty compacted. This is the first time we've seen it, well, not the first, but one of the few times we've seen it move towards the east. And it looks like Sonic's Na'Vi are getting into a bit of a scrap.
Ooh, nice grenade to go ahead and take down one. Mime peeking back over into this. Besto trying to find the angle back over towards H-Win. Not going to connect just quite yet. Mime playing the defense over here for this tossing grenade back over, but it's going to be Tab that spots him out. Good headshot to connect onto him to get down onto it. Tiggleton back over here with H-Win. The last two members continuing to try to harass onto this, but new note, Zenith is going to be back behind this, providing a secondary firing line back over towards Na'Vi's positioning. Meta doesn't have the best division back over here towards it, and Oath does not either, so it's kind of its own little contained fight. And most of the other teams have kind of calmed down for it right now, so it's bought a little bit more time and, I guess, chill happening inside the circle as everybody was very nervous making their approach inside the zone. Ints being one of the last ones that really just need to find some type of foothold, but they can kind of bounce forward just a little bit more, and there's like a dip or two that they can play in front of them.
Well, because you guys have been doing tech support in chat, you're going to be treated to a code. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the, tech work, all of you out there. The second res has come in. I am going to be bleeding out pretty quick if I go down again, but for now we are good to go, apparently. Gen G at the top of the tower, but for you guys at home, grab the code while it's on your screen, and you should be good to go. Pop it in-game and get all the goodies available to you. Ents, look, if you've ever seen Ents for a long time around, the Finns will take their time. They'll eventually get to the circle when they please. They just slowly work in. They'll play that edge game until the cows come home. They have no problem doing as such, and I normally never worry about them just because of that. It does seem to be something I've just come to grow up accustomed to. However, for now, Circle seeming to adjust, and it's going pretty close to those rocks.
Yeah, with the circle set up, no big surprise. Trying to get rid of as much water as possible. it's going to be our Western teams that are going to have the most struggles to deal with. Ints already on a little bit of a roll, going to opt into making a similar path that we saw earlier where a lot of teams were struggling at. Going to be rolling right next to Day Trade, Meta, and that Na'Vi line that you can see. Rusted Mar leading the way back over along the Day Trade point. Looks like it's going to be no clear sight lines just quite yet. I think that Day Trade stepped back away from this one. Finally, Nuren's finding a little bit of an angle, but it's not going to be enough to really do that much just quite yet. Finally connects with a good shot back over towards Tiksu. But we're going to be continuing rolling through. Ints just kind of getting away with this right now. Finally getting a little bit of damage come back over towards him. Ints keeps rolling through the hillside. Oh,
yeah,
we'll get you back.
hold
I
on,
didn't know. Okay.
It seems like it. I'm back for now. Who knows? As said, seems that chat's paying more attention than anyone else. Multi-Circle Gaming catching a little bit of a glimpse towards T1, getting the knock towards that. And this is just going to be a bloodbath. I mean, everyone's going to be piling in. There is not much safety. Ents have actually slid into a really strong position considering where they were. They're actually in a really decent spot. Liquid trying to play out from Novo. I'm looking at who's in the best position. I'd argue someone like Meta, if they can play this, I say safely, in, you know, air quotes that you can't see, it could be pretty good. Tiamba trying to catch the cross, but they're not quite in the circle yet themselves either. They've still got plenty to do.
Oh, Zenith. Just rolling through the hillside right now, all stacked back over. Rena gets the angle, tries to go for the spray towards him. Gotta be careful, there's a lot of people peeking outside of that car. It's kind of made these like clown cars a little bit more dangerous as well. You can go for the peek back over towards him, maybe spray one out, but there's so many people rolling through it. If you go for the peek, it could be your own death off of it. Gonna be Zenith getting a nice strong dip that has oversight provided by Anonix. That's just gonna be looking through there. And with that, I think that most teams are now inside the safe zone with the exception of one member of Tianba, and I don't think Sonics are too comfortable with their point, but you can see that Gen G just has so much vision on everything that's going on right now.
Yeah, they do have incredible vision. The issue obviously becomes on that hillside when you have to leave it, but as it stands, it's a pretty strong position. It's a pretty comfortable one that they can play from, unless, as said, the circle shifts away and they have to hit that rotation off the hill. You're very visible to everyone around. So, you're seeing a little bit of pressure now mounting. Squeaky out in the open here has to be a little careful because Ada waiting in the grass going to find him almost for free. No trade there, no other pressure. Squeaky getting punished for that, trying to push out a little, trying to flex out a little on this, but that will garner the attention of Liquid, but you can see Ada seems very aware of that.
The West is where most of the teams are clustered at right now. Afrika Freaks and Infantry, the only ones that are kind of playing in that southeastern area. If the circle does shift back over there, that could be just a disaster for so many teams. But no, it goes back over towards Gen G. T1's positioning, Ints as well, being rewarded with their very hectic push a second ago. Tig finding himself right now in a little bit of trouble. His Tab's just going to step back over, gets a knock onto him. H1, the last one up for his team, but you can see playing that outer wall, Navi in a great gatekeeping position. So H1, not too much time left in this world right now as Meta's going for a reposition back a little bit closer towards the road leading up to Gen G and playing this very, very strong dip.
It is a good dip. You are slightly in the shadow of Gen G, look over towards it, but that means that Gen G have freedom to do so. Pio's going to hit the deck to try and remain slightly unspotted, but they're pretty open to this. You can see those nades just being sent down. Star-Lord living in towards the kind of Harry Potter in this. Sonics have gone down in the meantime. Losing life at this point is a bit of a disaster. 16th place. Oh, frustrating, I'm sure, for them, but now this is where the bloodbath begins. All those teams on the outskirts by that mini compound just kind of underneath Radio Tower towards the west. Look at the bodies scattered across the floor. Smash just trying to get through, but his teammates are bleeding out by the wayside. Code Marco and Mert currently knocked. They need to stabilize on this side, get Day Trade out of there, and they've done just that. Res is now available. They can get themselves back and ready to go.
Looks like Gen G's PO did a little bit of an overpeak, and Meta quickly capitalized off of that one to make them a little bit more hesitant on leaning back that direction. You can see shift back over towards the west now. So trying to get a little bit more information onto this. We still have teams like Oath, Tienba, Zenith that are in a little bit of a struggle back over here towards the west. Tienba's trying to make their way up this hillside back over next to Oath, but could find themselves in a pincered position. Actually, Tienba's going to roll right next to Oath's positioning. Patcap's going for the spray back on one. Ints now looking back over towards Infantry. Tiksu does manage to find himself a nice little defense line for a little while, but it's a problem. Good shot coming out from Tiksu. Digger back over here on the other side of it, and Infantry down to one. Make that none. Infantry is out.
Okay, Ent's holding on. That got a little dicey, but certainly bailed out by some of that mechanical ability that we know that Ent still maintain. Now let's take a look. Look, the east and the west divide start to begin. Vast majority towards the western side of this, that road leading through. If you dare to cross it, you'll probably die for it. So you kind of have to just pick your poison at this point and hunker down. Na'Vi trying to work forward, but you're going to hear that car the DA just adjusted. So they should be aware this ditch, this little divot up top, is going to be preoccupied.
Yeah, it's, again, still clustering around the radio tower hillside. Be very careful. Good peek back over towards that one. Instantly spins back towards DA. Spots out another one. This is a solid push coming out right now. DA's in a little bit of trouble. And it's just Na'Vi with full-on aggression mode, just walking into the face of DA. No respect. They just know that they can win these firefights. DA finally gets one in retaliation. Looks back down towards him, trying to get as much damage as they can, but it's just hard right now. They can't seem to find the knocks. And Na'Vi is just dismantling them one by one.
Where's this Na'Vi been? Where's the aggressive Na'Vi been this whole time? Well, they're mostly dead. Metralius is going to try and continue that narrative. A 7 HP orange on the other side is not looking so hot. Does have meds, but you can see the pressure. Oh dear, this could be it. Orange, you got to be careful, bud. Yeah, bye-bye. Metralius even gets the flush for it too. Did manage to get, smash for him, so not only does he, eventually go down, but he does ruin DA's chances at the same time. Liquid starting to build their way out, near towards the newcomers to the lobby, shoot to kill.
Metralius is just so strong in these clutch positions. We regularly see him find some way to turn things back into his advantage. Sure, DA is in some trouble with him being the last one up, but just such a solid performance coming. And how is he getting away with this right now? Rolling through, there's still 34 people alive in this tiny circle, silently rolling along the hillside and gonna find himself a shack. Meanwhile, Team Liquid shoot to kill at a vying position back over towards the northeast. Liquid's got to be a little bit careful with this one, as there are a couple of teams that might opt into third party back behind them. Birdie Curry looking back, trying to make a play along the hillside. Abyss is already down for Team Liquid, and wouldn't be surprised if we see the flush come out back over here. Just a second. It's going to be Mexi back over towards the top that doesn't want to peek this one just quite yet, and that's going to be most notably due to the other amount of teams that are around this positioning. It's just a little bit hazardous for Team Liquid. As you can see, they do have a hill behind them on one angle, but that's going to make it a little bit more problematic, as Ince does have a touch of vision back over here, and it's kind of making it a defining line with a very close shooting position upon position next to each other. And Zenith looking now back over towards Multi-Circle Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to have to lock this one down. Multi-Circle Gaming, though, they've spotted one of them, but there's a whole pack working their way up. Excellent nade from Poonage, going to find Lingdu almost for free, but look at this slow creep coming in. Did they note this? It looks like Kickstart has become abundantly aware of the problems further ahead, how close they are. He's surely seen them now. Can he capitalize on this, though? Can he maybe make something out of this? Trying to keep his head down, maybe look for some support coming out. Evil Lee going for the res is pretty bold at this point.
I'm just curious to see how they're going to play this one through. Ince now just putting in work into the backside of Team Liquid. Tiemba is eliminated, and that is a ballsy res right there. Glib, if he just peeks over the hillside, should be able to just get both of them, but no, looks back over towards the left instead. And I cannot believe that we saw them try to get away with that one. Shoot the kill, no hesitation coming up off that one. Finally going to take down Team Liquid, and that means that they should be able to get the res back over towards Purdy, but it's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming having to get a little bit of distance away from Zenith's positioning, now being forced back over towards Shoot to Kill.
Okay, Shoot to Kill feel as though they've just come out of the fire and into the frying pan. Multi-Circle Gaming have just swung over here. They want to try and apply the pressure while they're still pretty hot, and you can see, speaking of heat, that Molotov doing some damage towards Tank. You have to hit the deck, hit that heal. Shoot to Kill, ready to go. Alo is right up and close, making sure that no one could get through. Putty Cuddy has been knocked, but the Multi-Circle Gaming pulling up into this. Here comes the Blue as well, just compressing them even further, and the circle moves away from both. They want this fight over and done with as fast as they can.
I love the sneaky reposition coming out from Multi-Circle Gaming. Grenades are now landing back over next to Pentalol. Luke 12 goes for a spray back through the smokes. Does manage to connect with Tank, take him down. We were talking about how strong Tank is, and is such a component coming up from Multi-Circle Gaming. Him going down is a huge problem. Summer now dropped as well. Lindu creeping back over. Looks like he's going to commit to the res back over towards Tank. Not going to see anybody come through, but Evil Lee goes for the spray back over towards Purdy. Good connection onto it, and Purdy's gone down multiple times. That's going to be a very quick down for him, but Shoot the Kill is going to come up on top at the end of it and finally take down Multi-Circle Gaming.
Fantastic work from Shoot to Kill. This is their first game in the lobby, and they've come out swinging. Brilliant performance thus far. Freaka Freaks, though, still pretty dangerous here. They've got plenty of players still standing. Ents do go down. They were down to, I think, either 1 or just 2 after a couple of scraps earlier on, struggling to convert. You got Oath towards the south, as said, Freaka Freaks towards the east. Look, towards that radio tower, we've got scraps of Zenith, T1, DA, and Meta now. Oh, and look at Metralius just keeping quiet. He does not want to give away the game. He may get the knock on one, but the conversion, unlikely off the back of that, and kills do not equate to much in this. He wants the rest of the teams to pile in, keep that information flowing into his mind.
Zenith now starting to make their way down the hillside, as well as T1. Both of them having a little bit of trouble as they go, because it is just a back and forth peek and shoot battle. Grenades starting to rain back over towards Kickstart. You can see repositioning away from this. Now with Shoot to Kill having won that fight with Multi-Circle Gaming towards the east, that means that they have a little bit of a lip that they can play just on the other side of the road and potentially harass all of these teams playing in these different positions. Freaka Freaks back over towards the south has a similar option as well. So that's why you see T1, Zenith trying to get some distance from each other, trying to move into these low ground dips to buy themselves a little bit more time and some safety. So with this, Kickstart's going to be the perpetual thorn in T1's side, as we've got just a lot of weakened teams back over towards the northwest. Kickstart being the last member up for Zenith, 2 members for T1, last member for DA and Metralius, and then it's going to be just to the south of the Meta Gaming in their positioning. Kickstart's going to try to roll through, but that's a lot of blue damage to start that one out, and Adder, that's about the freest kill you're ever going to find.
Yeah, he'll take that all day long. For now, I'm looking at... I would say Freaka Freaks are in a really strong position, but this is still such a treacherous circle. I mean, look how much open space there is. It is, of course, the east and the west divide at the moment. The west side has a couple of teams in it, but they're not the full 4. So my mind kind of then looks towards the Freaka Freaks. Even maybe Shoot to Kill. The way they've been playing has been fantastic. They are down to 3, however. A Cad desperate for one of these shots to land, hoping for the best hit. But Oath staying slippery, not allowing any freebies to be picked up.
This circle is just rough. I mean, where do you play? If it moves away from the hillside, Meta, T1, Metralius are in a lot of trouble. There you go. It's going to go right back over next to a Freaka Freaks. Hikari in a great position right now. But the problem with where Freaka Freaks is playing is they're going to have some issues. You know that Oath is going to potentially try to wrap around back over towards the south, and Shoot to Kill is going to get vision whenever they start moving along the hillsides towards the north. Meta, we see the last member for DA, the last 2 members for T1, they have the biggest struggle, though, because no matter where they go, there's no cover for them. They're just going to have to fight their way through this one, and unfortunately, since they're already damaged, they're just going to be just destroying each other instead of going out of the targets that are going to be trying to gatekeep them from making it to safety.
I don't know how Meta get out of this cleanly. Circle being where it is, this has to play to a Freaka Freaks unless they lose track of Oath potentially, but Oath is so busy looking this way. Already saw those kind of cautionary shots being thrown across, but that's mostly towards T1. Metralius is still the snake in the grass here, waiting patiently. Could have been squashed, but no. T1 opt to go towards the northern swing around and actually go towards Shoot to Kill this time.
There is that little bit of a ridge that they can maybe make. Sparking tries to get the shots, but not going to connect with him. Luke 12, this should be a pretty easy grenade toss. Going to bounce a little bit too far. So with that, the spin just doesn't go in his favor. Going to go ahead and give that one another try. That one lands a lot more accurately there. So that's going to go ahead and connect over towards Star-Lord, leaving just 1 member up. Adder is going to have to fight himself against all of Shoot to Kill that is still up and active. There's nowhere to go, but guess what? We're starting to see a little bit more control come back over towards Shoot to Kill. The question comes into play. What is DA? What's Meta going to do? Meta says, hey, we know where a firefight's at, and we're just going to roll in full on gusto. They just jump out, start going for the sprays into it, and that's already 1 member of Shoot to Kill down.
But look at the damage that he caused. They are weak. Meta not looking so pretty, but Shoot to Kill still staying alive with at least 1. They still need to stabilize. You can see Sparking here, but you can see Penta trying to find him, but no, the time. He couldn't quite find him in time, and Meta just leapfrog into position. A Freaka Freaks now become the kings of this lobby, full standing, good positioning on the circle. Unless Oath can somehow maybe get caps back up or a couple of knocks. This looks like a good Korean team finding an early win here, something that was evading them in the early parts of this tournament.
I mean, they have so much control, and everybody, all the other teams are just doing all their work for them right now. Oath trying to commit to that res, but it's going to be very hard. Pat Caps just kind of jumps himself back into the zone, and maybe they're going to try to commit back over here for it again. But with everything going on, there's just a very damaged chain-resing Oath that is drawing a lot of Afrika Freaks' attention. That is opening up a little bit more movement from meta towards the north, and maybe they can find some way to make this work. But don't forget about a boy, Trellis, that's back over there and can do some damage really into the backside of meta, depending on how this is playing. But Oath just can't get a member up, man. Every single time they res somebody goes down, then they commit back over towards the res yet again, and it's just a COD. He's just getting frustrated. You can see just spraying into smoke, and it's like, why won't they die?
Okay, who do we have left in this one? As it stands, it's Afrika Freaks just tearing this lobby up. They've been doing damage, barely converting kills, but Oath fall to the wayside, and we're down to just 2 players standing against basically Afrika Freaks in fine form. Now, this is going to need something special from Meta's remainder or DA's.
Sparking has a lot of clutch potential whenever it comes into these late game fights. Montreal's still back behind him. Afrika Freaks trying to make a move back over towards the safe zone, but Sparking is trying to solo gatekeep out 2 different members, repositioning into this, making this play right along the southern point of the circle. Remember, he started back over towards the north and just pushed back over into here. This is confidence coming out from Sparking right now. He feels like he has the opportunity, and he has the play, and he is trying to capitalize off of it. Meanwhile, Afrika Freaks trying to lean into their numbers right now, trying to stay in safety together, hoping in fact that they can go with a double peek back towards position. Sparking now finding himself in a lot of trouble. Does get the spray coming back over towards him on no life. Has to retreat from this position. 2 members of Afrika Freaks trying to make the play back over towards him. No retreat, he's behind, but it's going to be EJ that connects into it. And then it's just Vitriolus, the last one up. Digital Athletics.
Vest broken, helmet not looking so hot. DA, look, any other day of the week, I'd say potentially. Oh my god, he's got EJ. Hold on. There's a chance in this match room. It's a 1v1 now.
Opportunity popping off for him. He's been so patient. We've seen him play from such difficult positions, holding it together for his team right now. It all comes down to the chicken dinner. Who's going to qualify? Who's going to move on to the weekly qualifiers? And you can see it's going to be a COD going for the peek off to one side, takes a chunk of damage. Mitrialis is playing this so patiently at the time. Keep in mind, Akkad is close to the blue zone, so whenever it starts to close in back behind him, he's going to have to move for us. Mitrialis, who's had everything working against him, finally might have the opportunity to take this one.
He's got barely any bullets to work with, Matchroom. He's down to 8 bullets here. That's all he's got. 7, 6. If Akkad just plays this out, Mitrialis is going to have no ammo to work with, at least with the mini. He'll have to switch out to that barrel.
Ooh, makes the switch back over, spots out, goes for the spray, connects with him as he jumps over towards it, and Digital Athletics gets this somehow. Some way the clutch comes through in the end.
Unreal work from DA, and look, the amount of times people will look at them and say, oh, they're just so passive, they just prone, they play, oh, that's not how we want to see it. Look what that just did. That got them through to the weekly finals, and we know what damage they can cause once they get through the week. Great performance from DA, showing them exactly why they play the way they do. Qualifying in game 2 here, barely getting into this, and still making it out.
There were so many things that were going against Vitriolus. I mean, we saw him lose so many of his team members early. He was having to play in dangerous position upon dangerous position, but still finding a way to play through this. We saw the fact that he did have opportunities to go for early kills, but was afraid of the attention that would draw back his direction, and had faith in himself that he could find the opportunity inside this. And look, we had 2 very strong solo clutch players coming through at the end.
Yes.
Sparking and Mitrialis. And they both went for the play because they had confidence in themselves. And by their powers combined, they managed to take down the last 2 remaining members of Afrika Freaks. And just, I mean, I'm just astounded by that. This is what you want to see at this level, fans. You want to see that level of confidence and that level of skill.
Look, that was a 6k 1v2. Not bad at all for DA, and of course, more importantly, take it to the weekend. That's the main part here. They get to make it through. They don't have to worry about when 4 AM would join the lobby, because keep in mind, they don't fare so well when 4 AM are around. So for them to make it through early, this is huge for DA. They get to kind of take a call now, maybe get themselves ready for that weekend. But as said, Meta so close to this, and on the other side, Afrika Freaks have to be kicking themselves in that scenario.
I mean, yes, there's no way around that. They had the comfortable position back over towards the southeast for quite a while. They got to supervise all the fights and teams that were moving around them, but they just couldn't kill Oath. I mean, how many times did we see a member of Oath get knocked and then get rezzed, and the Freak of Freaks just kept letting it happen? You kept seeing frustration sprays go into the smoke as they were just trying to get somebody on the team down yet again. I want to say that there was probably at least a solid 2 to 3 minutes that Oath just bought as a distraction for everybody else. That's where we saw the shoot-to-kill fight that happened over towards the north, where we saw Meta make their mad dash across, and how we even saw DA's last member, Montreal's, sneak across to get into a position to win the end of it. It was all based off of the distractions that were happening on the southern part of the circle where we couldn't see a Freak of Freaks find a way to kill Oath fast enough.
And I also want to highlight, shoot-to-kill just destroyed half of the teams coming their way. The first game in, they had like 4 teams flying at them and actually brought it down to a 1v1 that they eventually lost, but a pretty fair result for them as their debut coming into this lobby as well, so eyes on shoot-to-kill going forward. If they can replicate that kind of performance, such a dangerous team to throw into the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, this just shows the fact that shoot-to-kill is coming in. With a lot of the conversation that's been going on globally, they want to prove something. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over the interview because I know you guys want to hear it.
And the winners of our second match was Digital Athletics. I'm here with player Metrelius. Congratulations.
정말 슬로우 스타터로서의 면모를 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 지난주에도
I think you guys really showed us the slow starter factor of your team.
정말 파이널 이후에 기분이 좋으셨을 것 같은데
I think after the weekly finals last week, you guys were at a really good state, and even this week, you've made it to the weekly finals really fast. Between the weekly finals and today, what kind of talk did you guys have with your teammates preparing for today's game?
Takım arkadaşlarınızla ne gibi konuşmalar geçtiğinizde nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
3. haftaya girerken turnuvanın bizim için yeni başladığını zaten hepimiz biliyorduk. Kalan son 3 haftaya adapte olduk. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini veriyoruz ve şampiyon olacağımıza inanıyoruz.
마지막 3주차에 들어갔을 때부터 저희를 위해서 이 대회가
Starting
이제
in
시작한다는
week
것을
3,
알고
we
있었고요.
knew that
저희
this was
최선을
now the
다하면서
beginning of our
마지막
tournament,
3주를
and so
단단한 마음으로 단단한 마음을 먹고 준비를 했습니다.
so we prepared for this week, really trying to show that our very best performance.
정말 치열했던 교전을 보여주셨던 것 같은데요. 당시 상황 설명.
Things got really intense at the end against you guys and a Freak of Freaks. Can you just explain that situation and how that was for you guys?
Genel olarak mücadeleden biraz bahseder misin?
Talihsiz bir şekilde eksik kaldık. Tek başıma kaldım. Takım arkadaşlarım bana güveniyordu ve bu güvenlerini bana yansıttılar. Bunun özgüveniyle beraber tek başıma galibiyeti getirdim. Afrika Freaks 2-0 oldu. Bir daha endgame'de karşımıza gelmesinler.
제가 안타깝게도 이제 혼자 남아서 교전을 하게
Unfortunately, I
되었는데요.
was the last
팀원들이
one
저를
left,
믿고 있었다는 걸 알고 있었고
and I knew that my teammates were relying on me.
2대1로 이제 붙게
And when we
되었는데
were against a
다음부터는
Freak of
아프리카
Freaks 2 by
픽스가
1,
우리를 조금 더 조심해야 될 것 같습니다.
hopefully by next time, a Freak of Freaks will really watch out for us.
웃고 있네요.
I think your teammates also look really happy right now.
그리고 이제 한 달 이상 한국에서 머무르고 계신데요.
And since you've been in Korea for more than a month, who do you miss the most right now?
En çok kimi özlüyorsunuz?
En çok Türk yemeklerini özledim. Hepimiz Türk yemeklerini özledik. Kişi olarak ailemizi, Marco çok ailesini özledi ama hepimiz şu an Türk yemeklerini özledik.
물론 저희가 가족들이 많이 보고 싶고
Of course, I definitely miss my family. And player Mark also misses his family, but I also really miss the food in Turkey as well.
가족들과 또 터키 음식에게 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
And can I ask if you want to just give a shout out to your family?
Alalım onu da.
Anne baba ve kardeşlerim, sizleri çok seviyorum. Adana kebap yemeği dört gözle bekliyoruz. Bir de Türkiye turu yapıp yöresel yemekleri yemeyi planlıyoruz. Bu kadar.
네, 엄마, 아빠 그리고 동생들이 많이 보고 싶고요.
To my mom and dad and my brothers and sisters,
제일 먼저 먹게 될
I definitely miss you guys a lot. And I think when I get back to Turkey, I'll be eating kebab as my first meal.
케밥 너무 맛있을 것 같네요.
That sounds really amazing. Thank you so much for your interview and congratulations once again.
네, 지금까지 DA와 함께 인터뷰.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Digital Athletics, particularly Metralius, as he delivers us an absolute delight of a match with 10 kills, and not just 10 kills, Hypoc, for the team. It was 10 kills for the man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it just goes to show. I mean, we were talking about this while watching that game back, right? He had the opportunity to take that free kill onto Ada, and it just goes to show if you don't show your hand early, don't give your position away, you can put yourself in that game-winning position. And again, that's another example of kind of where the circles can become very, very active through the mid game. All this pressure weakens so many teams. And actually, it's weird enough that a team from the west side of the road isn't the one that wins that. I kind of had shoot to kill down to win that in terms of momentum, but fall into meta when they did, it kind of left the back door wide open.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, them pushing Sparking and the guys meta as well, pushing them late game there, that really hurt them. They were able to take down MGG quite easily. That was actually really impressive, and as well keeping 3 guys alive for that one, really popping off. Yeah, and
I think we're just going to see it here. Just a little overzealous, I think, to stop that. Again, it's difficult, really. I mean, meta pull up in a pretty weird spot. I'm not going to lie, it wasn't next to a tree. It was just kind of a meta pull up, really. But Sparking just putting on a show towards the end here. Right here, I mean, I was kind of talking about this. Metralius had an opportunity to kind of come in as third party if Sparking found a knock onto Afrika Freaks. Right. But actually, it comes down to the 1v2. And right here, I mean, as soon as we saw this circle post, like, he has all the time in the world to wait for Afrika Freaks to slip up. Just an insane game. I love the explosion. You can see just how hyped they are. That's one of the best examples I think we've seen in PGI.S where, you know, the snake pays off, man.
Right.
Yep. And it was the way that he did it. Like you said, he had that moment. He could have taken a kill. I think it was on Adder there. He chose not to shoot. He played low and slow. Honestly, Martin, we talked during that fight with Na'Vi that honestly I was shocked by. I thought that Na'Vi, they should have been able to beat them a little bit faster. They took a lot of casualties there. And we thought maybe that hurt their chance to win this thing. What did Digital Athletics specifically do from the moment that they lost so many to Na'Vi to the moment they won that made this possible? Because I can't believe it was just laying on the ground and hoping for the best.
No. While we take a look at the match results here, like what was for me was the standout here is that obviously the rotation into a center position from Metralius when he was alone, but also, you know, and this is what I kind of love from the winner chicken dinner format, is that utilizing your knowledge about players' positions, players and team's position, and taking that to advantage, using them at taking your side. Here, using Sparking as kind of pushing Freaks to make sure that they got some more casualties, like putting them up against the wall. That's the most kind of pleasure we get from watching these guys, making it super intense. Metralius, of course, with the third double digit that we see, the first 2 coming from Kickstart, and Metralius, it's a standout play, honestly. He's such a fantastic player.
Hypoc, Sparking was absolutely on fire. Take nothing away from him. He played very, very well, starting with this STK pull-up that fell apart. And I don't blame Luke 12 for, I think it was him that sort of over-peaked that. Because like you said, they parked in a weird spot. They came out like a hurricane. But then Metralius basically let Sparking force out every ounce of utility that Akkad had left. And so when he finally goes down, Akkad's left with a tree and a prayer. And I'm sorry, it's not Arbor Day. So Metralius just locks it up and holds it down. But like, Sparking was meta was impressive and fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. I mean, really, you can credit a lot of that win for Metralius towards Sparking. The amount of pressure that he was able to put onto Afrika Freaks, keep them literally backs against the blue there. And like you said, all that utility getting burnt up, it was just a matter of time. The fact that he's got a position on the rock there and he's able to just wait for them to slip up and have to cross in between. Just overall, it just goes to show, right? A solo can do anything in the end game when there's that much mid-game action and everybody's weakened.
Metralius climbed over the bodies of fallen teams as he made his way into a great backfill and ultimately came out on top. A shout out to STK. They got 12 kills, but at the end of the day, it's the chicken dinner rounds, baby. If you don't get the win, you don't advance. We'll see what happens. We move to game 3 in just a few minutes after a few messages from those who made this possible.
Hello and welcome to The Richest Survivor, a show that will be interesting not only to PUBG fans, but also tax collectors. As you know, during PGI.S, teams earn money, and the richest team by the end of the tournament will be the winner. So, let's take a look at the top grossing teams at this moment and find out how much they have earned so far and what they can buy with that money. And our wealthy list starts with 4 angry men who must be now very, very angry men because last time we saw them in Richest Survivor, they were holding second place. Last week brought 4 AM no earnings, however, the team had a few great moments. Let's take a look. Let fly, see if he can get anything into it, but it's Xiao Lu from the diving board. Gonna come up and over and knock Locked. 5 health, doesn't have time to go for the energy drinks or the other things. Forever up over the top, gets the knock, that's one. Can he turn? 4 AM ended this week with $130,000. If you guys are really, really angry with yourself, anyway, let's move forward. Genji, next on our list, and again in 4th place. They managed to earn a few bucks and stayed in the top 5. Let's see how that was.
But here comes Yamcha, finds the first one, doesn't find the second. Yes, he finds the second as well, Relo. Last one left alive. Yamcha allowed to reload and he gets it, but now here comes Genji, finds the first instantly. Second one goes down and Genji again.
Genji got almost $145,000. Such an amount should be spent wisely. I would recommend a monthly luxury cruise around the world. You guys deserve it. Let's move on. In the middle of our list, Digital Athletics. Hello and welcome, gentlemen. Where have you been all the previous weeks? DA earned $0.00 during the first half of the tournament. That's enough to buy absolutely nothing. But one moment during week 4 was a game changer for these moneymakers. Let's take a look.
This is the closest we've seen DAB to bring home a win and a spot in the weekly finals. It's a 2v3, make it a 3v3. They get the rest onto Murdoch. Right now, they have the dot. A Freak of Freaks have it waiting for them, but they're traded. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 2. It's a 1v1. 1v1 fight Coke Marco against one player on the other side, and they get it!
After last week, DA ended with almost $174,000. Wow, that's enough to buy 5 iPhone 12 Pros made from pure gold. Now that's a solid investment. Okay, let's move on. The silver medal of our wealthy chart belongs to the mighty FaZe clan, or shall I say, Lazy clan. After being the richest team during last week, they seemingly decided to take a rest and earned $0. Let's see if they tried. Hang on at the edge, at the bottom for now, but the smoke walls are out. This one's gonna get wild at the end.
Meta is doing their very best to force FaZe clan down towards Enterforce 36, and here they come. Fuss finds one, AC finds the other. Enterforce 36 in trouble. Fussface goes down. Ghost Stuff goes down as well. Meta trying to hold back, trying to wait this one out. 2 down for FaZe clan, but they're still alive. 14 kills already. AC down to low HP, needs to get healed up. This is chaos unfolding before your eyes. Satu is on fire. Blue is closing in. There's no way you're getting back alive. That molly is on point. That molly is perfect. Upa, did he get out of it? Did he get to stay alive? I'm not sure. Ghost Stuff is down into 2v3. Uber down to barely any HP. 80, same situation. Players pull over. No. Enterforce falls short. 80 falls as well. Uber, no HP. Playing behind the rock. Meta Gaming, they have this position. 3v.
Lays Clan now holds $234,000 USD, which is 10K more than they made during last week thanks to crowdfunding. What can be bought with this money? I suggest a bottle of Royal Salute Tribute to Honor, one of the most expensive alcohols in the world. To your victory, boys. And finally, on the top of our list with an over $100,000 breakout ahead of FaZe Clan, Zenith Esports. All the way through the tournament, they seem to be happy with the $2 grand they've earned during week 3. But week 4 showed how truly hungry they were.
Fight this one. Oh, they can see him now. He's outside of the smoke. Unfortunate. Down he goes. Well, you have the high ground. We'll see if it's going to be enough to bring home the win here for Divine. They don't have the numbers, though, and here comes Zenith, full speed forward. The smoke wall is there. Roth, first one to push out over the hilltop. We'll see if he can get the good angle on the first peak. Finds the first one. Yes, he does. Peeks over again. Spots the second one, but he's flashed off. He's knocked back down.
Yeah, here we go. 2 more to go. Ooh, Roth gets traded out. Punage is there, though, to finish the job. Now, Zenith possesses a tremendous amount of $352,500. 152,000 earned on the Battlegrounds, 200,000 from crowdfunding. That is more than enough to buy a 100 square meter house somewhere in Indiana, or half a Rolls-Royce Phantom. You need to show some more impressive results during the next week to get the second half, guys. That's all for now. Tune in for the next week's Richest Survivor to know more about the money flow in PGI.S. And remember, always spend your money wisely.
Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Thank you very much. We just saw the Richest Survivor segment where some of those earnings definitely raised Clinton's eyebrows, but some teams that have raised eyebrows for everyone this weekend is the one who's joining the lobby this time. Dom Juan Kia joins the fray after a very strong redemption round. Martin, talk to me about DWG.
Honestly, these guys had probably one, if for not just, you know, the team, but also for me and for you guys potentially as well, some of the highest potential, some of the highest, you know, expectations coming in, but they have not been living up to it. I've been disappointed. Like, I was expecting these guys to come in and dominate as much in this tournament here as we saw Sonics dominate PCS, honestly. They just haven't. But now coming in, they're a fantastic team still. They have the potential and the experience to do so. And again, it's the last 2 weekends here. It's the most two important weekends because our prize pool is growing and growing and growing. And you know what? Like, as much as I want to have Clinton as our or as my investment banker, I just want to see these guys frag out and win some money.
I want to see him frag out too, Hypok. The issue for me when we come off of the weekend is DWG did well, but they still didn't win a chicken dinner.
No, they didn't. I was looking, so it's something crazy, like over 50 games now where they've not won a game, which is kind of mind blowing. I mean, we've backed and forth on this team quite a few times over the last few weeks, but I mean, it's now or never, right? Last week just goes to show Zenith, the guys on the screen right now, you can have one good weekly final, it puts you right back at the top. And obviously with the crowdfunding increments now towards the back end, it's first place because we're doubling up every weekend.
Absolutely. It only gets bigger and badder from here. We're taking a look around the stadium. We have about 2 minutes left until the next match gets started. Looking at Gen G, let's go to you, Martin, and just talk to me about these guys in particular.
Well, Gen G, obviously a team that have massive experience, a fantastic team. Their playstyle fits very well because they're extremely adaptive. They're able to play center when they have a decent position to do so, but when the circle is far away from them, or when they're in a rough spot, they're able to play kind of on the back heel and backfill teams, play with their backs to the blue and frag out with that. So they're a team that are very good at adapting. That's also why we've seen them in so many of the weekly finals, and that's also why we've seen them in the top 4 of the weekly finals twice. They've gotten third twice in week 2 and week 3, and had a rough one in the last weekend, but I'm honestly expecting them to qualify for this one as well.
It seems like we've seen a lot of hot and cold on some of these teams. Hypok, Daytrade going from 4th to almost last. Infantry top to bottom. Is this something about the format that's making these sort of springboard results?
I think it's definitely something you could look at in the weekly survivals. I mean, the one that always comes back to me is Liquid, right? And they've actually done pretty well in terms of getting through to the weekly finals. Yeah. But it's that age-old, saying with Liquid, it's feast or famine, right? And that suits more so in the survival series. There are a few teams that I was actually just looking over some stats. Just to throw it in there, Shoot to Kill have just surpassed 450 kills, like across all games, weekly survival, bomb 16, wow. Whatever it is. But actually, points-wise, they're not the team with the most. It's actually VP, and that just goes to show, the way some of these teams are trending. Eventually, we're going to see that success converted through to the weekly finals. I mean, Shoot to Kill have had one themselves. But yeah, it's good to see some of these teams maintaining the same level throughout.
So I know we don't have a lot of time to dig into analysis here, Martin, but he brought up this idea of impressiveness. Has there been a team specifically that has impressed you throughout this event?
Yeah, multiple. Like, if in terms of over expectations, it's been Meta this last weekend here. I'm hoping to see them do well. I'm hoping to see them in the weekly finals again.
I love it, and I hope to see them do well as we get ready for match number 3, powered by Intel, about to kick off. What team will punch their ticket to the weekly final and their shot at a massive pile of cash? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go now to Pansy and Matchroom. It is time for Battle Royale.
Thank you, Toffee. Making our way over towards Miramar. We're going to be starting off back around the trailer park area and ending back over the special island everybody always wants the circle to end on. Most likely we're not going to see it happen back over there, but see a lot of teams now starting to make their drop in positioning. The switch between maps could provide a little bit of a shift in meta and style, because if you remember, if we look back over towards Miramar, at the start of the day, we got a very hard northeastern circle that was really a recipe for disaster for a lot of these teams.
You're spot on with that. We had a good couple kind of try their best, of course, but Petrichor Road were in such a fantastic position to capitalize on that. It was very hard to see anyone else finding a way in, of course, but maybe a new circle could provide a little bit more life in some of these teams. And as you said, look, the islands are there. I'll always get excited for it. I always want to see it. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be treated to it one fine day. I don't know, but for now, it should. I imagine it'll be a more standard circle, which, hey, the teams want to have. They want to make sure they have everything at their disposal, every chance possible. And of course, a new team joins the lobby, and it's Damwon Kia. And look, a dangerous team through most of the play days. They're not, one of these kind of like middling teams. They can certainly provide a bit of danger, and I think that's the story kind of going forward today, that there is going to be a lot of danger in the teams coming in. The lobby does not get easier, it probably just gets harder. Okay, circle northeast again, but not so far to the east. We've got a bit more of San Martin in there, a bit of water treatment in there, plenty of areas that we've seen a whole lot of play towards.
You guys should be pretty familiar with this circle. Shoot to kill in a pretty strong spot, as Hacienda is going to be fairly centered. We're also going to have water treatment plant, the hillsides that are to the east of that, the fields that are all around that location. That's kind of our centralized point right now. It means that a lot of our teams might opt into playing the hills around the outskirts of this, most notably the San Martin hillside. We can see that being a bigger factor. Maybe even the hills that's just kind of south of Cruz de Val. There's our Cruz de Valle. Everybody says that one a little bit differently depending on which type of pronunciation you decide to use for it. It's having the field kind of a dead zone in the center leads to the fact that we might be seeing earlier skirmishes than we're normally seeing in the winner chicken dinner format.
Look, it wouldn't be the first time that we'd see it. Those circles, they are brutal. Maybe not to the extent of the island circle. Sadly, PlayerUnknown did not give us the circle, so once again, we blame him for all of our life problems. Comes in chat, teases us with the prospect, and then just smiles as it goes, slap bang on the, more traditional circle. But it's fine, I hold nothing against you. I'll move on and continue my prayers for another type of circle. We had a Millie Island circle. I guess that's a gift unto itself. I'll be fine. Let's kind of look at who gets prime position then. And the name that stands out to me would be someone like Shoot to Kill, considering how well they played in the previous game, and it was very good. It was a pretty stellar performance considering first game in the lobby, first time that they get to, have a little bit of a go of things. They absolutely pop off. Now, yes, they did eventually go down, but I mean, they took half of the lobby with them, it felt like. And now with the good positioning center circle, they're probably pretty happy with that. So they get to play their own game plan, hopefully not leave it too late and get kind of picked apart. But again, that's something to keep in mind. Meta, pretty good positioning. Zenith on the early move as well, going to slot in pretty close to water treatment, it looks like, or at least kind of lingering that way. Whether or not they stop there, yet to be seen. A Freak of Freaks. Now, they're a little south of kind of Hacienda way, but again, pretty close to Slap Bang Center. Beyond that, Sonic's on the move early as well. Keep eyes towards them. Tiggleton leading the pack. And there's Oath just looting away towards the south side of Los Leones. So I'd say the teams who have the longest route would be like Tiamba or Day Trade, for example. Ents just hate early circle positioning. They'd be as far away as possible. And if Snake sticks with this loadout, he is my MVP of the match. I doubt it, but it would be funny. And there's the trade.
We've seen sometimes some of the North American teams and actually some of the Latin American teams leaning into bolts here and there. Hasn't been the recipe for the best success, but damn, I want it to happen. Whenever it hits, boy, it's just stylish. I do want to follow up on what you were talking about with Meta. Meta has been a team that had kind of a quiet first couple of weeks, but slowly and steadily is starting to feel, I guess, comfortable is a good way to describe what's going on. Like the play that we saw coming out from Sparking, where he just charged back over towards a Freak of Freaks inside that last round. That's the type of play we want to see coming from these teams, is that confidence. Instead of being afraid of what's going on, instead of being like, oh, we're on an international stage, we don't really know how to play this, just go, you know what, screw it. Let's play the way that we play best, and let's just feed off the kill strategy. Let's play this aggressive, let's play this confidently, and let's lean into the way we want to play PUBG. Because even if it's not best for like the meta itself, just playing with what you're comfortable with will get you so much more.
And I'm 100% on board with your point on meta. I think that we've all been impressed with their individual performance. I do want to highlight this is a deadly choke point coming through this area. You've got a Freak of Freaks on one side, Shoot to Kill slightly further up the road, and then, of course, Sonic's just watching you as you first cross. Well, Multi-Circle Gaming are just lucky to be alive. You can see plenty of shots hit, but well enough spread throughout that no one did actually get knocked. But you're right about meta. I think initially we saw great individuals. We're starting to see now a great team potentially, and that's the thing that changes my opinion with them, is if we see it all start to really come together. Now, having a look at what we're seeing here, EJ just kind of filling in the gaps on the map, like, okay, so that's where Shoot to Kill is. Heard the shots before as Multi-Circle Gaming did cross, so they've got great information now. Shoot to Kill in a pretty wide 2-2 here. You've got Penta and Alo pretty far apart from Kurt, for example, who's pretty far off, with Luke, I imagine, quite close towards where Zenith are, more towards the northern pack of the center teams who've opted to get that quick, close start. So Shoot to Kill trying to optimize that great beginning of being center circle by sitting in towards a 2-2, which, look, it can be fantastic. It also has been the death of teams when desperation hits amongst the others and people go for those crashes, which is becoming, I wouldn't say super common, but we've seen that positioning is key and, plays to kind of, the biggest outcome towards the end. So if they see a valuable compound with maybe 2 players in it, even less if it's 1, they will be straight on that. I would not put it past many of these players. So for now, again, Multi-Circle Gaming have slotted themselves into quite a decent position after taking that early risk of driving right past a Freak of Freaks, Sonics, and Shoot to Kill. Liquid opting to stay edge circle, maybe feeling a little too late to be trying to get center on this, just deciding, okay, we'll slowly play this in. Most of the teams, this isn't an uncommon drop spot, so plenty of teams will be in pretty powerful positions. Now, Navi and Gen G, very close by. I'm seeing Orange in towards a vehicle. It's actually, he's committed to this. He's pulled up, and look, he's taking him down straight away. That's no problem for them. Navi need to back away. Besto's in the vehicle, getting the hell out of Dodge, and that's probably the right choice here. And Besto, even in the moment, is a little stressed out, I think.
Got the map open, trying to figure out where their new secondary spot is going to be at. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see Pio connect onto that one. He had a solid spray going back towards it. That's a more generalized miss than we see from that. Usually that's a quick down coming out from him. But it looks like Navi should be able to find themselves a nice little bit of place to play. And additionally, it's in a very nice position just south of water treatment plant. So all of our teams really leaning into the geometry right now. And Sonic's, Shrimsy looks like he's just going to go ahead and abandon this. Gets a sense that Gen G's rolling back over into position. You're going to see this start to happen with a lot of these splits. Lauren, you were just talking about it. When you're running these wide splits like what you were talking about with Shoot to Kill, once you start seeing a lot of teams come in, you just got to get out. I mean, if somebody is just committing to a crash, unless you just have complete confidence that your team can provide some type of supporting fire, you're as good as dead. While you might be able to get 1 or 2, the ability to take down 4 when they're just coming in, cars just running in full speed, coming in multiple angles, it's just so hard to hold that by yourself.
Yeah, it's something that, especially in a game mode, as we are in the survive the week portion, it just does not sit right to be going for those fights if unnecessary. Now, actually what I'm seeing is Navi, of course, got pushed out of their previous position, but simply close towards Shoot to Kill, apparently. They've been able to find Kurt. Now, Shoot to Kill went in a very wide 2-2, and I wonder if they're going to suffer for this. Kurt, I imagine, could be picked up. That was a decent crack of a shot from Senya, a fair bit of distance on it, but it seems that they are in at least the compound here, so they should be able to be picked back up, and that's information found, I guess, and filtered through. And for someone like a Freak of Freaks, and potentially T1, they're going to realize that's a pretty no, I don't want to say vulnerable, but a potential crashed compound if required. If they can put together as to where these teams actually reside, they could know that, okay, well, shoot to kill are pretty far away because those shots are a million miles off in the distance for, you know, all intents and purposes. So at this point, we are seeing the final teams edge towards a circle. The likes of Oath coming in from Los Leones, having a good old loop, taking their time. They weren't too far away from the circle, but they'll be sitting towards the edge. Hikari just going to try and move that bike in a little bit safer, try and keep his vehicle for late game if required. And as I said, yes, Oath have joined in towards a circle now coming up. Ents went on a very southern path, and oh, that's just mean.
Oh, doesn't get the shots onto him, but gets the bike anyway. So, with all these splits and day trade, with no one near around them, Circle is going to condense yet again back over towards Hacienda. Sonic's now having taken over that position. That 2-2 split that you were talking about with Shoot to Kill a little bit more problematic. So it's going to be them opting to regroup at this stage, sending two members back over. Do note the fact that Meta does have a little bit of this hillside just to their left as you're going to be seeing this approach. So you're going to have to kind of run through a couple of these teams, but Nice Shot's going to be coming out to support the teammates while they're trying to regroup off of this, and that's the benefit of those two different compounds. You can see that the vision that Alo has, and look at this. Shoot to Kill says, you know what?
Okay.
We think that we've got another 2-2 split that we can play, and I like this.
That's, I guess, if you look at it this way, Penta and Alo were probably able to see that this compound is available or just simply doesn't have players there. Calls it out, full faith from Kurt, pulls up, Luke 12's there, and you're right, that supporting fire, that suppressing fire was perfect. So Shoot to Kill, very well handled in that 2-2 split. Now, Freaka Freak's getting a lot of attention here. T1 are really eyeing this up, but you can see a couple of them now starting to get close towards this. 100% going to see some shots thrown their way, but that's what T1 wants to do. Do you want to stay in that south side, or do you want to maybe fall towards Ada, who's, you know, been getting the lay of the land? Checking in with Zenith there towards the north side, over towards the east of Water Treatment. Kind of still having Tab nearby, but Day Trade will be filtering in their way. So Zenith might have a fight on their hands if they do go a little further east, or is that Day Trade go a little further east. But looking at where this stands, again, Sonic still strong. Shoot to Kill, maintaining this 2-2 is very impressive. Infantry and T1, Infantry beat T1 to the punch. So they're going to drop one of their players off and leave him on foot, and this is pretty sketchy.
We're starting to get to that stage where any option that you try to lean into gets just more and more hazardous for you. You can see that Infantry still just trying to get a touch more information on what's going on around them, but they do have some nice little ridges and cubbies that they can play in the hillsides. We've been talking about, that's kind of the strength of Miramar, is there's all these like independent locations that you can find a way to make work depending on how the circle is functioning. Which direction like those little dips face at, where the hillsides that are connecting them. You don't want to choose a bowl where a grenade can just kind of be tossed down in there and it's like a hole in one shot and takes down your whole team. So you want to make sure that you're aware of circle positioning, other team positioning, and then map knowledge kicks off saying, okay, we think that this dip is probably the safest way to play. Because while there is stuff like Minas Generalis, Graveyard, San Martin, you don't want to play those. Those are too close to the edge right now. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these teams find these like little tricksy spots. Like you can see where Tiemba's rolling up into. You can see the terrain itself is a key vital aspect on how we're going to see these teams going for peaks, going for aggression, and most notably going for information. While we are seeing it be a little bit slower, it's all about everybody grouping in and trying to figure out, okay, if the circle goes here, how do I want to move? There's a team here, there's a team here, there's a team here. This might be our path. And then the counter moves based off of that.
Yeah, you aren't playing the percentages, and hopefully you guys at home have been paying true attention. You managed to nab that code. If you didn't, you'll get another shot at it in the next map. But that's what happens if you pay attention, or if you don't, you get punished and you don't get the codes. Pay attention, class. But no, you know, keep your eyes on it because the code will be coming in. And don't worry, next game we'll throw another one up in case you missed that. Circle on the adjust, though, heads towards the north. Now, you said earlier those fields can be deadly. And they might just be at this point, considering that center point in the circle was around here. This actually has been a pretty reasonable circle. Not too many hard shifts, not too many teams putting themselves out on this one. as it stands, Multi-Circle Gaming will be probably the most centralized team here, and they have the benefit of it being a hard compound to crash because they have so many just flat open fields. They get full vision. They are the kings of their castle. So they'll be happy with that. Shoot to kill somewhat safe still. They're still managing. A Freak of Freaks. Sonic's still okay. A lot of those southern teams and the ones playing those extremities now are in a bit of a spot of bother. A bit of hot water starting to boil as T1 on the way. They're going to receive a fair bit of flack on the cross. So far, so good, but here comes the problem. Meta are going to see a fair crack of it, and they do. Ada goes down, and I think that's unrecoverable at this point, kind of left on the hillside. And yes, Meta can have some shots thrown towards them, but it's not enough to dissuade them from getting that flush, potentially, in the next couple of seconds. No, stolen away by infantry, so Longsker are going to claim that.
Ooh, Oath is in some trouble running along the same point. See Meta taking some shots back into him. Remember, T1 just stopped along this point. It looks like Oath wants to go for the exact same position. Just rolling through. The vehicle doesn't connect with anybody. They try to go for the jump out, but there's nowhere to go. T1 just mops 3 members up fast, and Relo now has to make some type of recommitment. Rolling back up the hillside. 18 life. Nero nowhere to go. Meta back behind him, and that's going to be all she wrote for Oath. This circle is too tiny for the 63 players that we had coming in, so it's about to be a run-and-gun firefight every step of the way. Navi loses a member as well. Festo trying to get the peek around, takes a ton of damage, and is having to retreat back in, trying to defend himself up to buy some time to maybe get some meds.
Oh, he's fully flashed, fully blind. Venotic is going to make a light work of that. Navi go down in 15th. That area we just saw T1 and Oath fighting over is such a priority position, especially in those previous games that we've witnessed with this similar circle. That little ridgeline that runs just towards the fields is a highly sought-after position. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more teams go for this as the circle compresses. Maybe not in this one, but further down the field, you'll certainly see more deciding to fight for it. You've got Zenith over here, down 1 over here. You've got, obviously, Tiamba and T1 over here. Meta have been watching this all unfold. Now, Multi-Circle Gaming still maintain a great position in this, a Freak of Freaks. And then you got to look towards the north. Gen G quietly doing quite nicely for themselves in the compound. Day Trade, pretty strong too. And looking at this Liquid, quietly working away in the west.
Ooh, that could be pretty good depending on bounce. Oh, but it's going to be Tiamba that gets the shot back over towards Aqua 5, stepping away from it. Star-Lord's in some trouble right now. You can see the fact that they can't lean back in towards their dip. Remember that Meta has a little bit of a position that they can play back behind this, so peeking is absolutely detrimental for both these teams. But Tiamba realizes their opportunity. M200 just walks around the corner, gets one, but gets dropped off of on a different angle, and it's going to be Kia that's providing an overwatch position and just raining in death on both of these teams. There is Nero no options for anybody as they just have to drop back down towards their belly. Now it's going to be Gen G from another angle. Tiamba wanted this fight, but didn't realize how it was going to turn into a 3rd, 4th, and 5th party fiesta for them.
This is everyone piling in, and with that circle update, you can see as to why. We said it before, this is a very common position, a very prioritized position when the circle is moving this way, and now just that 1v1 remains. Ming's trying to find his way around the smoke, gets the surprise, gets the kill, and well, he gets the position, but he's all on his lonesome now. Seeing this, I wonder if someone's going to flex off the back. Looks like a Freak of Freaks are in the vehicles to try to make the move for it. They're just going to get some sprays, but right now it's Ends trying to stay alive. Multi-Circle Gaming being pressured now by the Finns, working their way through, but the position pre-established by Multi-Circle Gaming. Ents are looking rough around the edges. They're going to need some of that Tixu magic, maybe some squeaky damage to come out. Rustamel's still alive as well. Yes, they've lost out on Diggory, but they're still in a bit of a deadly position. Nade almost could be in the death of them, but there's a Freak of Freaks trying to move into that power position. And simply put, this is the Bermuda Triangle over here. Anyone who goes there goes missing. Finally, a Freak of Freaks trying to stabilize, but now I'm seeing Gen G in the vehicles. No way, Tank. No way. That's ambitious. Just set fire to the floor. Liquid on the move. They want to chime in as well. You're going to have 2 big teams here. This is all being fought for. Does Sonics come in as well?
No, surely not. Sonics realizes that this is way too much. It looks like they're going to circle around. They're going to opt into the longhouse at the end of it. Evil-Lea's trying to get over there. This is just an absolute bloodbath. Sonics tries to go for the peek around, but Evil-Lee is just absolutely on fire, trying to get away from the position. Finally does get dropped on top of him. So now Sonic's getting a little bit more control of the longhouse, It's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming now caught in between 3 different teams and just a tiny house to live off of. Ince gets control back over towards the barns themselves. Kind of the warehouse positioning, and the storage area is going to go back over towards Team Liquid. Sonics get the longhouse and just tank by himself. Meanwhile, our dip is still blowing up on the other side. There's Jinji rolling back in. A freak of freaks just trying to line up. It is just team upon team that's decided, that's it. I want this spot, and everybody's going to have to fight me for it. Jinji now starting to get control of this area, and I think that finally there is no extra team that's going to try to roll into it at this moment. So Jinji gets a second to reset, but you can see the hesitation on going for these reses.
Oh yeah, they are on red alert. You know, they're thinking, okay, what if down 1 crashes, what if meta decides? And there's still the likes of Zenith and Daytrade not too far away. This is, and keep in mind, Shoot to Kill quietly have been building in the south, staying out of all of this meth, and this is just ridiculous. Ents, Liquid, Multi-Circle Gaming, and Sonics living in each other's pockets. Now, I like what Sonics have done to go to the edge of this compound, because it will probably move away from this area, and they get to springboard first, or they get to try and gatekeep it if they want to. Now, again, that's... This is going on through all the way. Okay, so Genji, a valuable move. They still have their 4 players alive. They got the reses. Now they have to withstand the next couple of teams probably coming into that position. Maybe it's Daytrade, maybe it's not. But down 1 Kia, first time in this lobby, first time actually in a very, very incredible position at this point. Shoot to Kill, though, in the vehicles, where the hell do they go? They could go to the fields, they could go to the hillside by Genji. You're not going to go to the compound on the left. It's too busy. They've seen all of that. They're having none of what they're trying to sell. Meta popping some shots out, and it's going to be Rustamar trying to just destroy Liquid's chances. The nades coming in to force him away from the angle, and Liquid's trying to build on through. They have to get this fight going or get moving. One of the 2 options. Shoot to Kill opt to go towards, it looks like the field position. We saw H-Win in this spot not too long ago, actually. So again, something that some of these teams are trying to work with as a secondary spot. Now already, MCG going to receive a fair bit of attention off the back of this, and there goes Tank. So that will be, looks like Sonic's picking that up, you know, and for now, let's see what Liquid do with this. They're the next one to try and make that mad dash. Again, the field's an option, or the hillside just off to the back. You can maybe house 1 more team, maybe 2 at most.
Oh, Liquid, are you trying to roll into the same neighborhood as we've seen 4 different teams die at? They do have the wherewithal to stop beforehand. Daytrade still just trying to supervise everything that's going on in these rotations. That's going to be actually getting spotted out. He's going to go ahead and get dropped. He was the tail in defense for the rest of the team, but they do manage to make it into position. Keep in mind, we still have the Sonics fight that's going on over here. Grenades starting to be a little bit problematic for Liquid, but they do manage to survive through it. They're bouncing just a little bit too far to do damage to the entirety of the team. James does go down, but that should be resible. Now, Sonics looking like they're committing back over towards this. They're not leaving this position, and by being the tail end, either one of these teams, whoever wins it, is going to have an absolute massacre on their hands as they try to make it in the safe zone.
Yeah, Liquid are in a real bother. It looks like Ibi tried to go and get the pickup on Mexi, and now has been found by Penta. So Shoot to Kill just trying to dominate these fields, and now that means Liquid are in a very poor 2-2 split, 2 of them being knocked and the other 2 standing, but basically in the shadow of Gen G. Now we're looking at the kind of final battle for this compound, or what remains of it. You can see Rustamar burning alive. Tixu's in all kinds of damage, and now Rustamar makes the run, but he dies for it. Ents are done. We're down to 8 teams here. Daytrade make their way in, but not without Zenith keeping track of them. This is the fight further north of Liquid and Gen G. This was another set of teams potentially folding into the same sort of mess. Now further afield, you're going to have down 1 and Meta taking a fight as well. Penta unrelenting. He's going to continue forward towards Liquid. He hates them in that position. He wants to claim it. Shoot to Kill in a very good position if they can keep defending this, but it's going to be flashed down on the bottom of that hill. None of the nades finding Daytrade somehow staying alive. Penta flushes Shrimzy. Shoot to Kill again, making their name noted on that kill feed. Looking towards the edge of that compound, they've shut it down. 4 big kills. Shoot to Kill, control the fields. But let's see that circle. It's gone pretty much just southeast, so that plays in down 1. This plays in Meta, but still Zenith, Daytrade desperately trying to fight for survival.
Gen G gets the reward from having to fight for so long. Luke 12 still looking back over towards Liquid's positioning, and you can see Shoot to Kill trying to shift back over towards the low point on that hillside. They're going to consider this their home comfort position because remember, Meta is still playing back over towards the east. Daytrade and Zenith still back and forth. You can see Punich is down inside of this. Mononica stepping back over towards Roth. Doesn't connect to get the down. Kickstart on the other side of it doesn't get the down either. Everybody's getting a little bit nervous back over towards the edge of this, and this firefight is taking way too long, and now Shoot to Kill is starting to get vision on it, and if anything, we know that these guys are wanting to fight everyone around them. Penta looks back over towards Daytrade, keeps glancing back over towards Meta's positioning, trying to make sure he keeps his head on a swivel with everything that's going on. But do not forget about Damwon Kia back over towards the north of the circle, starting to look back over towards Zenith's positioning as well. So that means that Day Trade, Zenith, Liquid, all in a ton of trouble and all pretty close to each other. They're going to have to figure out some way to get separation or win a firefight to at least try to make it towards the zone, while 3 to 4 different teams are looking their direction.
Already Jeems is going to be knocked down at shoot to kill, just punishing that ridgeline, and Day Trade could be on the chopping block next if they decide to go to the southern side. Zenith opting for the vehicle, but we already know towards the east, Damwon has full vision on this Flash finds kickstart. I think Zenith are down to 1 if anyone for now. There's the flush, and it looks like Zenith are done for. We're down to 6. Shoot to kill coming alive as a Damwon Kia. Surely it's got to be either Gen G, Damwon, Meta, or shoot to kill at this point. I don't see Day Trade making it out of here.
There are so little options. You can see that the blue is coming in now. Clib's on the other side. He gets spotted out by Luke. He goes down. Liquid is eliminated. Day Trade has their option of dealing with pushing towards shoot to kill, Gen G, or Kia, who all 3 see their positioning. So that is just so many different firing angles coming for them. There's no options. They're just like peeking up. They're sitting ducks at this stage. It's just a matter of who finds the angle over towards them. And it looks like it's going to be Gen G that racks up all of those kills. So remember, it's all about chicken dinner. So while it is nice to make sure everybody's gone, and it looks pretty on the kill feed, kills don't necessarily matter other than just making sure you eliminate everyone around you. But there you go, Lauren. Top 4 already. 4 members up for every single squad, and there is a road with near on no cover running right through the middle of this circle.
Now keep in mind as well, Gen G have used a lot of their smokes to just try and stay alive, so they might be trying to replenish off the boxes of the multiple teams who kind of, congregated towards that area. Shoot to kill probably have a little bit of utility left. I've got to look at Damwon. They haven't been under direct fire. They've been plenty active, but they haven't been crashed. They haven't been directly pressured, so they should be okay, at least in the utility front. Now we have to wait for that circle update as to who gets the side of this, who gets that good position. And in a couple of seconds, we're going to find out. Here, wow, okay, so it's pretty much a 50-50 slice. Now, Meta can shuffle in. I wonder how open they'll potentially be to Damwon or Gen G or shoot to kill. Now, shoot to kill do need to get a little bit of a move on. They have the safety of a little bit of a ridgeline to stay in this, but you can see the nade down by all intentions. They want to try and get past Gen G. The nades do start coming. Esther's there, Loki's there, Pio's there. The nades come right back out on the other side. They try and get them before they have to. Pio's finds it, but under one of the heaviest fraggers in the entire lobby is popping off. And he's just been working through all of his bullets. He's barely got 30 rounds left to play with. But Gen G are on their knees. Pio's knocked. Loki's knocked. Esther and Anonix. Kurt's making the run for it as well. They're using the low ground to perfection. The flashes come in and Meta are making a move as well. They've switched over to the other side under the shadow of the battle going on. Great move from them. Molotovs on the ridgeline might keep Gen G safe for a second. But Penta already right next to them. But how has Ninonix found one of the meta players instead? Gen G have too many fights now. They are not happy here.
With this, Kia has the entirety of the East to themselves. It's caused everything to slow down for just a second. They've got vision on everything that's happening inside of this fight. Curdy is still just trying to find the last remnants of Gen G to inflict the damage that he can. It's all going to be about fighting over this dip. That has been the entirety of this game. Everybody wants control of this position due to how strong it is. Everybody from shoot to kill knows the fact that they can make a play around this. If they can get this position, they can maybe take the fight to Kia. But a nice little sneaky play from under Lauren could find the angle to absolutely turn this game on its head.
Oh my. They have no idea he's there. He has complete vision, but he's got 3 bullets. That's it. He's got... Oh, he lands in the final bullet under. Bringing death from above. Brilliant play. And look at this adjustment. Damwon Kia are playing a phenomenal game right now. Whether or not they convert, I don't know. But I've got to say it. I'm loving what they're doing. But look how low they are on ammo. They have been just peppering everyone. This might come down to them simply running out of some ammo on certain kind of, maybe a mini, maybe an SLR or something of such. They are going to be in a spot of bother if they don't be careful with what they've got left. However, Inonix still has an aid left for Luke, so gives him a parting gift as Gen G are down to 2. Still making a valiant stand and shoot to kill, receiving too much attention. They didn't expect Under to be up above, and he's found some more! Under again, 3'd up, geared up, looking to go, and he has the high ground, and look at shoot to kill. Instantly have to respond, and they are now in desperate times. This has gone from a pretty powerful position for them onto that Gen G fight to going, uh-oh, wait, why is there someone above us fighting now?
You see multiple members of Meta up. A lot of times when they make it into the late game, they're dealing with remnants. This is a potentially strong position from them, as now they do have both sides of the road that they have a touch of control over. Kia to the north in a similar position. Sandwiched in between that, you can see it's going to be Gen G and Shoot to Kill trying to find some scrappy way to fight their way through this one, but it's just going to be Luke 12 looking back over this direction with no real options to work with. Meta, they have the capabilities to find the lines of sight to potentially take it towards Kia. A couple of shots are going to go through, and that's going to be Kale going down from Anonix. Anonix still not giving up from this position. They know the fact that they're right along the edge of the zone, and maybe Shoot to Kill could come up behind them, but they're still just trying to find some hope, some sliver of a way to try to make this work, while Kia has every single card and every single advantage. Meta has the opportunity, has the capabilities, and we know can bring the raw firepower and the raw aggression to maybe take it to Kia, who sometimes plays a touch too passively. As you can see, repositioning right now back towards the east and kind of letting everything settle. With this, that's opening up more opportunities for Luke 12 to reposition and look back over towards Gen G. You can see trying to still find some way to get something out of this, as what Under is repositioning back over here. Finally, Pio does connect back to Shoot to Kill, takes them down, but Pio looks back over towards Kia, gets the shots onto him as well. Pio is absolutely trying to turn this one around.
Gen G are immovable. They have hunkered down so hard. They've outlived Shoot to Kill at this point. The nade finally comes in from Meta, and we might be getting towards this down one Kia up against Meta final endgame, but Pio's still trying to make a damn good stand for this. He will not go down without a fight. The entirety of Gen G has to be proud of this performance. It probably won't get them the win, but I'm looking at what Meta are doing here. They're trying to split the battlefield. I like that readjust from Wicked there. Puts himself in a great position. Pio is still alive, but it feels like a matter of how long. Could he be the downfall of Meta here? If they overly focus towards down one, that could be the death of them, but they're still very aware, and that nade comes in close enough that Pio has to move.
Pio is in so much trouble right now. He's got the blue zone behind him. It's going to tick for so much damage. He's trying to make sure that nobody has an angle back for him. Gets the shot on the Wicked. That absolutely ruins Meta's strategy. He does go down. Shots ring true from Kale.
Wow.
And now it's just Meta versus Kia lining up against each other.
What a parting gift. To knock Wicked alleviates so much pressure of the down one. That is a true gift to down one Kia from Gen G, and you can see them trying to get him back up. They're trying to split the field. That's huge. Kale goes down. Suddenly Meta have a huge advantage. This could be their game. Oh, the spray as well. This is looking like down one have let their foot off the gas again, and Meta close out the game.
Such a strong performance. Meta walk away with the victory. They had to fight themselves uphill, taking it to Kia, who is just providing so much damage and everything. Standouts for me have got to be Pio. My God, Pansy. Pio was putting in so much work on everything around him and managed to survive for so long. He almost turned that game around.
Look, Pio is probably sat there going, look, down one, I gave you a gift. I died for this. I knocked the one player who was the biggest danger to you, and you didn't convert? Are you kidding me? And honestly, down one, after that performance, losing, like, I love the way that they adjusted. They took that fight, they switched across the road, they were proactive. But in those final moments, you could see Meta just quietly building in the background. But credit to Meta for keeping themselves in the perfect position going forward. That was incredibly well played. But I am just beyond belief that somehow down one just lost grip on that, and Gen G refusing to relent. What a great end game that was.
Yeah, I mean, Meta are the beneficiaries of position, for lack of a better term, in that you can see that Kia really lined up to take it back over towards Gen G because Pio was being so problematic. Once we saw Meta send one of their members, Wicked, back towards the north to maybe counter move around that, to maybe reposition after the Gen G fight, and we saw Pio get the knock onto him, I thought that it might be a little bit too much for Meta to figure out a way to do this, but they just stepped up, had faith in their firefighting capabilities, and just took it straight to Kia. Kia, you could tell, was like waiting. They were like, okay, so they're going to reposition for a second. They're going to do this. They're probably going to come over here. And no, Meta just charged up the hillside and was like, hey, this is our opportunity, and we're going to take it. And they capitalized in a big way. So, I mean, you take what you're given. We've been talking about that a lot. That's how you have to play it inside the Winner Winner Chicken Dinner series. And Meta found the opportunity and are walking away with the round win.
Congratulations to Meta there, and I'm glad to see them win this, considering just at the start we were talking about, okay, they're very impressive individuals at the start of this tournament. That definitely stood out, but we didn't see them quite converting that into necessary results. Now we're starting to see a little bit of that refinement of that ability, right? That play towards the end, perfect. Didn't, fall foul to anything down one was trying to do. But again, credit to Damwon Kia. That was the first time we've seen them in the lobby, and they were able to get that far. Very close to being able to do something, pretty deadly late game. But still, winner takes all in this. They get through to the weekend. Big chunk of change in the pocket as well. Nice little gift on that. And I can't wait to say what Meta have to say about that final couple of circles there, because for me, I honestly thought that was going to be a Damwon win, if I'm honest, especially with that performance coming through that.
Well, Meta played that so well. They had so many, like the way that they took that small hill that's kind of at the end of the Death Star trench, and they were just kind of taking pot shots at everybody that rotated through. They had a lot of control in what was going on. And remember, they also were kind of looking on what was going on in the battle for the dip of eternity. I mean, how many teams did we see die in that dip war? I want to say that there's probably like 20, maybe 25 crates. Like half the lobby feels like they died in that one spot.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 5. And the winners of our third match was Metagaming. I'm here with player Suzanne. Congratulations. Think similarly to Digital Athletics. You guys made it to the weekly finals really quickly in the survival games. How are you feeling right now?
No primeiro weekly final, vocês conseguiram ficar em quinto lugar. E hoje, finalmente, vocês conseguiram ir para o weekly final no primeiro dia. Vocês receberam um prêmio de $6.000. Como você se sente?
Gracias. Nos sentimos bien. Ya hace bastante tiempo que queríamos clasificar los primeros días y lo conseguimos.
기분은 아주 좋고요.
Definitely feels really great.
정말로 먹고 싶었는데
And even in the last few weeks, we really aimed to win the chicken dinner on the first day. And so I'm really glad we were able to achieve that today. Last week's survivals, you guys made it to the weekly finals pretty late in the week. And I think you guys prepared a lot for this week. What part are you guys planning to work on for the weekly finals to get closer to winning?
Para o final. Que ponto você acha que o time deve melhorar para conseguir uma melhor pontuação no final?
Y estamos teniendo muchos problemas individuales. La comunicación la mejoramos bastante, pero creo que lo que nos está haciendo perder muchos puntos son los errores individuales y es lo que tenemos que mejorar.
개개인의 작은 실수들이 가장 많은 것 같고요.
I think we each have a few mistakes that sometimes we make, and so we're going to work on that. And then a lot of people have been concerned about our communication skills, so we've worked hard on making that better as well. So you guys were against Damwon Kia at the end of the game, and I think you guys are up against that team particularly quite a lot during the games. How was the match specifically today for you?
Vocês se encontraram também bastante no Bottom 16. Sobre essa última luta que vocês tiveram nessa última partida, como você pode falar um pouco como foi a luta entre vocês?
Y fue bastante tranquila ahí. Sabíamos que teníamos recursos para esperar que se maten entre ellos y esperamos a que se maten y aprovechamos el momento para pelear.
저희는 여유롭게 리소스 많이 모아서 기다리고 있었고요.
We try to stay calm and utilize our resources and just wait for the right timing. I think today that strategy worked really well for you guys today.
마지막으로 참 매력적인 세레모니로 팬분들에게 사랑을 받고 있는 메타게이밍이잖아요.
And Metagaming, you guys are known for a really good ceremony towards your fans. So let's end this interview by you showing some kind of ceremony towards your fans.
네, 메타게이밍과 함께하고 계십니다, 여러분. 라그날디뇨 선수.
This is player Ragnaldinho.
정말 축하드리고요.
Congratulations so much on making it to the weekly
네,
finals.
이렇게 해서 세 번째 매치 만에 파이널로 진출하게 된 메타게이밍과의 인터뷰를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Metagaming as they advance to the next round. We got a little bit of a glimpse at Ragnaldinho and his Joker personality, but also shows that the team and himself are masters as they completely baited DWG into making mistakes. And I can't wait to hear you guys break down how that happened as we get ready to go to the highlights in a second. But I want to start out by asking this, Hypoc. There's been a lot of talk about catching 9, quote unquote. Winning because of position. Did Meta win this because of position, or did they fight tooth and nail and earn this thing the old-fashioned way?
No, I think it came down to a really, really important reposition there along the ridge. I mean, Damwon played that. I mean, coming out of Circle 7, as soon as Circle 8 posts, they put a lot of emphasis on the west side of the road there, and unfortunately not able to clean up anything. It was only really under putting out any damage. So for me there, I mean, Meta absolutely earned that. They were the most active. They were looking for ground, even though PO finds that incredible knock. It doesn't end up mattering in the end, but yeah, it's usually the team that gets to Crossroad Hill there on the south side, or the team that can sit in the warehouses of the compound, right? Meta absolutely fought for what they had, and that play at the end was beautiful.
Yeah, it was actually fantastic, and that compound is actually quite hard to get out of. Usually get a lot of pressure coming out from the ridges and the mountains around it, so I was quite impressed with seeing them come out that easily. They obviously put pressure on the east side, making sure that nobody backfilled them on the east and the lower ground and the high ground. And this bait, that was actually so fantastic. He drove so far into the road that it forced the players on the top hill to look at him. Like, he took attention from two players and made them open up to the low ground so that the other meta players, they could kind of sweep in below and put pressure on them while their focus was so high. So like the vertical race in your aim, it changes so much that it opens up a whole different level of advantages to the players pushing in. Coming in with a Groza as well, that was fantastic. What a good play. A Joker level personality, but also a Joker level bait right there.
It does seem like the Groza keeps showing up in these wins over and over and over again, as that gun seems to be really showing its power in the series so far. Let's take a look at the match results. Metagaming does advance. They had less kills than DWG, but all that matters is the win. And it's hard to argue against them at this point, Hypot, considering first in this game, third with 7 in the game previous, and they started the day with 6 and 8 kills. So they, I think, came with the intention of getting through and starting strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is a byproduct of what we've talked about for the last few weeks, right? It was when were Meta going to find their feet with Wicked in this roster? And we obviously know that they had 2 fantastic performances through the bottom 16. Now they're actually realizing their potential of the weekly survivals. Again, it's just a matter of time, right? This might be the week where we see them pop up in the finals and really pop off.
Absolutely. And as we talked about them, they've been popping off. They've been finding their feet, as you put it, and getting better and better.
Oh my God.
Team that I got to throw to you, Martin. Wow. Okay, before we get to that, under 1,459. They didn't win, but I got to be honest, Martin, Under was up there putting in a ton of work, and honestly, I think is why neither Gen G nor STK won this thing.
Yeah, for sure. This is insane. Honestly, I'm kind of afraid, but like this ramp up from Damonkia, if they manage to like just hit, you know, the highest peak performance in the last week, and they just go in and win it, like that's just a fair deal. Like this was no underperformance. This is amazing. Well played.
Absolutely. They didn't underperform, but they did overpeak, and ultimately that cost them the match against Meta. I want to talk a pivot away from the top. Let's go somewhere else. I'm going to stick with you, Martin, because these are your boys. A team that seems to be slipping and hasn't found their footing. Team Liquid. Some in chat will affectionately call them things like Team Lobby. They've got 0 kills so far today. This is a team that was setting the pace for PUBG for years, and I don't understand what's going on. Is it just 3 games? Forget about it, Toffees?
Yeah, I think so. They've calmly qualified and quite easily dominated some of the other weekly survivals, and I think we'll get back into it. It's these changing lobbies are hard. Like I don't think we can put enough emphasis on how high the stress levels is in this format, the winner chicken dinner format. You can also see, again, we've talked about a few times before, other guys on the desk are talking about before, you know, the relief that we see in them once they win these games. It's emotion explosion, honestly.
An emotion explosion. That's actually a very good way to sum it up, Hypok. Yes, but also appropriate because, I mean, it is a big deal to come out with these wins. And we've seen teams like STK has been in here 2 games so far, Hypok, and both of them have been absolute bangers, and yet right back into the fray.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for last week, right? I've already talked about them kind of coming away and being very happy overall with the performance, taking that across to the bottom 16 and absolutely stomping that lobby as well. I think it's a matter of when, not if. If they continue playing like this, you know, eventually the stars will align. They'll come through with these.
All right, let's take a look at who will be joining us as we move into the next round. I had it pulled up and then I lost it, so let's... We'll get that in a moment. We got new teams joining. Top 16, obviously, continuing to play. and then you make it to the weekly final. And that's part of the headset of this tournament, right? Martin is not focusing necessarily just on survival, but knowing that there's really, outside of a prize that's a couple $1,000s, this week, like the first 3 days don't matter outside of just getting to the real show.
I'm not sure really. Like I feel like the amount of training, and you can kind of get into that. We've heard a few of the players say, like, if I could say like I could guarantee myself qualifying on the last day, I would do that, because this is the best kind of training. Even though it's a win focused format, the amount of teams, the amount of players, the amount of kind of terrain that you need to traverse to get into the wins and get into situations where you set yourself up for a lot of kills is some of the hardest. Like, you can see how many players that is alive, and by definition, the more players that obviously is alive, the more dense the late game circles will be, and the more hard it's going to have. More third party come through, and if you learn to kind of dodge third parties and, you know, get into a fight and get out of it real quickly, so you can kind of catch those third parties incoming towards you, then it's going to be really interesting. Here's FaZe, obviously, that's going to be joining us.
Thank you. There we go. So FaZe is joining Hypoc. I'll turn it over to you to talk to me about this team that is now joining the fray.
Yeah, I mean, another one that, again, they had a fantastic day one to the bottom 16, but it's been difficult, right? FaZe had a very rough start to this event. We talked about how they've kind of made improvements. Last week for me was an interesting one. They kind of started settling into, I guess, complacency through the mid game. In a lot of positions, I feel as if they would have played it very differently usually. So I'm not sure if that is the format kind of creeping into their thought process. There were lots of times where they were 4 up come, you know, in the top 4. Another one that you could throw in that mix as well was VP. Time and time again, we found them making it to the late game with good numbers, and they just couldn't convert. And actually, a lot of those games, one of them came down to MCG. I remember just popping off as a duo, but it's weird to see that switch up now. So I'm not sure if that is maybe a little bit of a tilt factor, a little bit of frustration, but Gustav, for me, he's the headline for FaZe, man. He is absolutely on fire right now.
Yeah, Martin, I know that you've followed Gustav's career with great interest. He is a player who has been sort of, I don't want to say slowly, but has been climbing for a very long time, and it seems like he's really hit his peak position here with FaZe.
Oh yeah, obviously been following him really closely. I'm, you know, related to him in some way of being Danish. You know, there's very few of us in the world, less than 6 million. So talk to him a lot. He's a very, very dedicated guy, and his career has just been on the uprise, and I'm really hoping to see them do super well here, obviously, because I know the guy super well. But yeah, he's been a carrying factor. He's been IGLing more and more, and his decision making has been really shining through. But it's a hard format, and it's not fitting them too well, and I'm not sure what will go them through for the next couple of days here, because it's going to be some hard games. It's they need to be full focus, otherwise they're not going to qualify for this weekend either.
It has been tough for them, but if there is sort of a voice of reason that I can believe in, it's Gustav. I'll never forget sitting at a bar in Sweden when Mixie told me years ago, Gustav has one of the highest upsides in European PUBG, and I believe in him, and turns out he was right. Let's see if the FaZe boys can step up and make it happen as we get ready for the 4th match of the day. Let's go now to our casters, Cracklin Pansy and Matchroom.
You know what, Steve? Don't make me be mean. Don't do it. Look, I'll be nice to you for now, and I'll flame you when Caloris comes back. All right, we'll wait for the real Death Coast to come back around. Anyway, it's a bit of a shorter plane path, to be fair. Starting from the north, heading down to Primorsk. Nice and quick one. And look, FaZe are in the lobby now. We already saw that Down 1 did pretty well with their 1 game under the belt. Now, FaZe... What FaZe do we see? It's hot and cold, right? It's as I said, it's hard to be a FaZe fan, but when they pop off, they are some of the most exciting, explosive teams out there, but I don't know what that kind of indicator is that sets them up for that. You know, I don't know what those kind of win conditions are that actually really work out, that go into place, that make them have those better performances. For now, an interesting drop from them for sure.
Well, we often see that with FaZe, it's about the amount of control and how they gather their information. I feel like with the amount of... Whoa, hey, what's going on here? Akkad just gonna go ahead and get that one. Pat decides that he doesn't want to hang out inside the car and is in a lot of trouble, to say the least. Pat on near on no life. He's going to have to run down the hillside, and Hikara, you should be able to pick this one up. I mean, what do you do if you're Pat in this stage? You just got to run and pray you can get to a tree, but it's just a matter of time. You got to give the boy credit, though. He's trying his hardest to make sure that this is taking as long as possible for him. There, finally managed to get him down. They're just going to pinch him to death, and that's going to be it for them. So, Oath losing one early, but jump back to your FaZe comment you were talking about. I almost wonder if the erratic nature of some of these teams, like we see some really hyper aggressive teams that just aren't afraid to like send it with minimal information and just trust in their like firefighting capabilities. It feels like FaZe tends to bump into those a lot, which is kind of counter to their control strategy that they run with. You know, like whenever you're just trying to take control of a zone, and then suddenly there's just this guys that just run across the circle and crash you for no reason, it just throws your whole plan off.
And yeah, this circle is certainly not going to make things easy. I don't think they could be any further away at this point, unless they went to like the spawn island, which I guess, you know, we've all had an exploration towards it. But yeah, FaZe pretty far off here. Not exactly the easy start of things. A lot of teams seemingly banking on like a northeast circle. You know, Freaks up here, Oath up here, Ents. I mean, it's Ents. FaZe as well, and sadly for Oath, they're kind of under the gun. The Freaks are pretty close by to them. Now Hansi has kind of crept up here, hunting down Snakers. He's just none the wiser. He was just leaping through the air, having the time of his life, and well, it doesn't end too well. Just poor old Bambi leaping through the fields.
That's about the best way to describe it. Caught totally unaware, and now the other two members of Oath in a little bit of a predicament. You're talking about how far FaZe has to go. They've got a pretty long rotation themselves. Gen.G, who's we've seen coming more and more alive. Pick'em results, fans still have the faith inside of them. Their average kills are so ridiculously high as well. But the problem is making it into the weekly finals. That's going to be the issue, is picking up the wins. We've often seen like Gen.G gets into those positions. Like last round is a great example. They managed to finally end up being the people that survived through everything inside that dip. And you see like Pio just finding opportune shot after opportune shot to get knocks. But then there's just too many other teams that get aggressive back over towards them, and then they just end up falling right before getting the chicken dinner.
Okay, so as per usual, we do like to check on, who's in those kind of power positions. You've got T1 slap bang in the middle of that circle, so they will be laughing. Sonic's not too far off. Infantry, pretty happy. Daytrade, Na'Vi, Liquid, probably the main few. And as I said, a couple kind of banking on that northeastern circle they should be fine on approach, but you're certainly not going to get prime position. But also, it's kind of, the center point on this is still pretty much a field, so it should be kind of no harm, no foul in that regard. As you can see, Luke 12 going through his little loot route, getting all his goodies, having the time of his life, over towards Yasnaya. The first couple of fights could be the posturing or maybe overzealous scouting towards this kind of Gatka Fields way. If someone gets a little, as I said, a little too bold and big for their boots, if they start going for a little bit of an exploration. Tiamba are working down from Georgia Pole, kind of past Everest as we speak. Following Lorena, it looks like, trying to maybe get towards Gatka itself. I wonder where people actually opt to kind of pull up on this one. We are seeing Multi-Circle Gaming and Liquid quite close by, so imagine there'll be a couple of, shots put between them, but I don't know how much intention will be behind it. Other than that, though, no one on Millie Island. Zenith, I guess, down one, pretty close by, but as said, unless someone scouts right into an opponent, should be okay. And this is what we were saying about Multi-Circle Gaming and Liquid. They were quite close by.
The more and more I watch Multi-Circle Gaming, the more impressed I get with Tank. Tank is often their like frontline guy. He's the one that's playing the risky position. He's the one that's closest to the enemy team or holding the angle that is just absolutely vital for their team's success. And he always finds a way to make something out of the situation. The team may not always win, but Tank is at least going to make sure that you regret approaching the area that Multi-Circle Gaming is trying to control at the time. It's just, he seems to find a way to make a play happen at almost every single opportunity is presented. And that's what you want out of a player in PUBG. And I guess you can see that Liquid's in a little bit of trouble, but they should be able to at least get away from this one. EB probably being the one that's most hazardous right now, kind of caught outside the Badlands, but we'll have to see. Tank, again, said it. This guy is kind of the playmaker for Multi-Circle Gaming, and just showing no fear, has complete and utter confidence in his team to support him from behind. Now it's just going to be a matter of can Team Liquid provide the same level of support? And just narrowly misses seeing his head as it crests back below that hillside.
Can we get some saving Private Ibby? Like, this dude's in a field. Help Ibby out, man. He's all on his lonesome. He's got the cover of 2 smokes and Summer and Tank staring him down. Clib's like, look, I'll throw a couple of shots their way. I'm not going to risk it for you, but I'll pop on over. Yeah, Liquid... I don't know. I don't see much pressure coming towards Multi-Circle Gaming unless a Freaks get over here, and they're way off, right? So that could be a potential loss there for Liquid if they don't get him out of dodge. Genji and Daytrade, super close by. Does he know about Pio and Esther working up here? I think Venotika's going to have a horrible surprise any second now. They're creeping up this hillside real quiet, real slow. Pio's definitely noted where he is. Look at them now. Venotica finally turns around, but it may be too little too late. Unawares, the hunter becomes a hunted. Pio gets a couple of tags, not the frag though. Daytrade stay alive.
Oh, and then that's a nice counterplay coming out from Puchus. On the other side of it, Esther does manage to get them back over towards him as well. So now you can see repositioning on both sides, trying to set up to see if maybe they can capitalize off of the downs or maybe get their return res. Puchus has been abandoned. The other 2 members for Daytrade look like they're trying to provide a little bit of reinforcements, but I think Venotica is just going to go ahead and cut this one out. So the fact that it's not worth the risk. I mean, they can reposition quite easily over towards the north. That entire hillside is open, so no purpose in really fighting for that one. Punage going to go ahead and get run out of his little bit of a home. FaZe opting into an interesting strategy. They don't want to run through the circle itself, so instead they're going to run back down towards military base, cut across this northern road most likely, and then come in along the western bridge. So that might buy them a little bit of safety. And also an update to all of you Liquid fans. Yes, saving Private EB did get accomplished. He was picked up, and he did manage to make it out.
Nice. I was worried for poor little Ibby. But he is saved. And I actually don't mind that from FaZe taking the island route. It gets them out of the mess that Down 1 might be walking into with Shoot to Kill, Infantry, Zenith. If they went north, it'd be a Freaks and Liquid. It's not a bad idea. It does put you into the kind of pocket if anyone is watching that bridge cross. That's when, of course, it can be an issue. You got Genji and Shoot to Kill with Infantry split over on that side. But, hey, I mean, FaZe can just try and find a way through. They were the furthest out, so you kind of have to find maybe a unique way in. I don't think you can play to traditional means as easily. As it stands, though, T1, Sonics, Tiamba, decent enough positioning. I mean, this circle's pretty much open, though. I mean, it's the next kind of hard shift, I feel, is, or if there is a hard shift, that could be very defining in this. If this suddenly swings Everest side, then you could have a big switch up here, but this is the problem that could have faced FaZe if they went this way, is the likes of Down 1 rolling up into Shoot to Kill, who have been deadly today. However, Down 1 showed their value pretty recently too, and it's the man on the screen, Under. He is so strong, but he gets knocked by Alo. Down he goes, so now Shoot to Kill finally put up that defense. Mollies go in, they might just try and burn him alive.
Shoot to Kill, trying to get a little bit more information of what's going on. Alo takes a chunk of damage as that grenade blows up just a touch back behind him. See that trying to counter move around this. Purdy's through tossing out a couple of nades, but Songjung does manage to get back over towards Under's position, trying to commit towards the res, and Shoot to Kill doesn't want to commit to the push just quite yet. So that means the fact that they should be able to accomplish this and retreat away from this. Circle does get back over in this direction, so no rush to finish the fight too quickly. Problem just comes into play is that these are 2 very thirsty teams right now. Luke 12 hits a banger of a nade back over towards Under and Songjung as they try to retreat. Indigo's trying to commit to the res, but it's just a chain res fiesta back over here, and this is just going to get more and more complicated. So trying to extricate from themselves, finally do manage to do it, but notice that is going to be FaZe rolling through the distance. I wouldn't be surprised. They're probably just going to avoid anything about this firefight. Luke 12 up on the top of it, does get vision back towards Kale, but this is just very scattered back and forth. Alo has to spot this one out and knows he has to push through the smokes, and it is so deadly, spots it through, and Kia is just getting demolished.
And if you just caught it on that minimap, FaZe just slotted in slightly north of this. So they managed to go away from that entire fight and then kind of dip back around. Now, the newer fields of Pachinki, this used to be so open, such a disastrous area to be in. Now there's some playable terrain, of course. This is a big update. And Oath, what remains after they had their early scraps, make it through there. And you do have Multi-Circle Gaming not far. You have Zenith not far. And in this moment, Daytrade pretty strong. Sonic's pretty strong. I'm kind of curious how oh, it's just Kale left alive, down 1. Really got shredded on this one. Luke 12 was just pumping damage, knock after knock. Great shot from Roth, though. Quickly mopping up towards Rello. And I wonder if Zenith now go on this. I don't know if they've been able to keep track of Oath being kind of bullied around at the start.
Yeah, Zenith committing down into this dip, getting the reload down is pivotal. You know, the grenades exchanges you're starting to see is the thing that you have to be most worried about in this situation. Balefrost retreating back over towards the other direction means the fact that he's get a little bit more of safety play in it. What surprised me with what we're looking at is that we haven't seen Multi-Circle Gaming really assert too much in what's going on. We've seen Zenith doing a lot of heavy leans. There we go. Stepping up, breasting that trench, and Tank not connecting with enough to really discourage anything off of it. So Zenith's going to continue to roll through, going to even be able to get their vehicle back into this position. Balefrost now finding himself very, very scary spot as he's got Multi-Circle Gaming at his back, and it looks like to be a very aggressively moving Zenith in front of him.
Well, saw the death of Bambi earlier. Might be seeing the death of Balefrost pretty soon if they continue to pressure this issue. And it looks like Shinboy, Roth, they're all pushing this one, clearing through the trenches. Gun at the side, Shinboy leading the way for now, but the Molotov gives away position. You're going to see the flashes. The nades, he takes a bold and brave swing, but it's merely to lead to his death. And Oath do go down in 16th. Kale, I think, has been noted now. Kurt on the check for it, and if Kale manage to stay alive, that'd be a miracle. Can't make it happen. Good trade coming out from Gustav, and I do hear you guys have been well behaved, so there'll be a gift of a promo code, so keep your attention turned towards the screen. Get that now while it's going. As FaZe start building up in this one, a little bit of blood drawn to begin with, but still maintaining position here.
Two very hungry teams that just fought their way out of the bottom 16, finding themselves at odds already at this stage. Numbers advantage does lean back over towards FaZe. And don't forget about the fact that also we're probably going to see the circle shift away from this water location. So that means the fact that FaZe is probably going to have the inside track on the next circle as well. Multi-Circle Gaming still stretching out, trying to get a little bit more control of the territory that's going to be around them. And the new circle does update. FaZe inside the safe zone. Shoot to kill is not, as well as everybody back over towards the north and west. So Pachinki being fairly centered up inside of this. Really, the hills that are going to be back over towards the southeast of that are going to be the big factor for him, as well as Zenith's positioning being very central as well.
The next couple of shifts, again, are so defining of these circles just in this area. I mean, the Pachinki Fields, Pachinki City itself, the hills on the rolling side of it, just south of it, but already it's Ents on the move. This is very proactive for Ents, and they went right towards Zenith right now. This would be the death of them. They're already pre-established in these trenches. Look at Puna just going to slow himself over. Shinboy watches them as they cross. Are Ents going to pull up in this? It looks like they are. Already Kickstart kicks this one off with 2 quick kills. Tixu finds one back, but by now they're basically dead. There's one player standing, and it feels like not for long. Diggory's gone. That was swift. Ents quickly mop it up with their bodies, just the blood scattered everywhere. Nothing to be found for them. One knock and that's it. No one else is diving into those trenches. That's all Zenith.
I can't believe Zenith got away with that and didn't even lose a member. They should be able to get the res back, and that's a fairly neutral exchange, because with that they should be able to also get the loot that was provided to them by Ents. That was just, I mean, that was just loot delivery system coming in from Ents off of there. But with the way the circle is set, there were options to the south. There was that very strong hillside dip from that. I'm kind of curious why Ents opted so heavily into that commitment, because they weren't getting any shots from. Maybe Day Trade was taking a couple of long-range shots from what we usually see around that drainage ditch area where they've got the pipe that comes out on the hillside south of Pachinki. But I don't know. They obviously saw something there that they wanted, and they committed to it, and now they regret it.
Okay, look. Sometimes it can't always be easy for Ents. Sometimes it's hard for Ents, and not like hard for Vard. That's a very different thing. For now, we are seeing Genji on the move. I'm looking at shoot to kill. I think they're just behind them on this, so where the hell are Genji going? They were out in the, not necessarily blue, but they were pretty far out on this. They were not within the last circle. So Genji going to pull up right towards Venotica. Pre-nade goes out. Going to be expecting the pressure coming his way. Maybe not a bad shout either. Inonix, though, going to drive right on past. Sprays in at Dexter to find Flash, and they look to continue forward. Venotica's still alive, but now surrounded. And oh no, his own nade got him in the end.
Genji just comes in with authority. They do finally manage to get Inonix down, but that was about the only cost to it. Jinji rolls into this one, not a care in the world. Shoot to kill, rolls into the hillside just to the east of them. A little bit more cares over there. They've already lost one member. And it's going to be this lower ground positioning coming in from Zenith that is just continually harass them. Luckily, Shoot to Kill did manage to get the separation away from FaZe, and FaZe now has most of the south to control for themselves. New Circle is about to update in just 1 second. A lot of teams still clinging to life along these hillsides. Tiemba, the only one that's playing inside of Pachinki itself, and there you go. Jin G gonna get doubly rewarded, rolling through, getting those kills pretty easy, and also getting a very centralized position.
Oh yeah, great moves from Gen G. Timing could not have been better as well. Very preemptive maneuver. And I've got to give credit as well to Shoot to Kill, though. They were being kept under the thumb by FaZe. They opted to get in the vehicles and make a risky maneuver, but they've made to, I don't want to say safe ground, but better territory. Otherwise, they'd have been screwed in this circle. So good timing, kind of following Gen G, kind of following the trail blazed by them. But we look further afield now. This is where things get a bit dicey. You've got Sonics and Liquid. I don't know if they want to live harmoniously on this hillside. Could bite them, but that northeast side matchroom is going to be pretty explosive. Now, yes, a couple more could slot towards maybe Shoot to Kill, but beyond that, there isn't that much playable area left in this.
See Na'Vi starting to try to stretch this direction. They're going to be pretty close to a Freak of Freaks positioning as they're starting to stretch up as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they start getting vision of each other here in just 1 second. I like the positioning that Na'Vi is playing this in, but Hikari looks like he's already got a read on what's going on. But I guess the information didn't get fed over properly because that's a near-on free kill onto EJ. He just gets dropped out. So now a Freak of Freaks has to figure out how they're going to want to respond with Na'Vi as they're making their approach into this. Multi-Circle Gaming going to go ahead and reposition as well, because while they did have that nice strong compound that's over towards the north of Zenith's little trenches, not in the circle anymore. So it looks like Multi-Circle Gaming is opting to rotate through what should be an open Pachinki, and that's just good awareness. Also good awareness coming out from Orange. Spots out another Freak of Freaks member, and this is just getting more and more problematic for the Freaks.
Yeah, Freak of Freaks, I think the loss of Hikari, it won't be the end of them, but hold on, we're seeing Liquid getting close to Sonic's territory here. Now, Sonics haven't been too aggressive to fighting Liquid just yet, but now this will somewhat force the issue. Liquid won't fold north because that will open up things towards T1. Whether they know they're there or not is yet to be seen. Now, Liquid would like to progress further. They can live in this, but also keep your eyes on Multi-Circle Gaming, because they're swinging out of Pachinki in towards this direction. This could be huge if they keep going. Already tanks been found by Aqua 5. That should ring the alarm bell towards Liquid, who are on that hillside. Clips found Summer. Yeah, this is the pull-up we were expecting. Evil Lee's gone down. Great work from Clib over there towards Liquid, securing that western side. Sonic's probably saying a little quick thank you. We are seeing Na'Vi continuing their fight against a Freak of Freak as well. And as you said, a Freak of Freak's looking a little worse for wear. That split didn't work out so well, and Na'Vi actually make it through with 4 alive.
I just love the way that Na'Vi played that. They stopped in the right location, assuming where people are going to be rotating in from the east, caught an early knock off of it, then just continued to capitalize. It was just a very slow domino chain that worked out in Na'Vi's favor. That was all about just preparation and figuring out how people were going to approach what's going on around them. Approaching, now FaZe is going to have to figure out where they're going to do with this. They're presently keeping an eye in the direction of Sonics that are still kind of getting a little bit closer back over Team Liquid. And there's really just the Shoot to Kill Jinji hillside that's going to be the predominant factor inside the circle. But with only having 10 teams alive, there could be a couple of opportunities for people to snake their way into this one. Most notably, you can see Zenith still having all of these vehicles inside the trench. How does that happen, Pansy? How do you still have all of those vehicles that you can capitalize and use to move in from such a dangerous position? Nobody popped the tires or anything.
It's wild to me. The crazy part in this is also Sonics have let Liquid pass to a degree. They played the south side of the hill, and this is not just the only fight. Zenith looking to move in, so they're going to be trying to get their crash going as well. Already, there it is. Punich finds a nade towards Lorena and Lin Shun, so fantastic nades from him, creating that pathway forwards, just alleviating some of that pressure to catch them on the cross, and that's done wonderfully for them. Now, Liquid are, of course, on red alert. They are worried about this, because suddenly there's a team just kind of playing in the shadows. Now, FaZe aren't quite helping out yet. FaZe are in the south. The only team, maybe Infantry, could see Sonics, but that'd be pretty far. Now, Sonics are getting away with murder, being able to stay on this side. Completely backs open. I'm seeing some shots, I think, pinging across now from FaZe saying, hold on. Why are you out in the open like this? What's going on over there? But neither of these teams are safe. This is just a crazed battle. Neither can really leave each other alone. And while this happens, I'm seeing FaZe getting to the vehicles, but I'm also seeing these two getting closer and closer. HWin, Mime, close towards Jeems and Ibby. So let's see who gets the better positioning. I almost feel like Liquid did leapfrog a little, and it's Ibby to find one, but quick trade out for HWin, finds Jeems right back in this. Now Ibby wants back in, Beryl though getting put to work, good spray, good connection. There's the trade back though, Tiggleton not going to let them go down without a fight. A quick little res can be trying to be brought out, and I'm keeping my eyes on the likes of Tiggleton. Where is this player? What can he do to try and stem the bleed here? The last one alive, I don't think a res is really possible. Mime's now bled out, they're pushing as a pack, Jeems is low. Oh, Tiggleton! That is impeccable play from him. Finds two and just drags Liquid down with him. You do not get my squad. You do not get to wipe us. He fights back. Impeccable work.
The blue is right back behind him. He's got T1 that he may have to contend with. FaZe rotated in just towards his south, but the moral victory comes up for Tiggleton. He manages to clutch it for his team and buy a little bit more survival. In our first round of the day, we saw somebody that lost multiple members. Digital Athletics, Vitriolix managed to clutch it up at the end, and we know Tig has the capabilities to do that. So we'll have to keep an eye on what's going on with him. But it is a very multi-tiered fight that's going on the other parts of the circle right now. Na'Vi still victors back over towards the east, taking those shots back over with Zenith, trying to make sure that they keep control on this hillside as the circle is going to pop, and Navi's not inside of it. Shoot to kill, infantry in good positions, as well as one of the members for Gen G.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. You've got to feel, just on paper, infantry's position is exceedingly strong. They've even got Boliang kind of split off towards the Harry Potter Tower. That's a big position. Now, FaZe can play into it eventually, but the hillside's pretty treacherous with so many eyes on them. T1 being one of those teams, they might have to try and wait for that circle to close in for T1 to make their move, try and force that fight on the north side of the newly appointed circle. As said, Na'Vi, shoot to kill, Zenith, Tiamba, T1, Gen G, very compact in this area. You can't really get around infantry. They are very well fortified in that compound. It's a very strong position to be in, but T1 have perfect vision on Gen G, or do they? Shots from further afield are going to keep a little bit of safety, actually, on Gen G there.
This is all about how teams are going to rotate. The big factors, most notably T1, Na'Vi. Na'Vi can commit to trying to make this a little bit of a low ground reposition because they have to assume that a weekend shoot to kill won't harass them too much. Na'Vi from this position doesn't have the best angle to really take it to Gen G, but can potentially provide oversight on whatever's going to be going on with T1. FaZe also is going to have to rotate inside the zone, so Na'Vi really just to kind of gatekeep out everybody as they move, as Timba's last member does get spotted. Kickstart for Zenith, still just kind of clutching to life back over there. And now here comes the push from T1, and this is the big X factor for me. How are they going to play this? Because if they opt into sending it too far or too easy, they're going to find a little bit of a problem, as there's going to be teams on both sides. T1 just rolls right into Gen G's vision, and it is a quick exchange between the two of them, and nades just roll through. Gen G, they love this spot. They are killing everybody that comes near it.
They refuse. They are unrelenting, but now Putty Curdy, we have to switch over to him. He's trying to stay alive. He's battered, broken, and beaten. And Na'Vi rolling through. The CIS Giants looking to try and swing past this. But still, how can they clear him out cleanly? Can they get rid of him for free? On fire, now has to run into the open. Vision now surely granted. Across the board, it's Longskirt to claim it. And now we look at what's remaining in these 5 teams. FaZe staying alive here, playing this edge quite well. 4 standing. A quiet performance kill-wise, but still alive. Now, Infantry still maintain fantastic position. Gen G, deadly as ever, but they have been in so many fights already. Surely they are in a state at this point, use so much of their utility, but apparently PO's just fine. 3'd up, geared up, out of his mind. He is good to go, hot to trot. But on the cross, you can see Fuzzface trying to land a few shots, but it's 8C to find PO. That's a problem. Gen G were trying to make the move quickly, but now Na'Vi turn attention, and it looks like Gen G might be done for. Just Loki alive, tries to hit the heel. Orange posts a grenade for him, but just managed to get ahead of it. And as you can see, the flush comes out, so there's no recovery here. It's who claims the next kill, and it looks like FaZe. We're down to 4. FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, Infantry, and what remains of Zenith. Just one player, but what a welcome to the lobby for FaZe.
They came into this one with a plan. Slow rolling, trying to maintain control. Kickstart just finds a random member of Na'Vi that rotates through. The problem with that is now Kickstart has revealed his position, and there's a very hungry FaZe and a very
moving up.
angry Na'Vi that are looking back over in their direction. So now, Kickstart, what do you got? Two different teams pincering back to you. You got a couple of smokes, but it's going to be grenade rain just rolling down upon you.
FaZe are moving up to this. They've decided, okay, this is the better fight for us to take. Potentially, if we control the northern side, infantry aren't leaving that compound. So we have to focus on what we can achieve out of this. And it's really not a bad idea, but it does put you in a fight with Na'Vi and, as said, as highlighted, Kickstart. Now, what does Na'Vi do in this scenario? Do they shift south? Do they just put themselves in the circle now? Or do they want to clear the northern side too? Plenty of options. I'm looking at Besto. I want to see if he makes more of a proactive move. Orange is holding the ball, kind of the depth of this one, and it looks like this is going to be a proactive move from Besto. I like this. He's getting space here. He's finding room to work with. This could be a problem for FaZe. 80 spots out one, but that's not the danger player. It's Besto! Out of nowhere finds 80, and now FaZe are on red alert. Oh, he tries to overstay his welcome. He tries to get that flush, get some shots back towards him. And if I'm infantry, this is my go signal to start moving out of that compound. Try and get that next land claim in progress.
Finally, Kickstart goes down, and that's what Na'Vi wanted. Trying to reposition now. They have to contest with FaZe, who's just trying to run right in front of the blue. You can see 80's about to die. They wanted to go for the res, but just not going to allow it. So 3 members now up for FaZe. 3 for Na'Vi, both right up next to each other in the north. And infantry starting to get awareness on what's going on. Here's this firefight, now finally leaving their compound, and instead opting to take control of the circle with all attention drawn between Na'Vi and FaZe. Everybody was expecting infantry just to kind of chill, hang out, just live their life inside their house, but instead now they're just sneaking up behind the backs of multiple teams and can really ruin their day.
Now, infantry have made the right moves by getting proactive now. This has given them half of the circle and just boxed in FaZe and Na'Vi to fight. Now, does FaZe try and disengage away, swing back round south potentially? Does Na'Vi go back towards the east? No, they still want this blood. They still want to get past each other. And Na'Vi at least have high ground to play with. With that circle updating, this is now going to put further pressure on this. Do you back away? Do you continue forward? Na'Vi looking like they want to kind of press the issue. Keep trying to fly on this side. Besto on the hunt as well, and he's been deadly. Sharp has attacked today. 5 kills for him. Orange on 5 as well. Na'Vi looking ready to go, and they're going to spot 1. Gets a tag, but it's Orange to get the frag. That's Fuzzface gone. If you're infantry, you might want to move in on this. The battle has started, and you're not quite there, but they are taking lumps out of each other right now. Uber spots 1. That's the Uber you want to see for all the FaZe fans out there. Is a Uber ready to fight, but a quick flush comes in as well. Here comes infantry, finally making their presence noted.
Infantry has all the angles, they have all the control, the circle dominating for them. They have to, every single opportunity right now, they just have to be super careful of players like Uba. They opted to throwing the nades towards him, gets the knock, but the distraction that FaZe is providing, you can see that Na'Vi's trying to capitalize with it, trying to get their reses back up, but that's going to be a quick peek back over from Gustav to get the down onto him. The last member to try to contest against infantry is going to be Gustav, and the numbers are not in his favor. There's nowhere to go. He gets spotted out, and infantry takes a 4-kill round victory.
That was an impeccable game from infantry, playing that very well. Now is patient, and patience pays off in this, keep in mind. This is not all about those frags. If it was, Na'Vi fans loving it. It's not the case. It's all about the win, and they pushed out just at that right time, kept composure to the final moments. Very well played to infantry. They were chasing the win for a couple of games now. They've been getting much and much closer. But let's roll it back to that Na'Vi FaZe fight. Unrelenting from both sides, and we've seen some of the new teams. We said how deadly this was. That's a very questionable looking drink there, Fuzz. I mean, damn. But for now, we've got to kind of look at this. Down 1 Kia, when they first joined the lobby, they pushed like madmen, finished like 2nd place. FaZe now finishing 2nd place just on the introduction to the lobby. This is the talent that is being thrown in now. It is a scary place to be, but infantry make their way out and get to play on the weekend.
With this, we're going to be adding the new X Factor that is going to be Briram United Esports. If anything, we know the fact that that's going to make the lobby just that much more chaotic. So with this, good play coming out. I mean, infantry didn't have to move much. Let's be real on that one. But that being said, they did control every avenue. Nobody could encroach around them. And they chose the proper moment to decide to step forward. They left their territory that they had been controlling for a while to really just herd in and force the fight between FaZe and Na'Vi. And it went on just for a little bit too long. The thing that stands out to me, though, is the fact that we're seeing Jin Ji step up yet again, strong kill count performance, very violent game coming up from them, finding opportunities, but it's almost like an MMO situation for those of you who hasn't played it. It feels like they get too much aggro, they get too many ads, they get too much third party because of how well that they're playing, and then they end up getting dismantled in the mid game.
I see what you mean. I too have fallen foul to playing too many MMOs. Don't worry, I have too wasted many a year on them. It's a good time. But again, this is something that we've seen kind of in the last couple of games, is circle positioning is king. You get that compound, you're going to play your life for it. We saw it with, I guess you could say, meta to a degree as well. They had great positioning, they converted that to a victory. Infantry here as well, done the same thing. Bear in mind, FaZe could have potentially stayed closer to the infantry side of that fight and kind of taken the fight towards them. They opted to swing to the north to try and maybe get the counter position to that, but you know, the battle between them and Na'Vi was not an easy one to have. But again, we have a highly competitive lobby. It's not that surprising that these games are difficult. And maybe some of these teams might have to make those, I guess, riskier percent chance plays to try and crowbar these teams out of those compounds. It's as simple as that. Survive the Week is all about survival. It is all about making it to that weekend, secure that chicken dinner and go on through. But good signs of life for Na'Vi out there. They've been very quiet in the last couple of weeks. Not looking so hot to go and, you know, do the damage, but that was a very good game and a reminder that Na'Vi, another dangerous team.
With this, yes, infantry, they didn't have to move much, but let's be real. Infantry is a ridiculously strong team, and they're known for wanting to rotate. This is a very kill-heavy team on a very general basis. But let's go ahead and throw it over to the interview. Set, ready to go.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 5, and the winners of our fourth match was Infantry. I'm here with player Xiaoju.
네, 정말 인펜트리는 오늘 4킬에도 불구하고 치킨을 가져가게 되셨습니다.
You guys managed to win the chicken dinner even with only 4 kills. You really utilized your position inside the circle.
그 당시에 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 궁금해요.
What kind of conversations did you guys have amongst your teammates in that moment?
而且呢，运用这个优势，你们获得了最终吃鸡。我想问一下，在这场比赛最后当中，你跟战友都进行了哪一些对话？
跟队友就稳着来，天平圈很吃鸡就行了，没有别的沟通。
팀원들과는 자기장 위치가 좋으니까 침착하게 게임에 임하자라는 생각을 나누면서
Amongst ourselves, we continued the game by staying calm. I think that strategy definitely helped you guys in the game today. So you guys are ranked number 4 in the Pick'em Challenge. Is there anything you want to say to your fans today?
排名第4，然后给你个机会跟粉丝们说一句话吧。
谢谢粉丝们一直以来的支持吧，然后也希望你们一直能支持我们。
팬분들의 항상 끊임없는 응원 감사드리고.
Thank you so much for your continued support. And please continue supporting us for the rest of the tournament.
파이널에 올라가면 항상 성적이 좋습니다.
Every time you've made it to the weekly finals, you guys definitely always made it into the top 10 consistently. Are you guys expecting a certain ranking for this week's finals?
保持前10的成绩。然后我想问一下，你是将以什么样的心态参加这周的周决赛？
以什么样的心情参加周决赛？肯定，把上一周该报的仇报了。希望下一周运气能够再好一点吧。运气好一点的话，能够拿到更好的名次，那肯定是最好的。
저희는 지난주에 실수를 만회하고 싶고 이번
We want to make up for the mistakes that we made in last week's weekly final, so we're expecting some better results for this week. Congratulations, guys, once again, and we'll see you at the weekend finals.
네, 이렇게 해서 네 번째 매치에서 승리를 거둔 인펜트리의 샤오지우 선수 만나봤습니다. 이제
Congratulations to Infantry as they march into the weekly finals, and Buriram steps up into the 16th spot to see if they can earn their way to the weekly final in our last game for today. Infantry with a big take, but also Hypoc, FaZe, they came in on game 1 and they got second place. Not a bad start.
No, it's not at all. Again, it's Always for me, I mean, it's nice to come through and win the first game. Must be nice if you're Gen G, right? Picking up that paycheck. But as soon as that kind of, the top heavy prize such for the weekly survival's gone, I mean, I'm all about, getting in, getting warmed up, making sure that you're ready for the finals itself. So no problems at all. Again, I have no concerns this week about FaZe. I think they've gone down to the bottom 16. They've got out of their system now once again, and they can bounce back.
Yeah, it's like a bouncing ball. Once you hit the bottom, you're gonna go further than you were before, and potentially higher if if enough force was put down. If you go down hard, you probably also come back up hard again. You like that? That's good. Holy! Some of these spray chances make me happy that I'm sitting here instead of playing against these guys. They're absolutely insane, and the skill level has just been rising and rising since the start.
That's it. This I know we were talking last. The first Miramar, right, with the split across the roads. This is a similar situation when it comes down to this Pachinki Valley. I mean, you see teams like Zenith put in a lot of work early on in that game, but here it just comes down to who can be the victor of that valley, right? Right here, I mean, actually, it was a pivotal kill for Kickstart to find one of Na'Vi. It actually weakened one of the teams in a stronger position, right? Just so happens, Infantry are able to kind of sit back and chill. We take wins like that, but you got to convert the games that you set up to win, right?
Yeah, and I didn't see anyone crashing that compound. Like, that compound is easily crashable. Like, and it's easy to get out of as well. That is the type of compound. If you secure it, you can play uphill. If the circle goes north, easy peasy. I've crashed this compound multiple times, and it's fairly easy.
I mean, that's the reality. Is like people are like, oh, you're gifted the win, but the reality is, if the other teams hand me a check, I would be stupid not to take it. And if you choose not to push the winning position, that's handing a check to somebody. And I think you brought up a good point, Martin, just there. You said, I'm glad I'm not playing against these spray transfers. And we do know that players are saying this is the most grueling event that they have ever played in. And I think that we often think, well, it's because there's so many games and it's such a crazy format. But there's more to it than that, Martin. It's the fact that they're playing against I'll say there's a few players here I wish were here or that aren't, but they're playing arguably against the best of the best, and that has to take a lot out of you.
Yeah, coming in and playing against some of these guys, like it's not your usual pop stomp or even ranked if you play that. All the scrims, these guys are focused and they are lasers. You can see this as well. 5 kills across the board for 4 of our guys. 2 of them on Na'Vi. They had a really good game, getting a lot of kills on the board, but lost a few guys throughout and was put in a rough spot. Also losing one to a snake was obviously unlucky, but you should have known that. Like, the information is available. You should have been collecting that and scouting and not just making a blind rotation. So they lost 1 player due to poor research or poor preparation coming into the late game.
Na'Vi comes out with 12 kills in that match, Hypoc. I know we talk about feast or famine, anything can happen, all that fun stuff, metaphors, etc., etc. This is a team, though, that really is top to bottom. They're a bit of a yo-yo. Is that okay, or does that get fixed?
I'd say more bottom than top, right? It's been a bit of a disaster story for Na'Vi so far. And again, it's frustrating to watch a team with so much potential, and arguably, one that should sort of be able to thrive in this format, right? Eventually, Na'Vi kind of cracks the code. They find, the stars align. They can make these deep rotations in blue and find themselves on a favorable side of a hard shift and convert a game. We just haven't seen them do that. It's kind of been like pulling teeth with them. And again, even the times they do make it to the weekly finals, we haven't really seen them look as comfortable as they do historically.
Absolutely. Well, I think all of you guys should get as comfortable as you can. We've got 1 more game to go. We're going to be back when that shot at making the final is on the line. 1 more match, but before we get there, it's a quick word from our sponsors.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
me the gamma, I wanna check. Climbing and climbing, a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players, never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming to lock it. Winner takes it all, taking it all. No one breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. Trigger happy, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Invitational S. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Hypoc and Avenger here on the desk as we prepare for the final game of the survival rounds. It is week 5. That means that the money is big, Martin, and there are not a lot of chances necessarily left to cash in. This is, I believe, one of the top 10 FPS prize pools, maybe the top FPS prize pool in competitive.
The biggest FPS prize, yeah.
It is for FPS, right? So it's top 10 overall. Yeah. Holy cow. Okay, so let's. It is wild, and I want to talk about that because that's got to be a bit of a mind F for some of these players, right? Like, you've got 2 finals left, Martin, and you want your share, the lion's share, of the biggest FPS prize pool in history. What does that do to you? How do you, as a coach, keep heads sane? Like, I don't even know.
Yeah, the emotional strain on trying to qualify into this is obviously huge. But once you get into it, I've been super happy to see how well some of these players have taken it. I mean, we've seen these guys play for a long time. Even, you know, these guys growing from being kids screaming into the microphones to being respectable adults that is doing super professional interviews. I will say, though, I love to see, you know, the kind of the shining through from Shinboy once the Zenith boys they won. That's the reaction that you want to see, because that you can see the amount of impact that this amount of money makes. And if you think the last prize pool last week was big, we're doubling that going into next weekend, right? So this is some like enormous amounts of money that is being put into this tournament here, and it's all due to you out there as well. Obviously, guys supporting it. It's been the whole pick'em set have been amazing. The skins have been fantastic, and I love to see it on Steam.
Absolutely, a nice little plug for the skins there, but it has been awesome. And so as a reminder, we didn't put the graphic up because we're not at the weekly final just yet. But first prize this week is $300,000, and that's not even counting the contribution from all of the skins and stuff. So far, we've been seeing those prizes almost doubled, Hypox. So we're looking at a $600,000 essentially first place finish this week, and then next week I don't even want to talk about, like, that's $1 million probably for the win, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think we were doing the math the other day. CD6 was coming out with all sorts of projections, but it's going to be close to 1.2. For that best of 10 in week 6, which is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. But I mean, it just goes to show everyone right now, every week matters, right? The winner of each week now more than likely going to take first place, unless it's somebody that's already got some prize pool accrued. So yeah, it's really interesting to watch as things develop.
It has been one heck of a festival for PUBG, basically 6 or 7 if you count the off week tournaments one after another, and they get bigger and better. What a way to sort of come out of a crappy 2020 with something amazing like this. Now, let's pivot back to the games. Martin, Buriram United. Talk to me about the team that is joining the fray.
Yeah, Buriram have had some, you know, good games and good days, but I honestly want to see them do well here. I want to see them come into this and with the usual playstyle that they do in APAC, because the way that they're able to, you know, adapt, frag out, play center when they need to, even, like, they can chill, they can sit back, but these guys are able to frag, but we haven't really seen it from them just yet. They have obviously been playing in a few of the weekly finals before. I think it's 2 or is it 1? I'm not sure actually. And honestly, coming into this, I want to see them step up. I want to see them do better. They obviously did well in the bottom 16s, and yeah, they have to step up and do extremely well here to make sure that they qualify in the last one. They won a game with 18 games, with 18 kills in our bottom 16. So I really want to see that kind of a game from them.
I would love nothing more. Another team I'd like to see a big game out of, FaZe Clan, Hypoc. They came in and got second place on their first game, but so did Damwon Kia, and we saw what that got them in the last one. What does FaZe need to do to guarantee continued success?
I think right there we saw FaZe become a little more active in kind of that mid to late game transition, and that was one of my criticisms last week. Again, was the decision making of when to kind of come online, when to start flexing out and being more aggressive. So I'm already seeing some more positive signs from FaZe, albeit from that single game.
Excellent. Taking a look at Day Trade. This is a team, Martin, that I know on the panel in the past, people have said don't really have what it takes to cut it at this level. Do you agree? Do you think that their performance has been acceptable so far?
You know what? In week 2, where they had 3 third places and a win, they were really. I had my vote on them for this weekend here. They obviously finished in 4th and netted me a few EP points, esports points, and their team considering coming out of the region and how well they've been performing in the region, they're performing way above expectations. They're considering that this is a global tournament and the teams that are here. So. Yeah, I want to see them continue to fragging out. Like Flash, Nurns, these guys, Venatica, they're insane. They're very, very skilled players.
You had a ticket on Day Trade this week?
Yeah, for week 4, yeah, I did.
Wow, impressed. Color me impressed. I didn't, I'll be honest. Hypoc, did you have a ticket on Day Trade this last weekend?
Absolutely not.
I didn't win any. I'll be completely blunt, and I'm sorry, Zenith and other NA homies out there. I didn't have a ticket on anybody who was in the top 4 this week. It was a shocking weekly final for me. What's that?
You know, Poro did. He only votes for all the NA teams every week just to make sure, the through-paid patriotic feel coming through. You know.
He does 4 tickets a week, and if an NA team doesn't make it to the weekly final, he deletes that ticket. It's just off the table. That's the belief. All right, Hypoc, last game. What team do you want to see change it up? What team can get there but has to make a big decision? I don't know. Give me something.
I mean, I'll give you something. STK, baby. Final game of the day. Yes. I want to see them close out. They've been looking good once again, and I want to see them come through on day 1.
All right, you want STK. Martin, which team do you want to see in the last game of the day go the distance, baby?
Phase up, baby.
Phase up. So we got a phase and an STK. It's like a good old-fashioned Western throwdown, but I believe the Eastern teams are not going to let that one pass. Gen G has something to say if I don't miss my guess. It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of the day. The final chance to punch your ticket to the weekly finals on day 1 and take home a little more money to put in your pocket. The roof opens. The game begins. The cast is starting. It is Matchroom and Pansy.
Yeah, thank you so much. And of course, a reminder for all of you guys watching, this is presented by Intel here, PGI.S, brought to you in kind. Now, final game of the day, Matchroom, right? Last chance to dance. It's all come down to this, that final slot on day 1 to get through, not have to worry, to kind of take a second step back and focus on that weekend. However, to get there, you've got to claim that chicken dinner, and that thing is elusive. That's hard to find, and the quality of these teams is just formidable.
The nature of the beast with the way that the survival series works is you want to play passively to keep your members alive. You want to get information and you want to control territory, but then at the very end, you just got to step up and go super aggressive and just kill everything around you whenever it gets to the end section. I feel like we're seeing some of the teams have a little bit of trouble making that gear switch. And I mean, we're starting to see it a lot more in that last round where we saw FaZe and Navi just decide to go okay, that's it. This is the go time. We've got to kill each other because we know that there's another team coming. What I'm hoping is the fact that we're starting to see a little bit of those fights start to clean up just a little bit more. Instead of taking 2 losses at that stage, maybe just take the 1 so that way you can spin back with a little bit more of a numbers advantage into that fight. And I think that we are starting to see that. Hard Eastern shift on the circle to start with. Impala, really the fields to the west of it, are going to be our center point. We saw a fields-esque ending earlier, Pansy, and looks like we have the potential of another one.
We certainly could, and this plays very well to the likes of ENCE, Damwon Kia, Gen G, Afrika Freaks. A lot of the Korean teams are out on this eastern side of the map around Impala. We've seen this before. Who this plays hard for is the likes of Europe, essentially. Na'Vi, Liquid, FaZe pretty far off this. NA somewhere in between. You've got, kind of Zenith there, shoot to kill. Not mad far away, but far enough that you probably ain't getting a center spot. And look, we've already seen that central position can really give you the gateway, the keys to the castle. However, there's been some hard shifts out here. This is still a very up-in-the-air circle. The islands are still in play. All right, there is hope. Just hold on, folks. One day we'll get them. One day I will find true happiness. It won't be today probably, but one day. We've also seen mad circle shifts towards Los Leones. We've seen endings in Los Leones. So, who knows? I would just say keep your eyes on Damwon Kia, Gen G, Afrika Freaks, and ENCE. Those 4 have the highest chance in this game.
Territory control is going to be key in a circle like this. Teams are going to try their best to avoid Los Leones, because leaving Los Leones, as we talked about time and time again, sucks. So with this, that means that majority of the territory that teams are going to try to be vying for is going to be towards the north. That means the fields that are going to be just west of Impala. That means you have to give those a wide berth. We're looking at the circle that has water in it, Los Leones, and a giant field. That means that while, yes, all 64 players are still up, 16 teams are still active. It means that there's not a lot of super viable territory for these teams to work with, which could lead to earlier fights. And we talked about a lot of times these teams are trying to make sure that they maximize their potential, keep their team members alive for as long as possible, and avoid some of these earlier fights. I don't know if they're going to have the opportunity to try to do this. We might see a couple of very early sins just saying, we got to do what we got to do.
Yep. And look, this is the last chance to try and make it stick. So if you're going to take a high risk, try and go for that high risk, high reward play, I wouldn't even blame you for it. Now, the big thing of being the team in the center is that you don't take chunks out of each other. Now, Hikari and Pio are very close by. Now, Pio is a little isolated from the rest. Genji mostly in Impala and a little bit towards the south. And here's T1 just going past ENCE, kind of the more southern team to this on the northeast side of Los Leones, but southern to center point. So they'll get to have a fair crack of information that teams are already on the way. And if they're trying to do an Onyx a solid, it's not, is it? No.
Seems
I tried, mate.
Liquid
Sorry,
there.
pal.
Oh,
why you gotta do that, man?
I know. Hey, look, I love Liquid too. I just want to see them. Like, I almost feel like it's like the meme with the stick. And I was just like, do it then, do it then. We're starting to see them get more, I guess, confident. And yeah, okay, Hikari, you teach them random. Just shoot all the random things to see if maybe somebody takes a shot towards you. But I feel like Liquid was a lot more comfortable in that last round, right? I mean, this is what we're starting to. We want to see more of that. Sure, we did see Tig manage to clutch it up at the end, but that's a firefight that we want to see coming out from Liquid. Just a little bit cleaner next
time. Look, being a fan from Europe, highs and lows, man. It's one of those. We're used to it now. It's fine.
You're talking to a North American caster. What?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, look, you had Zenith, man. You get to hold on to that. And something the Korean fans will not be loving is this. Korean action going down and not in any of the right way. Hikari's going to lose life to Pio. And look, those kind of cautionary shots that Hikari was putting down to try and maybe ward away anyone else going for a quick grab has now kind of given away the game. So Pio gets a lovely bit of an upgrade, secures quite a nice position to potentially 2-2 split into, but this is going to get very busy very early on. As said, this is the last chance to dance on day one, essentially, this week, so you can make higher risk plays.
I mean, that's what you have to do at this stage. Everybody should be aware of how this circle is going to shape up, how clusters it's going to be, how it's going to lead to early game fighting. If you're going to try to make a gamble, this is where you make the gamble. Tianba, though, I guess one of their members down, and doesn't look like Lin Shun's going to be able to get a peek back around that. Probably be able to get the res depending on how Mings manages to get the crawl, but I don't know. Is Oath going to try to get more out of this position? I mean, M200 isn't in the best of positions to support just quite yet. If Oath is going to try to make a play, this would be where they try to do it, but you can see Lorena has this very long-range sight, providing a little bit of cover with it, and it looks like Oath is going to try to go for the Hail Mary nade, but it's not going to connect. Res is going to come through, and that should be a little bit more time, but this is very delayed from Oath. This should give Mings enough time to get his meds up even before they probably get vision on what's happening.
And I hope that in the future we see M200 just chilling out with a Chaytak, you know, just going full Orm style on this if we can, but look, I'm enjoying the concept of it. It probably won't happen if we get there eventually. The Orm is it's a curious gun if we see people running with it. Those bolts, as you said, we don't often get to see it used too much these days. The big green coming out, maybe an MK14 would do it for me. I'd like to see him with a big gun, kind of see what he can do. If you're going to choose the name M200, you got to be able to kind of frag out, right? But now, though, Sonic's going to be keeping back Multi-Circle Gaming. Evil Lee receives a lot of attention, and the nade from Shrimsy was perfectly timed on the flush. Multi-Circle Gaming have to just dip out of this, or at least fall back towards maybe Summer's position. Sonics have claimed this territory pretty comfortably.
That's two very big features for Multi-Circle Gaming down right now. Summer doing a little bit of harassment back over towards Sonics, but if anything, that's kind of poking the bear. You can see Summer instantly has to retreat back down. Get away from that one. Two strong components for Multi-Circle Gaming already down, and most teams are clustering along the southern hillside around Impala. Means sight lines for teams like Sonics right now that are leaning more towards like the fields area are going to have way more vision, but far less targets than they were expecting.
Yeah, and outskirts-wise, completely rife with Na'Vi, Liquid, FaZe. Shoot to Kill in the south are probably one of the further out teams, but they'll be okay. I don't see too many problems, unless they overextend and then they get into that cluster, right? That kind of, just down by that petrol station south of Impala, it gets pretty dicey down there. It's a high priority area the teams will aim for. We've seen a lot of endings kind of go that way in that kind of portioned up piece of land. It's why you're seeing Oath, Genji, Ents, Buram, Tiamba all locking that area down. And of course, Buram, another name to be adding to the discussion, joining us here. Let's see what they can bring. A very volatile team, highly explosive, and we know they can frag out, but frags don't equate to much, at least in the weekly series, unless you can mop up an entire lobby. Or, you know, maybe just completely wipe teams. Hey, it can be a super decent benefit. But, as I said, I'm just keeping my eyes across. I like Genji's split in this. I was very impressed with their playthrough in Impala in previous weeks. I actually quite liked what they did when they got given the circle position, using those high-rise kind of buildings, even in Impala, that aren't massive, but, you know, the higher tier, I think it's like a 3-story building that they were very, very proficient in using and locking down. However, we have to wait for that circle update, and once it gets there, you know, in about, 35 seconds or so, this is where we can start talking about the late game, because if it does just kind of continue to close in towards center, it will turn into the continued conversation we had at the start of the couple of teams who had the perfect start to it, which, look, I don't like the idea of just, you know, sitting in the compound waiting to end game. It's not as simple as that, though. Teams have very much got the incentive to crash weaker compounds if they see a potential or viability to it. It's super viable. We've seen it consistently throughout this. And now, again, in about 5 seconds, we're going to see what that circle looks like. Let's see who kind of gets posted up in a better position than before. And it's going to be okay. This is a little bit more towards the western side than expected. Yeah. That's moved away slightly from Impala. This opens things up now.
La Bandita being a central figure means that there's a lot of potentials to play different parts around La Bandita, but if you send it into La Bandita at this stage, you're going to lose a lot of information just due to the crater walls that are around it. T1, super strong 2-2 split right now that can provide a little bit of cover for each other, but kind of distant. So if they end up getting crashed on, it's going to take a second for reinforcements to come and support. But you can see the amount of control that they can assert. They've got vision over these fields, trying to harass AF, but a good approach from AF, just kind of playing in through these dips. You can sometimes see a team stop. I was going to say, stop in this position, and then maybe continue to play here, or potentially push up the hillside. The last two members from Multi-Circle Gaming, getting a touch harassed by Sonics continually. Sonics just feel like they're chasing them down at this point. Like, Multi-Circle Gaming cannot find anywhere to go, so they're going to loop back around next to T1, also along the same lines where we just saw AF at a moment ago, somehow managing to survive, but not necessarily having the best of little trips driving around. Ling should have managed to get a little bit, or Ling do, sorry, but gets a little bit of space there, but I don't know. Where do you go, Multi-Circle Gaming? Options are limited at this point, and there's a lot of people shooting at you.
Yeah, it feels like a matter of time until they get knocked, and then there's no recovery hicks around the fields. Now we all see, there it is, Ling 2, the first to be caught up by T1. Aqua 5 going to find that now. It's just, I believe, Summer alive for Multi-Circle Gaming, and even then, so many eyes. Look at this. So if they pull up here, you've got potentially T1, a Freak of Freaks, down one, Buram. So many players can potentially see this. Summer, do you make it in? Oh, just about. I don't want to say it's particularly safe, but you're alive, I guess. That's the main thing. Now, again, we have to look slightly towards the south side here, towards maybe Tiamba, towards Shoot to Kill, Ents, Oath. They're very close by on quite a slim portion of land. Now, yes, you could take maybe a longer rotation, but trying to hit rotations through Los Leones, for example, is very dicey, and that road is being watched by Ents. So I'm looking at what Tiamba or maybe Shoot to Kill do down the line, because as it stands, yes, they could just post up here, but it has very little kind of freedom to move after this.
You guys have been awesome. We've got one more promo code for you, so go ahead and get up and set. Remember, you enter that in the coupon section of the game client itself. That's going to be 62ZAPT5726J3. One more time for you. 62ZAPT5726J3. Good luck, everybody.
Oh, what a kindness. You actually read it out to them? Damn.
I know, sometimes I mess it up, though. So, like, they end up
Just
hating me
debate
whenever
them
I get the letters back. Because it's like, oh, it's all Matt's fault I didn't get it.
Well, look, hopefully you did it right. It seemed right. I was reading along. I don't know how much I trust in my own reading ability at this point, you know. But hey, now looking at Tiamba, they were leaning south, right? And I think they hit enough of a brick wall of Ents and shoot to kill that they were probably not the right rotation choice, and they've actually gone back towards Impala. Now, they can slot into this. As said, it does lose that kind of viability late game to leave it, but Gen G have already shuffled forward, so probably a decent choice. Now, with 10 seconds left on the circle update, we once again have to look towards, does this stay east, and towards where I'd say the most compressed amount of teams are, if it goes north or west or south. Let's have a little look here. This will be the gateway to the pretty much, you know, oh wow, okay, that's a big old shift. We've got a touch of Los Leones in there. That's gone west. And look at that slice down in the south. Ents out, Shoot to Kill out, Oath out, Gen G out, Tiamba, Down One, and Na'Vi all suddenly get put under the gun. This is a bit of an issue. Diggory feeling bold enough to take the shots, but he's got to be careful to not be too left behind here. They want to get moving themselves. And this is going to be an absolutely bloody battle. Penta going to go down to Diggory there, so that's a flush. And I don't know if that's recoverable at this point. But now this is where this shakes up the lobby. This hard shift takes away those top 4 teams who we said had those power positions at the start. They landed towards Impala. They were the ones who got the best compounds. Now they've got to move. Let's see how they fare now.
This is a huge problem for everybody that was playing back in the southeast. We talked about a lot of them were stacking up along the hills south of Impala. Well, guess what? Now you're kind of screwed. Oath, no idea what they're going to try to get out of this one. Retreating away from the safe zone. Team Liquid looks like they do manage to find themselves a position playing kind of close to Bandita Crater itself. Gonna have to be a little bit careful as several teams on the north might opt into rotating along a similar path from them. Na'Vi just opts into leaning right through it, cuts a path. They're just sending it straight over to Bandita. Bandita probably provides safety. Most teams not going to play it just quite yet. But T1 being very patient with this one, not taking the shots right now, and I think it's just because Dengche is so like separated away from everybody. And here we go. This is what I was worried about for Liquid, as EB has now found himself caught out. Does manage to get the meds back up just in time as the nade hits, but Kickstart getting a little bit of a flank around the point. EB's caught up looking at the other 3 members. Could he spot out what could be approaching from the side of him? Roth continuing to harass into it, but Kickstart, he's got the angle. Is the support coming in? Is it going to get there in time? No! EB does go down, and now we've got Team Liquid just split all across this part of the match.
That headshot as well, Roth just sends that with love. Straight up dinking on that and saving Private Ibby once again. Unable to be achieved this time, knocked and gone, flushed out of there. That was madness coming through. Now Shoot to Kill in a bit of a battle here. They've got Gen G in front of them, and actually Luke's got Nethster, so they're not making out of this one. Dixu has the better angle to work with, punishes Penta from above. And look, they were molded and born in these outskirts. They love playing edge game. This is where they thrive. They come alive like a fin in a sauna. They can't get enough of it. So they'll be just fine out there. Don't worry too much about them. Gen G, I'm not so sure about. This is not where I normally see them. Down on Kia, all sending to similar locations. This southeast portion, this tiny little compressed area, they're all heading towards it. This is going to be a horrible ending for them if they try and go for this.
The options are so limited at this point. We were talking about it. This is where you start making your gamble plays. You just make a commitment, you find something, and try to make it work. Gen G looks like they're looking towards the north, rotating through, do find themselves a little bit of a moment of reprieve. Don't lean back on the same angle. Shoot to Kill goes through, and a hard shift back yet again towards Bandita is going to force more action. Luckily, a lot of our teams already decided to situate around that point. Really, it's just Buron, Kia, Gen G, Ints, as well as Sonics and Zenith that are going to have to fight their way into the zone.
Oh, this is going to get brutal out here. Na'Vi making that mad dash might pay dividends. They're already in La Bandita, but they're not going to be alone anymore. It looks like Liquid are going to shuffle that way too. I'm just about to see them go in towards La Bandita themselves. Zenith's still on the outskirts too, just watching the crest here after the punishment on poor old Private Ibby. Still breaking my heart, man. But still, They are in there. They're going to hunker down, keep their heads down, ideally, unless they want to catch some more bullets. And you saw what Roth was throwing down. There were some mad shots. Now, this is the sketchy part. Damwon Kia and Gen G, they were prime position. They were cruising towards the end. They were happy with what they had over towards Impala, but that's been ripped away from them. They're left out in the cold now, as they have each other to kind of gatekeep. And then in front of that, Buram. Now, those guys I would not want to tussle with to save my life at this point.
They're such an X Factor team. They choose to commit at times that they find favorable, and essentially consequences be damned. So whenever they start hearing this firefight between Kia and Gen G, it could be catastrophe for them, because Buram could just opt into leaving safe zone position that they're playing at right now and push back over towards them. Now, that said, we do have a lot of firepower that's being stacked up along that position. Sonics also still trying to explore back over towards the west to find Daytrade's compound, and are very separated. Daytrade's been doing a good job on focusing back on the other members of Sonics, and it's really just H1 that's managed to find some type of, I guess, foothold closer towards the zone. Daytrade doesn't necessarily have a position that they can play inside the safe zone, yet they have the compound that's just a building a little bit back behind that, but it's not really a building per se, so Sonic's going to have to figure out how they can weather the fire rolling through. I don't think that Daytrade knows what's going on. Oh, H1 doesn't get up with the shots just quite yet, does get the down, and there are the Sonics reinforcements. They managed to roll right through the firing lines of Daytrade.
Yeah, they're pulling up on this. Norins is committed to this angle. If he tries to peek through that ridgeline, or at least that broken piece in the wall, he could be in trouble. Shrimzy, though, is looking for the fight himself. Up and over, no fear for him, but you got to see that player on the other side. We're going to switch over. You got Buram holding back down one, who is struggling to make it across. Catch that! Oh, great nade coming out of Nadrada. That's fantastic. And a second! Oh, the bombardment continues. They say that apparently there's no red zone. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Just death scattered everywhere. Kale on the run, but I mean, where are you going to go here? You can maybe hit the deck and prone once you get ahead of this? You're done for, Kale. Let's see if he can survive in these moments. Trying to do what he can. Going to set the ground on fire. What a shot! Turns it back. Backhands down. 6 HP. The blue might be the end of him. Just about makes it in. 1 HP. No stim on either. How is Kale alive? Refusing to relent. He's actually got the drop onto them. He might punish Buram here. Oh my god, you take down my team. I'm going to take you with us. Great work from Kale, and he actually takes down so much of Buram that they're eliminated.
That pays up huge for Gen G, because now there's two teams they don't even have to worry about anymore. Teams you do have to worry about if you're a Sonics or Daytrade fan is this position that's no longer inside the safe zone, and now very contested between the two. Daytrade's had to leave the compound itself as Sonics just came in with so much gusto it forced him to go play the outer wall. Trying to go for peeks back towards the stacked Sonics positioning. Veronica is trying to connect with something, but doesn't get enough to really merit any form of aggressive play just quite yet. Sonics doing a good job of managing to survive through a very solid defensive setup coming from Daytrade, but the problem is neither one of these teams can move. They're just continuing to harass each other, and they're not getting much out of this position at the time. Are we going to see yet again another Sonics push pay off? And no, Mime finally gets spotted out, gets taken down, but the flashbang does connect. Can anybody from Sonics capitalize, or is it going to continue to be Daytrade just holding this together?
The flashes are so good. Daytrade threw him right back, and Sonics are just getting blended down. As soon as they walk through, it's an absolute mincemeat out their bodies. It's just Shrimzy left alive. H1 and Tiggleton tried to make the difference, but Daytrade just holding that wall, holding the push that they were looking for, and Shrimzy now, his options are limited. He's trying to find a new way out, but Venotka feeling confident now, hits the lean on it, hits the shot, goes back in again. Looks like Zenith have run into FaZe as well, but Shrimzy's still alive, tries to make his way around. Venotka flashed up. Maybe there's a chance. They're all blind. Shrimzy's got one. Oh, the reload can't find the second. Devastating for Shrimzy. But Daytrade stay alive. While all that happened, we have to look over towards La Bandita. There has been a battle going down, and Zenith were in the middle of it.
Liquid finds themselves in control of La Bandito with Navi just to the southeast of their position. I'm having flashbacks to PGC, though, Lauren. We've got FaZe on the outer walls of La Bandito, where they've shown the fact that they can just start to run amok on every team around them. This is a territory they know how to play so well. And so many of these teams are doing so much work for FaZe. They've got the West all to their own, and they're just harassing anybody that moves around them. Towards the South, though, Oath is still trying to make a play with last remnants of Multi-Circle Gaming, as well as a Freak of Freaks coming in back behind that. Quick exchanges between both teams as it's just slowly and steadily trying to advance towards the safe zone. Multi-Circle Gaming still with just these two members alive, are trying to hold it together. Hanzi goes for the peek back over in this angle, but it is absolutely so dangerous. We have Oath looking from one angle, Multi-Circle Gaming's last two members, but Multi-Circle Gaming is just forced to lay down on their bellies and try to find some type of defense. Hanzi has nowhere to go, completely surrounded, but luckily is finding moment upon moment to creep forward and does manage to get inside the safe zone.
Yeah, this is a deadly area to be in. I don't know if he's going to make it out of this yet. Eventually, someone would spot him. It was Lorena to find him. Tiamba holding on pretty well for now, but they are very much on the cusp of dealing with T1. Now, here we go. La Bandita can no longer house this many teams. Liquid can be forced to fight. FaZe going to keep vision across. Eyes towards Ents and shoot to kill as well. Oath in the south. This only plays well towards T1, and that's about it.
T1, Tiamba has a little bit of control. Everybody else, it's just good luck. Hit your shots and fight your way through it. Ince already has vision back over towards shoot to kill. One member down, and it's going to be, again, Tiksu, who's just consistently performing for that squad. Finding the shots whenever they are so pivotal. On the other side, you can see Multi-Circle Gaming still having to contend with Oath, who's starting to advance towards their position. Oath knows the fact that if they can get control over this, take down Multi-Circle Gaming, get the remnants around this position, this southeastern area might be theirs. The only issue with it is Tiamba has a touch of vision along this, and you can see Oath is having to just dip through different positions. Finds the peek back over towards Summer, doesn't get the down quite yet, somehow weathering this through. Lingdun getting a little bit of assistance, and it's Tiamba that's lining up shots on the side of it. Oath wanted this fight, wanted to go after the last two for Multi-Circle Gaming, but somehow they're starting to hold this one together. Lingdu, the last one up for his squad, just two up for Oath. Smokes are down, and nobody wants to peek back up because Tiamba is trying their best to referee this fight. On the other side of it, Ince getting more active, back over towards shoot to kill position. Alo clustered down behind some smokes, nowhere to go. The grenades are going to connect, and it is just going to be annihilation everywhere.
Great work from Ents to survive like this. I'm actually kind of amazed. 4 alive and they're fragging out. They were one of the teams in the better positions at the start. They thrive in these kind of eastern circles for sure, but that hard shift I thought would be the death of them. But no, they've proven that they can maintain composure now, but they still have to find a way forward. FaZe have slotted in towards the west, leaving that La Bandita fight to its own. They want none of that, and here's that fight going down. Gen G just piling on in, and Ents, the calm Finns waited patiently, no problem for them. Now we've got to look towards Liquid and Na'Vi as well. Those two are bound to clash anytime soon. As the circle continues to progress, they're going to get closer and closer by. FaZe going to have to try and keep their heads down from T1 and Ents as well, keep in mind. But Ents in the vehicles, where are they going to at this point? They've got to try and find a mad dash in, maybe. Diggory taking so much flack here, it's Star-Lord to find him. And now Ents looking a little worse for wear. They continue this mad push. Is it just going to be one casualty? The vehicles had enough hits out. He wanted to go back towards Squeaky and Tiksu. But still, Rustamar's made it. They found safety in the south here.
I'm surprised they managed to get away with that so cleanly. That's just the follow-up on the fight that was happening. Now that Oath's down, you can see that Na'Vi is starting to line up back up against Team Liquid right now. It's going to be on the other side. Now FaZe is starting to get vision back over towards Ince's positioning as well. FaZe still playing back towards the west with a lot of control and a lot of categories that they can try to check off in their advantages. They've got terrain, they've got vision on anybody that tries to crest back over from whoever wins the fight back next to La Bandita. They can also see positioning and where T1 has been set up whenever everybody seems to have all of their vision focused back over towards T1. Now, Team Liquid, Na'Vi have to fight their way through this when Clib does manage to get the spot back towards Tab, takes him down, but this is just slowly and steadily just destroying each other. They still need to finish this fight cleanly and step up, and whoever wins this still has to contest against FaZe.
There is no easy answer for the teams left in this little bit of a ditch here. Uber's been trying to keep a track on this. They've kept humble Tiamba. They know their position. They definitely know where T1 are. Ents as well. FaZe have actually managed to get a lot of information from this position now. Whether or not they can weather the storm, yet to be seen. But Clib on the case. Besto and Senya still alive. I'm not sure if Tab's going for getting rezzed. It does seem as though he is back on his feet now. So that's probably Senya doing the work here. Liquid unable to capitalize on that knock that happened so much earlier.
I'm just terrified of the moment that Uba decides to lean over and start getting involved inside this fight. Besto having to contend with Team Liquid, who's still creeping up, trying to get a little bit closer with every step of the way. And there it is. Uba's got the high ground. He's got the vision. That's going to be another knockback towards Tab. Senya gets for the spray back towards James, gets it down onto him. Thinks he's trying to go for the play off to the side, but it's still going to be Uba just raining in destruction on everything that moves below him. Grenade's getting prepped. He knows exactly where to place it. Team Liquid has nowhere to go. Grenade bounce going to land right on top of Cliff. And now just one up for Team Liquid, one up for Na'Vi. Trying to maybe get a res out of this. Nexy's trying to make a play, but it's not going to happen. Uba just says, everything here is mine. I am the god of destruction, and Bendita is my home.
And it's the fine balance, right? Because you want to give yourself the best fight down the line, because eventually that team will make it up the ridgeline. That's something you will have to handle. Now slightly less to deal with, but Uber's going to have to keep track on that. That's something that's going to be building in the back of their minds, but Uber is still a terrifying prospect by all accounts. The man is unbearably good at this game. Now, Na'Vi will be their next potential target. Keep your eyes on that. Lingdu trying to just live at this point, but he may not be able to. And there's Lingdu doing some damage from down below. This is from previous moments, though. The flashes were there. He had, a little bit of support, but he was just on his own putting in some work. As we can see, though, End's still very much alive. Going to put to bed Lingdu in this one. So it is down towards, 5 teams remaining now. 18 players. T1 still in the compound, still safe, but surrounded on all fronts. End's hot on their heels. And then you've got towards the east, Tiamba. Towards the west, FaZe, and north is Na'Vi. Now, FaZe, roll your mind back to that previous game on Erangel. They were the ones that hindered them. They took chunks out of each other, so FaZe, who were up as 4 players, could not take that clean fight that they wanted towards infantry. Now, can they cleanly deal with Na'Vi, or will they once again fall foul to this fight?
There's so many moving factors inside of this, with the shift kind of in between the compound for T1 and where Na'Vi has been playing along Bendita. Means Na'Vi has managed to have time to regroup, get their meds back up, get their players back up. But the problem is they're dealing with so little information. They know that FaZe has been harassing them from the side, but they don't know where anything else is. You can see they are just so limited on vision. So as they make their approach on this, they don't know where they could get attacked from, and it is so hazardous.
Uber's heard it, though. He's heard enough to kind of ring the alarm bell, say, boys, we ain't alone now. There's some players right near us. Send the nades over. We cannot be surprised by this. We've got to be on red alert. And now look at this posturing, but this is going to draw all the attention of all the other teams looking their way. There it is. It's going to be Squeaky to send a couple through. That's Uber to receive. But if Na'Vi crest this hill, they will be silhouetting like mad. Everyone will have vision on this. But Besto, he's been dangerous today.
Oh, Ince decides to make a play towards T1. T1 has been defending this, and they're holding the longhouse, but you can see how hazardous it is to try to peek down this long line. Grenades, Molotovs can absolutely destroy anybody that's trying to fight their weed. Tixu has firm awareness of this. Look at him creeping back over there, finds a little bit of a spot that's raised to get away from the Molotovs for the time being. But this means 2 teams now firmly committed into their defense. T1 also still trying to peek back over towards a very weakened FaZe as Donjay just absolutely rips them apart. This could be the moment that we can see Na'Vi decide to make a play for this, but Dungchi finally takes too much damage, has to step away, and FaZe might have a moment to res if Na'Vi allows it.
Yeah, saying that though, Na'Vi are dealing with Tiamba. You've got a couple of fights. Ents are just kind of living in the pockets right now. They are locking down this building, but they aren't taking the fight. Buzzface just got knocked, so FaZe are down to 1 standing at present. Na'Vi dealing with Tiamba as much as they can. That's probably their next stepping stone, but do they turn their attention back to FaZe? Have they noticed that FaZe are weaker than before? They're down to just a few players. This could be FaZe gone. There's going to be surely a flush here. 8C's knocked, Uber's dead. This is a horrible scenario for FaZe. A fumble, an overcommitment to the peak costs them 2 players, and then the lobby just compresses. Tiamba now gone, Na'Vi out of nowhere, managing to make massive moves coming through this.
Rustamar! Oh, he had such a good position, but gets spotted out. Great awareness. T1 is responding to every single threat that is around them. They are presently getting pushed inside the longhouse. They're decimating FaZe off on another angle. They're harassing back over towards Na'Vi. These guys are fighting every single team that is moving, every single player that is taking any action, and all the teams are focused in on them. Squeaky, now the last one up for Ince, trying to make some type of play on the round side of this, but it's going to be vision that comes up from Na'Vi. They get the sightlines back over towards T1, but what can Squeaky do? 3 members for T1 creeping through the smokes right up before him, and Na'Vi have just moved forward, taking complete advantage of the distractions and the smokes that are out, and got all kinds of placements around the circle, just waiting for T1 to move. There's the first shot that comes through. It's all lined up for Na'Vi. Can they hit the shots? And can they decimate everybody around them?
This is a Na'Vi win all day long. I see no way they lose this. They are playing incredible. The Sleeping Giants finally awaken, 10 kills, and now just one player to go through. Na'Vi, out of nowhere, claiming the win. They needed that. They've been having a rough tournament, but today they've had a glimpse of what it'd be like into those final moments, so they push through with a fantastic win. Roll your mind back. They had no right at the start to be in this final position. The likes of Gen G, Afrika Freaks, down one Kia, ENCE and T1 were the ones in the prime positions at the start, but no. Na'Vi, the unrelenting CIS Giants, bully their way through, beat out the likes of Liquid with the help of Uber, then just convert over the hillside, take down Tiamba like it's nothing, and then right at the end, that positioning, that was the Na'Vi that scares the life out of the lobby.
Just be aware. They realized what was going on. They realized the pressure that T1 was under. T1 was having to respond to everyone. Every single team was focused in on them, and they were doing a great job of holding it together until they had to start moving from their compound. With the distractions that were going on, how ENCE was playing around the positioning, just having to try to take out those last couple of members from FaZe allowed Na'Vi to reposition in and just play through the smokes. We saw the fact that it was just, there were smokes everywhere. Like, nobody could see near on anything except for the line, and the moment you stepped out, Na'Vi was just waiting to pounce.
I love seeing the likes of Besto in form. We saw him up towards the top end of the damage on the Erangel game, and now they get their ticket through to the weekend. Thoroughly impressed by them. As said, when discussing the teams from the European region who play in, the likes of PAL, Na'Vi's name, look, within the region during the regular gameplay, they were on point. But it had faded. They'd looked a little shaky. They'd had some issues with the roster, of course. It's a hard time to travel. Look, it happens. But today, they looked something else. They've been putting their homework. They've been doing some heavy lifting here. And towards the end there, I've got to say it, I bet Uber is kicking himself for not trying to commit further to even finding Na'Vi as well. He let them slip, and you can see what they've done.
I'm just impressed with how so many teams played that team. We saw FaZe, great awareness, defending each other while they were going for the peaks back over into Liquid. Then we saw T1 with the awareness and the wherewithal to just go ahead and realize, sure, they've got ENCE on top of them, but let's just go ahead and take the fight towards FaZe. We see an open opportunity, got 2 knocks off of that. We saw ENCE clustering around and really just trying their best to get control over the longhouse. Rustamar playing over towards the top of it. Then we saw them trying to advance down the center line. It was just so well played by so many of those teams, and it was factor upon factor just leading to the victory, while Na'Vi just kept finding capitalization moment to just go ahead and snatch victory away from every single one of those teams who were trying so hard.
What a way to close this one out. Of course, final game of the day just came through, and certainly some teams pushing beyond expectations. Some of those shifts towards the west definitely hindering some of the progress that these teams expected. I want to say ENCE as well. What a way to kind of get into things. Yes, they were in the right position on that initial circle, a little further out than some, but above a 10-kill game, looking fiery, but got kind of decimated in T1 disconnecting away. I want to say as well, FaZe fumbling when they kind of had that overpeak towards that doorway. They were committed to the angle and sadly just lost out to T1. Better aim on the other side for once. And look, I'm normally the first to be a fan of FaZe, but, you can see they are desperate to make it through to the weekend this time. But still, Na'Vi posting up their wins. I'm sure we'll have an interview if we're lucky enough sooner rather than later. I'm trying to find the booth with them in. Who knows? But still, I mean, a good day overall, Metrum, I feel.
Yeah, and just like you said, this round to finish it off was so well played. There were so many beautiful strategic moments, but it sounds like we do have the interview ready to go, and let's go ahead and throw it over and get a listen in from last round winners, Na'Vi.
Survival Week 5. And the winners of our 5th team was Na'Vi. And they've added $3,000 to their prize money. I'm here with player Senya. Congratulations. So today's match, you guys stayed below the 10th rank. And then you came up to the top 3 after the 3rd match. What do you think played the biggest part in making you guys rank higher?
Из-за чего вы смогли взять? Хорошо играли последние игры. Сначала были так себе. Последние 2 должны были проходить и прошли. 저희가 마지막 경기들 중에서
Especially in the last few matches, we reduced our number of mistakes, and I think that really played well for us.
나비는 지난 주말 파이널에
So your team made it to last week's weekly finals, but unfortunately your performance wasn't very great. But I think in this week and the next week, you guys definitely have more of a chance of winning. Is there something that you are preparing specifically for this weekly finals?
Надеюсь, что не так же, как в прошлой неделе.
네, 저번 파이널보다는 훨씬 더 좋은 결과를 얻을 거라고 생각합니다.
I definitely think we'll be doing better than last week.
한국에서 벌써 한 달 넘게 숙소 생활을 하고 있는데요.
And so you guys also have been in South Korea for more than a month now. I'm curious how you guys spend your time back at the hotel. For example, today, how are you guys going to celebrate today's win?
Мы будем спать.
저희는 연습을 너무 많이 해서 잠을 잘 나오고.
We've actually been practicing too much, and so we don't sleep really well. Hopefully you guys get enough sleep today. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 5번째 매치에서 파이널로 진출한 팀은 바로 나비였습니다. 6번째 매치는 내일 PGI.S 서바이벌.
Thank you very much. Train hard and sleep while you're dead. I know we're not supposed to like reiterate those sentiments nowadays. It's all about personal care and taking time for yourself, but like that's the sports mentality I grew up with, was train until you know you're not going to lose and then sleep when the rest is available. Congratulations to Na'Vi as they come out with a win. We talked about them before this, Hypoc, that they were up, kind of yo-yoed more down than up. Well, this is a big up.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know what Senya had for breakfast this morning. He was absolutely cracked that game. Again, a little bit of a weird one. Obviously, the Bendita circle's always a little bit funky for who ends up kind of catching a favorable edge. But really, I mean, well, there was 3 or 4 teams that committed kind of into the dip there, Martin, and there was a few fights that were kind of a pivotal point. FaZe, unfortunately, not able to fight their way in from the western towards, I guess, coming into the end game there, but an interesting one nonetheless. I guess Martin's muted, so I'll keep talking.
There we
go.
Well, once it has to happen once, you know. We didn't go with the phrase. No, but yeah, I love Lebanese endings. Honestly, it's rough to play out of the crater if you're kind of backfilled in the kind of areas that you held, but FaZe just managed to hold it out quite evenly. Like they were able to hold down the West for a long time, but in the end they didn't spread out enough. They didn't take enough control, and they should have probably swept into La Bandita and taken on Na'Vi, because Na'Vi ended up playing this extremely well. Even though Na'Vi came from, I don't know, Narnia, they came from somewhere up in north. They were not inside in the circle, on the first circle. T1 obviously was in the last position here, and they ended up being in there for a long time. But Na'Vi just were able to play it well. They smoked up their opponents. They came in from a good position and took complete advantage of it. And Senya, he IGL'd them to greatness here.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly on that, Steve Martin. I know you love to say this, but sometimes, you know, Na'Vi catch one.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay. So that was what I was going to bring up, Hypoc. Like, the reality is, when you looked at those circles, T1 was in pole position to take this thing home. They caught a couple wins or a couple circles, and Na'Vi, like, they snuck in, they took fights. I think they were beefing with Liquid inside the crater. They used cover under Ence's fight to make it in there and get the win. Like, this to me is quintessential PUBG, winning when the deck is stacked against you.
Yeah. And you know what I love about this game is that once that plane starts, everybody has equal opportunity. It's about your decisions throughout the game, your terrain knowledge and everything that puts you into the winning position. Yes, there are some circles, obviously, that has an impact, but it's about your knowledge about the circles, the terrains, your opponents that put you into a spot. And Senya is actually one of those guys that, for me, is putting in that effort. Like, his terrain knowledge, his IGL leadership is just... it's very, very high. Yeah, they have been having some rough weeks, but they've been training, and I hope to see them do well here into the weekly finals.
I think for me, the takeaway here is Ent and Navi both stepping up. I mean, Ent had 14 kills in that game. You can see Diggory there with the 592. They both put in a ton of work. And when we started this match, we kind of all picked a favorite. And I couldn't help but notice it was 3 different regions. And Martin, while you said FaZe, I think you had the vibe that it was going to be European. Because 3 Euro teams in the top 5's got to make you feel pretty good.
Yeah, unexpected. You know, the bias. No, it's coming out of also form and what you saw from the last game. FaZe, a pick for me was coming into a game, having a few games to play in a day. You gotta come in swinging, and they did that. So I'm quite confident in them going into tomorrow. Ends home turf circle for them, so I expect a lot from them. They are comfortable with that. Not about them getting the one, but about them being comfortable where they play from. The terrain knowledge, especially around this area here, they're able to frag out. They don't have to worry about too much. They don't have to, spend too much scouting, spend too much time. Like, they know where the teams are playing in this area. They know what they want, and they know what's going to be occupied from the start.
Yeah, no, I was very impressed with European play there, but let's be honest, NA is still the overall money leader, so there's that.
Yeah.
Cool.
For another week.
I had to throw a little bit of shade in there. All right, guys, we're back tomorrow. Same team, same time, same place, more games. So make sure you're here as we get ready for a massive weekly final with over $300,000 going to first place. Before we sign out for the day, though, I have to get a last word from my analysts, their final thoughts to prepare for tomorrow. I'm going to start with Martin and give Hypoc the last word here today. Martin?
Yeah, fantastic. Today was, for me, a day where we're looking at teams coming in. Probably the most stacked 4 teams that is ready to kind of come into it. And you can really tell by the level starting. And you can really see that the teams are coming into this and they have more and more experience in this, and the format is growing on them. And if we continue with this format going forward with the winner chicken dinner format, these teams are going to have a huge advantage coming home. So you better be ready. It's going to continue.
I'm excited. Hypoc, final thoughts?
No, just celebrate some success. Meta making it through. Just huge for them. Love to see that on day 1 of the weekly survival. I'm just curious as to how Paperthin's feeling, really. Gen G not going through today. Wondering what he's going to be doing all week, sit there, worry about it.
Probably ripping his hair out if I don't miss my guess, seeing his guys not get through. That's going to be a tough one for him.
Molding.
I know. I love that. Molding. So he's struggling. The rest of us are excited. I love that you mentioned Meta. This is a team that, I don't want to say dark horse, but the reality is, we've all been cheering and rooting for them and their situation.
I was going to say, actually, the only downdraw is that the fact we don't get any more Ragnar camera time this week. That's
right?
The only negative of the situation.
The content man.
He really is, though. He really is. He's like a massive upgrade. Never, I'm not going to say anything about Papaya. That said, great content, great faces, lots of fun. And I'm glad that Meta made it through. I can't wait to see what they bring to the weekly final, as well as the rest of the teams. Guys, thank you so much for watching. As always, it means the world that you chose to spend your day with us, and we hope to see you here tomorrow. But until we do, as always, play more PUBG.